Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does, analysis does, perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective. Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
From the trading floors of Lagos to commodity hubs of Enugu, we say thank you for joining us and welcome to the Aneke TV Business Outlook, broadcasting live from Enugu. The second half of 2026 opens on a knife edge. Yesterday, the Asia Index snapped its brutal June losing streak, reclaiming the 229,000 point mark. Yet, beneath the surface, market breadth warns that institutional profit-taking is far from over. Meanwhile, the global energy narrative has pivoted flipped, with Brent crude sliding towards $72 as Middle East risk premium evaporates, redefining Nigeria's revenue runway overnight for the smart investor. Quarter three is not time for panic. It's a time for precision portfolio rebalancing. And this is the business desk, where data meets destiny and your weight finds its voice. I am Uche Osai. Let's get down to business. Starting with the Nigerian equities market, where the Nigerian exchange snapped its recent bearish streak on the final trading day of June, staging a moderate recovery driven by bargain hunting in select blue chip and mid-cap equities. The Asia Index ASI advanced by 0.45%. That's a positive 1,017.26 basis points to close at 229,419.18 points. Market capitalization increased by 652.78 billion naira, closing at 142.22 trillion naira. Market breadth closed negative despite the index gain, with 19 gainers against 32 losers. Total volume and value both deep, reflecting cautious positioning. Approximately 966.66 million units worth of 39.98 billion naira were exchanged across 49,579 deals. And here are the top drivers. The rebound was largely anchored by a 10% mass gain from Airtel Africa and strong buying interest in FCMB Group, which made a positive 7.81% adjustment. Aradel remained the value leader, commanding 31.21% of total daily turnover. And here are the top laggards. Profit taking severely hit custodian investment and RT Briscoe, both lunging a negative 9.98% and a negative 9.95% respectively. And quickly to our market projection for today. As the market enters the first trading section of the second half of the year, a mixed and cautious trading pattern is anticipated. We are anticipating a rebalancing versus portfolio profit taking, While yesterday's late bargain hunting indicates that investors are cherry-picking fundamentally strong stocks at lower entries, the overall negative market breadth was that institutional profit-taking is not entirely over. Another factor we are looking to determine the pace of the market today is the first half wrap-up cushion, where despite losing roughly 9.8 trillion naira to a sharp sell-off in June, the Nigerian exchange concludes the first half of 2026 as one of Africa's top-performing pulses, with a year-to-date return of 47.43%. This broad resilience will likely keep domestic institutional sentiment grounded. And taking a look at the sectorial focus, we expect continued volatility but high liquidity in the banking sector as recapitalization maneuvers progress. The oil and gas sector, which is up 90.3% in the first half of the year, will also see sharp attention as investors rebalance portfolios for the new quarter based on early quarter 2 corporate expectations. Therefore, expect early day choppy trading as portfolio managers re-strategize for quarter 3, with high likelihood of localized rallies in defensive consumer goods and tier 1 banking tickers. And quickly moving on to the forex market, where the Nigerian naira wrapped up the first half of the year, exhibiting steady, tight range consolidation across both the official and parallel foreign exchange windows amid sustained central bank liquidity management and a healthy foreign reserve buffer. On the official market, the naira closed relatively flat at 1,379 naira 80 kobo against the US dollar, maintaining its defense of the tight 1,370 naira to 1,380 naira corridor seen in recent weeks. And moving on to the parallel market or the black market, or you may choose to call it the street market, whatever you're comfortable with. The traders in major regional hubs reported stable dual band pricing. The dollar was bought from individuals at around 1,385 naira and sold at 1,400 naira. The premium gap between the official and the parallel windows remained remarkably compressed below 1.5%, reflecting strong regulatory alignment and reduced speculative arbitrage. The local currency closed the first half of 2026 significantly firmer and more stable compared to the high volatility of previous years, averaging 1,387 naira 96 kobo against the US dollar across the first 6 months, strongly outperforming institutional quarter 1 projection of 1,477 naira. And here is our forex market outlook for today. Yes, as trading begins for the second half of the year, market conditions point to continued stability, though external triggers require close observation. And on liquidity inflow and reserves as part of what we look at in our projection to shape the market, the standard opening of quarter 3 portends corporate portfolio rebalancing, which may trigger brief spikes in commercial dollar demand. However, the Central Bank of Nigeria's current foreign reserves, buffer of over 50 billion US dollars, gives policymakers significant intervention ammunition to smooth out sudden shocks. Another factor we'll look at is the reduced import pressure. Yes, looking at the ongoing local refinery capacity scales, particularly the optimization of Dangote refinery, we continue to significantly move structural petrol import dollar demand, keeping the local currency insulated. Another factor to watch out for is the undercurrent risk, where the main threats to the current 1,370 naira to 1,400 naira trading band remain domestic inflationary pressures, with the CBN pausing its monetary easing and geopolitical tension in the Middle East affecting global crude markets. Therefore, expect the naira to hold its ground today within the 1,375 naira to 1,390 naira band on the official window, supported by strong autonomous supply and strict regulatory oversight on speculative building. And quickly, moving to the global energy scene, speaking to the global oil benchmark, which extended their multi-week decline on the final trading day of the first half of the year, heavily weighed down by a significant unwinding of the geopolitical risk premium in the Middle East and a rapid growing fiscal surplus. Brent crude futures for the more active September contract settled at 1.3% lower, down 0.95 cents to close at $72.95 per barrel. This drop capped off a brutal quarter for energy bulls. Front month futures tumbled by nearly 33% across quarter 2 2026, marking the sharpest quarterly decline since the 2020 pandemic era. The catalyst here is that one, the choke point de-escalation. Commercial shipping traffic and tanker flows through the critical Strait of Hormuz have sharply accelerated amid solid progress towards a permanent peace framework. Goldman Sachs estimates Persian Gulf flows could fully normalize as early as July. Another factor here is the Doha policy. Tense anticipation surrounding the high-stakes US-Iran talks in Doha kept speculative buyers at bay as the market increasingly priced in a diplomatic breakthrough. Another factor here is the fiscal market drift. Highlighting the immediate supply length. Fiscal grains in the North Sea were offered at the steepest discount in years, dragging down the underlying data Brent benchmark. And quickly, here is our market projection for today. As the market enters the second half of 2026, the structural narrative has flipped from structural deficit back to an impending global supply glut. One of the factors that will shape the market today is the return of the glut. A freshly released Reuters monthly poll of 31 commodity economies showed a massive 6% downward revision to 2026 price targets. Analysts now forecast Brent average roughly at $84.50 for the full year, with a steady drift down to the highs of $70 by quarter 4 as supply aggressively outpaces global demand. And again, we are looking at the Doha outcome vulnerability as part of the factors that will shape the market. While the base case technical momentum points downwards, the market remains highly reactive to headlines out of Doha. Any sudden breakdown in diplomacy or fresh friction regarding regional navigation controls could trigger short covering rallies back towards $75 to $77. Another factor we looked at is the technical support levels. On the intraday charts, Brent is testing immediate horizontal support near $72.35. A clean break below this line will likely trigger automated macro selling down towards the major psychological $70 threshold. Expect early section weakness to persist today, with prices expected to oscillate within $71.80 a barrel to $73.50 band. Yes, the gains will, remain strictly capped unless diplomatic negotiation hits a sudden roadblock. And quickly taking a look at the commodities market, where the Nigeria domestic commodities market concluded the first half of the year, facing persistent climate-driven supply contractions for perishables, though grain and legumes prices showed marginal regional stabilization due to ongoing cross-border trade controls and steady local releases. Data from major urban hubs highlights strong cross-regional price dispersion, heavily influenced by localized transport logistics and seasonal shifts. And quickly taking a look at staple food prices across key hubs. Starting from Enugu, the Ogbete market and New Market, perishables saw intense upward pressure, with a standard basket of tomatoes surging to 38,000 to 45,000 naira due to high transit costs from the north. Locally processed staples fared better. A 50 kg bag of local parboiled rice stabilized at 48,000 to 53,000 naira, while white garri remained flat at 28,000 naira per bag. And quickly moving to Abuja, speaking to Wuse and Utako market. Yes, it's been closer to northern production beds. Abuja recorded lower prices on grains, but premium pricing on retail vegetables. Brown beans, 100 kg bag of it hovered between 95,000 and 110,000. However, consumers faced a tighter squeeze on fresh produce, with standard basket of pepper picking at 45,000 naira. That takes us to Lagos. Speaking to the Mile 12 and Alabarago markets, logistics costs kept prices elevated across the board. Imported foreign rice maintained its premium at 68,000 to 78,000 naira per 50 kg bag. Mile 12 wholesalers reported a slight increase in yam prices, with large tubers selling for between 4,500 and 6,000 naira, each driven by highly, offloading and haulage fees. And quickly taking a look at AFES export and cash grains performance, where the AFES Commodities Exchange cash crops and export bound grains exhibited mixed sentiment as trading for the quarter wrapped up. Looking at maize, the white one, it shared a negative 0.84% day on day to close at 333 naira 19 kobo per kilogram, continuing its downward trend as early wet season harvest began tampering spot market demand. Looking at Shogun, it ticked up marginally by a positive 0.63%, closing at 329.62 kobo per kilogram, buoyed by sustained demand from the domestic industrial brewing sector. And then a quick look at cocoa and cashew. Export cash crops maintained a flat posture on the final day of the month. Cocoa spot prices held at 6,166 naira 80 kobo per kilogram, while raw cashew nuts settled unchanged at 1,639 naira per kilogram, with international buyers awaiting fresh crop volume. Waiting for fresh crop volume metrics for the next harvest cycle. And quickly, here is our commodities market outlook for today. The lean season, speaking about the lean season friction, as we enter quarter 3, the domestic agricultural market officially enters the peak of the lean season before full cycle wet harvest commences in September. This structurally limits the downward movement of grain prices. And taking a look at perishable volatility here, where tomatoes and pepper prices are projected to remain volatile and elevated across southern hubs like Enugu and Lagos today. Transport operators are pricing in consistent haulage logistics, meaning immediate retail relief is unlikely. Another factor that will shape the market as well is the energy overhead cushion. On a positive note, a noticeable 10 to 15% drop in retail liquefied petroleum gas, that's the LPG cooking gas. The price is moving downwards from 1,100 to 1,450 naira per kilogram across Lagos and Enugu will offer small-scale food vendors and households a small operational buffer offsetting higher raw food input costs. Expect stable range-bound pricing for major grains like maize and shogun on national exchanges today, but expect localized retail spikes for fresh farm produce in southern open markets. And quickly moving to the international scene, where we'll take a look at the international stock markets, which wrapped up the final trading day of the first half of the year on a strongly positive note. Global pulses staged a widespread relief rally as easing Middle East geopolitical tension sent crude prices tumbling, while institutional investors aggressively bought the dip in heavily corrected technology and artificial intelligence infrastructure stocks. Now quickly taking a look at the American Wall Street. Yes, U.S. equities closed higher, successfully trimming their overall losses for volatile June while locking in the strongest quarterly performance in 6 years since quarter 2 of 2022. S&P 500 advanced 0.80%, making a positive 58.93 points to close at 7,499.36 points. Nasdaq Composite climbed 1.50%, that is gaining a positive 393.58 points to settle at 26,213.72 points, led by a fierce rebound in semiconductor and AI infrastructure hardware. The Jones Industrial Average ticked up 0.30%, making a positive 136.46 points to reach a record close of 52,319.20 points. The key macro drivers here is stronger than expected May job opening data reaffirmed economic resilience, while the 10-year U.S. Treasury yield edged up to 4.44%. Investors rotated heavily out of consumer mega caps and back into core tech. And quickly running across to European markets, where European shares finished with a solid gains as plunging energy overheads spurred by the diplomatic progress between Washington and Tehran massively boosted projected corporate margins across the Eurozone. Stocks Europe 600 advanced nearly 1%, while the blue chip Euro Stocks 50 gained 0.60% to sit just at 0.7% shy of its all-time historic high. Germany DAX led the region's heavyweight, surging 1.50%. The sectoral highlights here is that technology and industrial electrification teams saw massive capital inflows. Leading semiconductor giants spearheaded the rally, with ASML jumping 3.7% and Infineon advancing 2.5%. That quickly takes us to the Asian market, where Asian prices closed a stellar quarter at a near historic highs, broadly tracking Wall Street's overnight optimism and enjoying relief from cooling oil war anxieties. Japan Nikkei 225 rose 0.86% to close at 70,062.32 points, powered by heavy tech gains like chip equipment maker Tokyo Electron, which gained 4.3%. South Korea Kospi climbed 1.30%, executing a sharp recovery after tech bulls chaired a massive newly announced $500 billion joint investment plan by Samsung Electronics and SK Hynix into domestic AI and chip making infrastructure. And here, China and Hong Kong, the sentiment was mixed. The Shanghai Composite edged 0.50%, following expanding factory activity, while Hong Kong's Hang Seng bucked the trend, sliding 0.63% on localized property sector. And quickly, before we call it a day, the strategic market advice for Nigerian investors. Our advice here is, with the market recovering a 0.45% yesterday to cross the 229,419.18 psychological threshold, the breadth remaining negative, which had 19 gainers versus 32 losers. Today's second half opening section requires defensive positioning. Therefore, we urge investors to go into cherry picking the June dip. You remember, June's 9.8 trillion naira profit taking, yes, signal a sell-off, which has left fundamentally strong tier 1 banking and oil and gas tickers at attractive entry points. Therefore, accumulate on localized weakness. Again, we're urging you to watch out the T+1 settlement. Yes, the newly phased in T+1 settlement cycles is accelerating liquidity velocity, prioritizing highly liquid equities like Aradel, SCMB, and Airtel Africa to ensure rapid entry-exit flexibility. We are urging you to avoid speculative mid-caps. Yes, negative market breadth confirms that institutional money is concentrating strictly in high-volume blue chips. Avoid catching falling knives in secondary insurance and industrial counters, showing weak volume support. Quickly, the bottom line here is, we are urging you to accumulate value, ignore short-term noise, lock in yields in defensive consumer goods and banking stocks ahead of the Q2 corporate earning season. And this is where we'll be drawing the curtain today on this segment of the Business Outlook. However, we urge you that before you make an incursion into the financial sector, please do well to consult a certified financial analyst. This is due to the volatility of the market. Therefore, we urge you to continue to stay sharp, manage your entry points closely, and let the numbers guide your strategy through today's opening bell. And keep watching Aneke TV market segments. Stay ahead and keep a time with us when we meet again today at 6, where we'll be giving you the market updates for today. I am Uche Osai. Invest wisely.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Enugu. Good morning, guys. Good morning, girls. Good morning, everyone in their category. I must tell you that today is an amazing day, and today is the 1st of July 2026, the day that sports has made, and we will rejoice and be glad in it. You know how we do it here. We bring you the best of what's happening around the world of sports, around the world of tennis, Formula One, and the games that are coming up just same time and same ties in the FIFA World Cup worldwide.
Good morning, Mr. Gooddobi. This one that you're adding sports and Bible quote, you're trying to remix it. I see, you're going places. So, this
you are going places.
This is a remixing kind of a method that you started with. It's nice when you start, writing. You can even do songs, for all these artists, and you'll be like a songwriter. But mixing it is good. It's good for you. Good morning, viewers around the world. How are you guys doing? It's Wednesday morning, of course, and like he has said, it's the 1st day of July. Welcoming you to a new month, a brand new month that promises to be amazing in terms of sports. Every sport that is coming up, we have a lot. In terms of in the world of boxing, there's a lot of matches coming up that we are going to bring to your way. And of course, the FIFA World Cup is still in the round of 32. A lot happened yesterday. A lot is still going to happen today. Stay tuned as we give you all the updates and analysis as it went down yesterday.
Yeah, stay glued and stay. I want to say stay safe.
No, of course you have to stay safe.
Of course you have to stay safe. A lot has been going on, like seeing the updates coming. LeBron James is going to, take a bow from the Lakers too.
And the man is old enough.
He's old enough to take a bow, of course. And you will see, records made, records created, records broken too. And I must tell you, is something that has no limit to it. And it has been amazing watching guys set the record, break the record, set the record again, talking about the likes of Messi, Kylian Mbappe, and Ousmane Dembele.
One person is setting, another person is coming to break.
Yes, and also talking about Formula One, where we have the English British Grand Prix this weekend is coming up. So you are expecting the likes of Sir Lewis Hamilton to feature, and you are expecting Kimi Antonelli too to also feature. And these guys are going to really push it out there to ensure that the game, the game is not just something that you will just watch. You will also enjoy it.
You have to enjoy it.
Yeah, and I know many people don't enjoy driving because they feel like that if they drive or if they do anything, it could be a problem to them. But many people, like worldwide doesn't look like who enjoys driving.
No, I do enjoy driving, but not the fast cars. First of all, I don't like driving, a car that is too fast and that might cause, because, sometimes the feeling you might get out of control when the car is so fast. You might want to enjoy the drive, enjoy the ride. And, you might go to a speed that you can't even control just for that feeling, especially when you're driving Mercedes, when you match the throttle and the thing is just moving, the thing is giving you that feel like you feel like you are in a freeway. Meanwhile, anything can happen. Someone can just enter the road, someone can mistakenly just be crossing, and you are driving in a very fast speed that you can't match the brake and to save you. So anything that is going to that is more prone to accidents, I like to avoid it. So I prefer, if it's football, then I can enjoy football. I play football, so I enjoy football. But driving, I just enjoy watching it. I enjoy watching the guys, do their thing, and we support them from distance. But if you come to football, if you come to basketball, if you come to tennis, where the risk of accident is we'll say is very low or is minimal, then I can do those ones. I'm good at those ones. Call me any day, I will come aside to do it. But if you start going to boxing or wrestling, I can tell you that I have no business there in being one of the person that is fighting, but I can have business there watching it, enjoying myself. But being the person that they are giving the blow or having to lift and give fall from grace and all those things, I'm not interested. I'm entirely not interested.
Yes, I'm not interested, but I would see what goes on and what will happen at the end of the day. Now let's talk about the English Grand Prix. That's the British Grand Prix that's coming up this weekend. You see, a lot of teams are preparing for that grand effect that will change the world of Formula One, seeing that Lewis Hamilton has won it back to back, and that's one of the Grand Prix he usually wins, and teams are also
like
getting ready.
His own. In fact, is a trophy for him. He has been winning it over time.
It's actually a trophy for him, and it has really given it over time. So I was thinking, in this year's, British Grand Prix, someone else could emerge as the winner.
I'm hoping. For me, I'm hoping. Of course, you already know who I am hoping to see, win, because I can tell you that for the past 2 Grand Prix, he has not won, and it's kind of, we the fans, is kind of painful for us, because the other one he didn't finish because of technical issues. Then the one he managed to finish, he did not even come outside in either second or third. So it's been a while for like 2 months now. He has not won anything, and so we are really rooting for Kimi, the guys of Mercedes, to get a win. Also, if George Russell could also do something, we don't mind as long as it's Mercedes. But of course, I'm a fan of Kimi in terms of Formula One, so I'm really hoping to see Kimi win this time around from the all English Grand Prix. But of course, we know the likes of Sir Hamilton is still there, something that he has won back to back. This is like his own background trophy. He's known very well to be the champion of this English or British Grand Prix. So it's going to take a lot to win someone who is already used to the race, is used to the arena, is used to the the driving part. So you are going to have to do a lot. You will not just come from somewhere and say you are going to win someone that is used to the road. This road is used to it. He has driven it for more than 2-3 times. He has driven and he has won. So it's going to take a lot, but I'm hoping this time around that Kimi will get a win from this.
What if in preparation aspect, who do you think would prepare more? Who do you think would?
Yeah, that's the same. For me, Kimi has not done this before, so I think the guys, even the guys in Red Bull, they have a lot to do. Red Bull, McLaren, but for someone that has been doing it and consistently winning over time, you know that he's used to it. It's like when you're playing a match in a field, in your home ground, you're used to the field, you know the length, you know the breadth. So someone that is coming to play you there, we have more work to do in preparing, because you're coming to an unknown ground that you're not used to. So these other guys, the Mercedes guys, I'm telling you, they are going to be doing a lot of preparation right now. They're going to be doing a lot. Meanwhile, so Hamilton, of course, will be doing his own preparation, but I'm seeing the other guys. It's likely for them to be doing more because they're going somewhere they are not used to. So the guys in Mercedes, Kimi, George Russell will be doing more. Verstappen will be doing more, and Piastri, the rest of them will be doing more in terms of preparation.
Yeah, they will be doing more in terms of preparation. But how about when you're watching the game and you're seeing also Verstappen too come into the limelight just in the other race that was just concluded?
Yeah.
Max Verstappen has proven to the world that he is not someone you sideline. He's someone you also include as the champions in Formula One. Seeing that some time ago in the history of Formula One, he had a Grand Prix back to back, and also he was the champion. I mean, the champion of Formula One back to back. It took a lot. He was, in fact, we call him the Jose Mourinho and Alex Ferguson. Of course, that day we saw also that he was the Pep Guardiola of Formula One that particular season. Are we going to say that seasons come to an end, citing that he has done his part and he has calmed down and it's about to get into a new season? Well, that's actually what I wanted to know, if people, this person is flourishing in this season, next thing he comes down, next thing he starts again, next thing he comes down, next thing he starts again. So
no, Verstappen, we can't take him out of the picture. You just saw
him. Take Verstappen out of the picture.
He won the last race, the last Grand Prix. So this guy is still in the picture. You cannot just take him out. But sometimes, just as you have said, sometimes your era will come to an end, another person will start. And he was not winning before. Prior to this time, it was more of Kimi that was doing the winning. Then Sir Lewis Hamilton had to come and win something again. Then now him is also coming to win the last. Now we have another tournament that we might not even get to see. These names we are mentioning now, it might not be that maybe any of them might even win. Leclerc is still there. You might just come outside and you see that Leclerc has won the race, or Piastri has won the race, or George Russell was the one to win. So these guys have been driving, they have been doing good. If maybe they did not finish first or second, but you have been seeing them third, fourth, fifth, just still in the race. So something can happen this time around that you might have. Okay, the last time Kimi had a technical issue. The other time, even Sir Hamilton also has his own technical issue. So sometimes this thing come into play. There are factors that can affect your driving. So when these things happen, someone else that you might not even perceive that this is the person that is going to win the race, will come out and win the race when everything goes all smooth for him. And we are not going to say we are going to sideline any Verstappen. I can't say I'm going to sideline. He has been doing great. This is someone that has been doing things back-to-back champion for some season, and he's still there riding. So I'm not taking him away from the picture. So we have a lot. We have more than 7-8 names that we are used to in this Formula One. So at the end of the day, we are going to have to wait and see who is going to come up with it.
Well, me, you know where I'm standing.
Of course, I know where you.
No, you don't know where I'm standing.
I know where you are standing.
I'm seated. I'm not standing.
But I know we are already rooting out for. So we are going to have to wait to see who is going to win this race.
Well, we're going to watch to see who we're going to take. Who's going to win this race. And let's just talk about LeBron James. You know, the guy whose career has spanned across the ages, and who has really, really done a lot of, who has shown basketball, who has shown sports that there's longevity attached to this, and who has not been, down. I mean, talking about how he has been part of the, Los Angeles Lakers. So, I mean, looking at how he has, for this time, he has just tried to take it down and tried his best to, work out things. What do you think about this guy? I mean, not because of what happened to him with in Lakers, but talking about him as a career personality. What do you think about LeBron James? Because when I look at LeBron James, I see someone who has defied all odds. He really has defied all odds, and he didn't just defy all odds. He built every other odd too.
Yeah.
So I think we are set for a wonderful time to have this guy, feature in one of the best times in sports. Someone you can always call and he will answer you. Someone you can always give, someone you can always give that privilege to do something and to, take his team to the next level. And he always would answer. So I don't know if there's anything you have to say about LeBron James.
This is a guy, like you have said, he has shown longevity. This guy played.
He's 41.
Even when this guy was still playing Michael Jordan, he played alongside this guy, and he's considered one of the GOAT, just like we have the GOAT in football. This is also considered as one of the GOAT in basketball. He has played for almost 2 decades now. He's 41 already, and he's still balling. Quite enough, he's still balling, and probably he's going to retire this season. So the guy has been there. The record that he has made speaks for him. He's a 4-time NBA championship winner. He's a 4-time NBA MVP award winner, 4-time. He has also been in the final and won it like the MVP for those finals for 4 times. NBA All-Star selection 22. That's a record. He has been selected 22 times for the NBA All-Star. Imagine you have to play. He has been playing for seasons, more than 2 decades now, and he has been selected for a number of 22 times, NBA All-Star selection. Yeah. Then he's the NBA all-time leading scorer. This is the NBA. So he's considered as one of the best players that basketball has seen. He's in the, if you are going to ask between Michael Jordan and LeBron James, that's another argument that people are going to keep arguing. But of course, he's one of the good. He's also an Olympic gold medalist, 3 times with the team USA, that's the USA men's team. So this guy, in terms of basketball, I can tell you that he's one of the goods. You can't take it away from him. As when I was still little, I watched him, he was playing, and to still be very active right now is something that I can tell you that he is one of the goods. And
as of 2009, he
has been playing
NBA highest goal scorer.
So, and imagine when someone is going to break that record, NBA all-time leading goal scorer. We are seeing it in football, we are seeing it in other sports. Messi being the all-time. We saw it yesterday. Now Mbappe has equaled the record for someone that has been playing, has 6 World Cup. He has been in World Cup 6 times. Mbappe now, just as young as Mbappe is, he's also has equaled that record. So sometimes this record come and someone else can come to break it. But I'm going to tell you that this NBA all-time goal leading scorer is going to be something that will take another decade for someone to break.
But looking at what he has achieved with the Lakers, what he has achieved with the Lakers, he has achieved a lot. He has, played in several seasons. Mm-hmm. He has won. There's nothing basically you could win in the world of basketball he has not won with the Lakers. There's nothing basically that you win. Now you will see him. He has stayed there for 8 seasons. 2020 NBA champion, 2020 finals MVP, 8 times All-Star, 7 times All-NBA, NBA's all-time scoring record, one of the best Lakers of all time. So let's just take a look at the letter that was written to LeBron James from Jenny Boss, the Lakers, the chairman of Lakers. It says LeBron James is one of the greatest athletes in history. He will always be thankful for his 8 years with the Lakers, including the title he led us to in 2020 under the toughest imaginable circumstances and the countless records he broke in purple and gold. We wish him all the best in the future, both on the court and off. He will always be a cherished part of Lakers family. He will always be a cherished part of the Lakers family. And this is the shortest thank you letter I've read from, from professionals and from men.
Now, he had to keep it short. Of course, he's still going to come outside, and still say thank you. This is just the letter. Maybe the final match that he's going to play, it's going to be an emotion-filled, speech, or even the arena is going to be filled with emotions. And he's still going to say something, even maybe longer than this one that we have read. This is just a thank you letter.
Yeah, that's so important. And he actually would continue his, his next 2026-2027 season, and he has actually informed them of their franchise that he can move with up because he wants to play elsewhere. He really wants to play elsewhere. He wants to, check other, other teams,
Other
and
leagues.
like football at 41, you are retiring, but here in basketball at 41, he's still fighting for his seat. He's still moving into the next phase of his life, and I must tell you, it's very important. Unlike football, where at 41 you are told that you cannot even run again.
There are rep, we are seeing in the World Cup how many people, above 40 are playing, right now. You can't count up to 15 of them. You just have a few of them, and they're already telling you that this is their last World Cup. After this World Cup, most of them are retiring, and even not just from country football, also from club football, because you are getting age already. Your bones are getting weak. This is not the time to be running around. This is the time where you have to rest. Go have some time with your family. So LeBron James also, it's not that he's retiring, but he's moving to a less professional league, like somewhere that you are still playing basketball, but not with that intensity. You are just there to keep yourself fit. So most time you are also seeing this thing in football where players will go to another club to play football, but the league is not that intense. Like we saw Casemiro now, he has gone to Inter Miami to play football. It does not mean he's part of retiring, but he's going to somewhere that he does not need to be running too much. It's not with so much intensity where you just play to keep yourself fit. Ronaldinho, even at 44 now, he has signed for a club in the Italian Serie C side. These are things you do just to keep yourself fit. You are not really there to say you are going to win a World Cup or you are going to win the league title. Just to keep yourself fit, let the body have some exercise. So it's basically part of the retirement plan. Meanwhile, some people just retire and just stop football. We saw when Hazard retired, he just stopped. Sometimes because of injury sake, sometimes because of your health. Christian Eriksen now, we hope he's back, but I can tell you for a fact that he will likely not going to, in fact, feature in any football match anymore. So these things happen when you are at this age. You just have to keep the intensity low because age is no more on your side. And if you are going to imagine still remaining in the Premier League right now for someone like Casemiro, even the match against the last match they won 2-1 against Japan, he was the man of the match, but we saw the goal that Japan scored. The person just had to run past Casemiro. Casemiro before, you don't get to pass him like that. He's going to
tank.
He will either tackle you or give you one tackle that he could not afford to foul that player anymore.
If you talk about that game had high intensity and Casemiro delivered.
Yeah, he delivered, but that's why I was talking about the first goal. When the person run past him, you could see that age was telling on him. He could not chase the person down anymore, and he just had to let him go. Then Japan got the lead. So when he was also needed, he also gave them the call, but you could see the effect of age telling on him that you can't, move your body that much. If you even watch Suarez, sometimes people are ready just retire because he can no more run. If you put the ball on the run for him to, a pass that he has to run for it, definitely the defender will get there before him. So he's no more that Suarez that we used to know. He's already aged. So these people at a time. They just go to a league where you don't need, if you put Suarez now in Manchester City, you are just looking for trouble because he's not going to deliver. So they have gone to a place where they will just have to run a little bit and you substitute them. So these guys have done well in terms of what they are doing. LeBron James has done everything. He has won everything. So you are not expecting him to still stay in a league that's still full with intensity. You just have to go somewhere, play some time, play 1 or 2 halves, play 1 or 2. Then you go for your full retirement where you don't have to partake in all these things again. You might just go into coaching, go into other things, but you leave the sport eventually.
Yeah, that's what we're seeing. And we take a short break. When we return, we're going to bring you into the world of football. We're going to give you updates on how the matches came, the standings in the group, what you expected to know, and the dramas that has been involved with the FIFA World Cup. Let's take a short break. We'll be right back shortly. Stay with us.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. Now let's take a look at what's happening in the world of football, the dramas, the information coming to us, and all the things that we have actually gone ahead to take from the information and how it has been happening in the world of transfers.
Yeah,
The teams, people that have been,
there has been
the buying and the selling, the business
this
side
is the
of
period
football.
of business. Now clubs are going to buy, clubs are selling. We are seeing the saga between Matheus Fernandes and Manchester United, where it seems Tottenham are now the owner of the player because Tottenham have agreed they will pay 85 million naira fixed for Matheus Fernandes. No add-on this time around. That 85 million is fixed. Manchester United wanted to pay about 70 something, then they will pay add-on, but Tottenham have placed a better offer, and the players himself is saying he's ready to go to Tottenham because he cannot be there delaying waiting for Manchester United, who are not meeting the demand from the club. So of course the Zerbi is happy with the guy. He said he needs him in Tottenham, and the guy has said okay, if he cannot get Manchester United, he's going to Tottenham. Then also another person that we have on the transfer news right now, or the rumor that we are having here, is Bournemouth's Alex Scott. This is another player that, since Manchester United could not get their hands on Fernandes, they are trying to go to Alex Scott. But also, in fact, it's looking like Manchester United are getting so much disappointment this season because Bournemouth has come out to say they are not ready to sell Alex Scott, that he still has to play for at least 1 season before they let him go. So it's like another disappointment where you're not getting Fernandes, you're not getting Alex Scott. Who are you now going to get this time around? You also have to go and look for someone. All the players, in fact, Manchester United right now have been turned down almost 3 times by the important players that have been looking for. So they are trying to fill up that midfielder. Ugarte, we saw he has also had, he had injury of return. So they are trying to fill up that void where Casemiro left. Ugarte now is injured. You just have Maino and Fernandes there, who are the 2 basic players that you have in the midfield. So they wanted to replace the Casemiro that is leaving. Then Ugarte, of course, they wanted to even loan him out. Now that he's injured, I don't know if it's going to be possible where a club will come and buy someone that is injured. So they are just trying to fill up that void. Now they will have to go for another person and hope or pray that this person does not reject them, because I can tell you that the management right now are trying to, be wise in their spending, be cautious in their spending, because gone are those days where you just throw money around and the player don't deliver. Then at the end of the day, it's like a wasted investment where you are now having to make loss. You get to sign player for a huge sum of money. That's what basically Manchester United is avoiding, because it's not that they cannot pay that 85 million for Fernandes, but when you get to throw money around and these players don't deliver, you are the one that is running loss. So they don't want to, do those kind of investment anymore. We are even seeing Chelsea also trying to streamline their spending. Now they are going for Granit Xhaka about 9 million euros. It's a good deal for them. They sold Cucurella for about 60 million euros. So they still have money in their purse, going for an experienced player, a man like Granit Xhaka, to add to the midfield they already have. The likes of, Enzo Fernandez' future in Chelsea, if he's going to still remain in Chelsea this coming season, is likelihood of, in fact, I can say it's less than 50%, because right now he's offering himself to Real Madrid, and they have been in discussion trying to get a fee. So what is remaining right now is just a fee. In terms of personal terms, Fernandez has already agreed, his own personal side. He wants to leave Chelsea. We have seen that over time. Chelsea are trying to keep him, but the player is saying he wants to go to Real Madrid. They have lost Cucurella already to Real Madrid. So they are trying to, fill up those void that is already created. They signed a defender last week, but the midfield, they have not fortified it yet. So these rumors are coming up. This is the period where you have rumors, where you have signing transfers going on as the window has opened. So we still have the case of Atletico Madrid and Barcelona, where they are still after they are still after Alvarez, and Atletico Madrid now have gone to court to say that you guys came to bid for our player when it was not time, when the player was still active. This was not the period. So,
but Atletico Madrid going to court, for me, they are doing everything they can to protect their ego.
Yeah, they are just trying to protect their ego.
There's nothing there, because
you can't tell me he came for a player. Let's say it's not official, but there was no signing. The player, he was the one showing interest that he wanted Barcelona. So okay, Barcelona came. They are now coming to say they are coming for your player at the period where he is not supposed to, even seek for any bid or something. So they are just trying to protect their interests. And of course, Madrid also came for the player. Why did they not go to court to say Madrid came for their player? In fact,
they actually have issue with Barcelona.
So they are just having...
They have issue only with Barcelona. Issue. They don't have issue with any other team.
No,
that's actually Barcelona. The problem. They have issue with Barcelona.
Clubs in Italy right now, I say Italy, in Spain, will I say Atletico Bilbao also wanted to do the same thing when Barcelona came for Nico Williams. They were like, I don't know if it's safe to say Barcelona, they are trying to say Barcelona don't have the money to pay players, because you come for a player, you say you want to pay some part of the money first. You don't get to pay, or which is normally done. You pay some parts, you plan the payment period. Maybe you can split it instrumentally 2-3 times, or even over a period of years before you pay that, make the full payment. So clubs do that thing. So it's not only Barcelona that are a syndicate or, involved in those practices. You get to, sometimes club pay the full amount at once. Sometimes they don't pay at once. They put it instrumentally. So Barcelona are not the only culprits here. Why are you people just, they're just trying to, will I say, render Barcelona down, or, bring their image down. Some people will say they get to pay referee all the time. They will bring out a case that how come they are seeing transfers from Barcelona to the referee's account at this period of time when Barcelona was winning the league. It was because they were paying rent. So many rumors have come outside, and they are just trying to frustrate this team, especially if Real Madrid, that we saw Perez even also trying to raise a case against Barcelona that they are involved in, paying officials, in their match, match fixing and all those things. But at the end of the day, you go to court and you come outside, they will still say Barcelona are not found guilty, and they will go their way. So for me, it's just something like they are just trying to, frustrate that team. They're trying to frustrate them.
They're trying to frustrate Atletico Barcelona, because they just don't want that close rivalry to exist. So they're also fighting and fighting and fighting and fighting. But I must tell you, at the end of the day, it would make a lot of sense if Barcelona would go for another player. Let them just take their hands away from Julian Alvarez.
Now is, in fact, they cannot sign him, because the club is telling you that they are going to court.
The thing about Alvarez, I'm not really certain that guy is not a world class player. I must tell you, he is a world class player, but he needs to understand that he's young, and playing for Barcelona could be the best decision he would ever make in his life, because there are teams that are meant to be average.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. There are teams that are meant to be average. There are teams that are meant to, play wonderful football. There are teams that are meant to play awesome football. There are teams that are meant to win. So I'm looking at their coach, looking at the structure of Atletico Madrid. I will tell you that Atletico Madrid has a certain structure that could limit them by the structure itself. So I'm encouraging Julian Alvarez to make his choice, even though he cannot make his choice right now because of how they have been going, the litigations going on around his sale and his contract. But I will tell you that they need to understand that when a player wants to leave a team, the player should leave the team.
Yeah,
now he has given Barcelona a go ahead. Okay, you guys can come for me, but they are not seeing him. No. So it becomes a problem. Like he is now, but Atletico Madrid now was like they are blocking this transaction because I also feel like they don't want anyone to owe them.
Yeah, that's basically what they don't want, because
they don't want anyone to owe them because they know
they
know that if they sell Julian Alvarez to Barcelona, if he agrees, it will just be for the papers.
To be Barcelona will not pay that for money. Imagine 500 million release clause. Barcelona is pricing 120. You still have 500 million clause to release this player.
Then you also have it's
going to be difficult.
You still have Rafinha issue, which has been on low key. Rafinha's issue.
Yeah, I saw that, and I don't want to believe it's true. Rafinha is broke.
I too don't want to believe it. Because
and you tell me you are still actively playing football. So is it that Barcelona has not been paying you your salary?
Not only him. I don't know. Is there an agenda? Or I don't know if it's an agenda against Barcelona, but it's more like the likes of Balde, the likes of Rafinha, and the rest of them. Depression is in the camp. And I it's a rumor. It's not a confirmed story because they have not come out to confirm how or what is going on. But it's just what the media has been, flying around media, and some people on X have been.
Some said that the father has been misusing the money because it's like the father is the manager, so he's one that the money goes to his account. Now, if your Rafinha is quite matured now to say he does not know where his money is entering. But if the father is the manager and eventually the one receiving the money, he should have some idea of how the money is spent. They are also saying the wife also, gets to buy some things. And I don't know how, even the money that Leeds sold for where Barcelona bought him from, they said they have not paid, everything to Leeds, and they are still owing Leeds till today. So anyway, these are all rumors that have not been confirmed, but to say Rafinha is broke right now is something that I do not want to believe. How can you be? You are active. You are still. It's not that you have retired. That over some period of time you have spent the money, but this time around you are still active. So, is it that the club is not paying you? Is it that who is receiving the money is spending the money unwise? Is it that you yourself you are having to live some lifestyle, excessive lifestyle that the money? So, it's just some rumors that we cannot afford to believe until maybe he comes out and say, okay, this is what is happening. He's going to explain how the money you are being paid or were you not being paid. So at the end of the day, we just have to wait. These are just rumors that we are letting you guys know that, of course, it's coming out. We are having to see even the father respond to some statement. The wife also has come out to tweet that it is not true that, but Rafinha himself has not tweeted or said anything. Barcelona has not said. So we are going to have to leave it on the rumor side. So we move straight forward to what happened yesterday, the matches that took place in the FIFA World Cup. And the first match that came your way was that of Ivory Coast versus Norway. I could tell you, yesterday I predicted that it's going to be a 2-1 victory, and of course it came out 2-1. But the match itself was a highly intensified match. In fact, very entertaining, attack for attack, defense to defense. So, of course, luckily, Norway had to come out with the winner, and the man himself, the goal machine, Erling Haaland, had to score the winning goal. But that does not mean that Ivory Coast did not play a wonderful football. In fact, they had to play a 9-minute free kick that the keeper had to make an extraordinary save. I could tell you that if not for the keeper, that goal, of course, would have gone into the back of the net and maybe would have had extra time and maybe penalties. But the first goal, of course, was scored by Nusa. This guy, plays wonderfully well. He had to play a caller that's from outside the 18, the one that we call arrow 2. When when you are playing PS, you hold the arrow 2 down and curve the ball. This guy, that goal was more of the kind of the ones we used to score in PS when we play PlayStation 3 or 4. You curve the ball from outside the box. I could tell you that was a beautiful goal from Nusa, and of course Diallo had to equalize. Diallo came in the match at the 60th minute I don't know why they don't always start this Amad Diallo, but anytime he comes in, it's like a super sub.
And is it not better he comes in and make pronounce it that
he's
here.
What if he starts and he also makes that statement?
No. If football, let's see the team as it is. If you start a game and you are not playing well, but whenever you come in, you play well, there's something about this. That means you watch the game from the bench. You watch the game from the bench, and it's not a bad thing, please.
No, of course, it's not a bad thing.
It's not something
I'm also looking at it from this angle. Now, okay, they lost this match yesterday, but he made an impact. What we have not seen he has not started any of the matches. The 3 matches they played in the group stage, he did not start. But when he came in, he had a go in almost all 3 of them. Then what if, let's take it to the part that if he starts, maybe he will have gotten maybe 2 goals. There's also a possibility of that you getting, maybe Norway will not be ahead. He will be the one to open the scoring and maybe probably give them 2 goals ahead, then come outside in the second half. It could also happen that way, but I'm not the almighty that will have known what will have happened. But of course, when he comes in from the second half, he gets a goal, and he got the equalizer at the 74th minute, but only for Erling Haaland again to break the hearts of the Ivory Coast fan. It was heartbreaking, I must say. Even when they scored the goal, I was like, wow, another African team is leaving, because when we entered this round of 32, we are having 9 teams. Now they are reducing the numbers. We only have Morocco that have managed to skate through. Ivory Coast have gone home yesterday. South Africa went home the other day. So it's like they are now taking the African guys away, and it's really heartbreaking for us today. Of course, we are still going to see one of our African brothers play, but that was not the only match that came our way yesterday, as at 11 o'clock, France had to play their match against Sweden, and brothers and sisters in Christ, I can tell you that
it was a trashing moment.
It was a dominating match for me.
I told you that
very dominating.
France is the PSG of football
right
now. They don't do you know the guys, the kind of Bakola? Look at Bakola now. Look at Bakola.
They are just too, you will not even know who to hold, because that team, when you are watching them, Sweden, they were helpless, because it was like tsunami. They just unleashed the guys on, and the coach sometimes is merciless, because you have the option of keeping some of these guys to play second, but he will just unleash everything. Start Mbappe, start Olise, start Dembele, start Bakola, start Doué. Is it not too much? What do you want? Is it not too much? How do you not expect the team? Who are they going to hold? Because sometimes when you keep some people, you now say, okay, even Ivory Coast match yesterday, they could hold Haaland because they did not start some of their Odegaard did not start. But this one, you just pack everybody, and these people are attacked. They are attackers. They are not even the attackers having to feed 5 attackers in a match. What do you now want the Swedish side to do? What if the defender is holding Dembele, one person is holding Dembele, one person is holding Mbappe? Who is now going to hold Doué? Who is going to hold Bakola?
Who's going to hold Bakola? Yeah.
So the thing is, it was dominating for France. First half, Mbappe had a goal that was disallowed for offside in the first 17 minutes already. He was having a goal, but it was a close one, a very close match. I can tell you that if not for intervention of VR, if you say to the ordinary eyes of man, I can tell you that ball they will just count it as a goal, and even the Swedish side will not complain, because it was very close that you could say, okay, it's not offside. But of course, when they ruled that line with the VR, you get to see that, okay, it was a margin or 2 offside. But in the first 17 minutes, I can tell you that France already had a goal through Mbappe. Then, if the goal was cancelled for offside, later again in the match, as at before the closing of the first half, he also opened the scoring line, that's Mbappe, at the 45th minute with an assist from Dembele. The match ended first half 1-0, only to come into the second half. And of course, the guy himself, Bakola, had to get another goal at the 58th minute through Olise. Olise had to assist in this match, and
Olise will assist. Dembele will assist.
Dembele will assist. Then Mbappe, of course, had to score again at the 74th minute through Olise again, and he has now equaled the record goal scoring in the World Cup with Messi. They're in the same position right now. Of course, Messi has not played his own match against the Cape Verde. If he's going to still get another goal there, we don't know. But right now, they're in the same numbers. And
you can't. You see, someone like Mbappe, you can't hold Mbappe.
It's very impossible.
You can't hold Mbappe down. Mbappe is someone that when he gets the ball, all that is in his mind is to score
Just
you
to go and score.
and to disgrace you. He does not have any other life plan.
And he's very fast, right?
And he's very fast. This guy, in a split second, he has moved the ball. And you're wondering, is he a Formula 1 driver? Does he drive for Formula 1? Is he a Ferrari driver? Because I'm trying to understand what's going on with this France team. The guys are fast.
All of them are fast. Dembele, you can't even catch up with
like
Dembele.
They play like we are quarreling and we want to take this quarrel to the next level.
That was the statement. That's why I said that when they played against Sweden, you could have just won these guys 1-0, 2-0. Everybody will go their way. Both sides will qualify. But they had to trash Sweden 4-1. Look at this squad. How can you? In fact, sometimes I pity the countries that are going to place France in this. I can tell you that France is going to get to the final with the way they play. Who is likely going to stop them now? Because if these people should meet, let's say, Spain, with Spain, the defense they have currently right now, Cucurella, will they be able to hold this kind of attack that is about 4-5 players? Spain defense.
They call Spain, you are calling Cucurella. I don't understand.
Is their defense?
No, excuse me.
It's not part of the defense.
You are calling Cucurella because of what?
Funny enough, he plays their match. He starts the match.
And he's good, Abi.
And he's good. And he's going to have to mark Olise because that's where Olise plays. If Olise is not playing, he's going to have to mark Dembele. So I don't know how Cucurella now will be able to hold these two guys. I don't know. In terms of speed, you are not faster than these people. In terms of agility, you are not.
No,
you don't have the strength.
It would have been a disaster for the world if Vinny Jr. was in France. Like if Vinny Jr. was in France, it would have been a disaster.
It would have been so much.
So much. Then damn that their midfield, you have someone like Bruno Fernandes supplying their needs, supplying passes. It would have been so terrible.
So to unleash France to any team right now, I can tell you that. For me, that's why I call them cheats. These people are cheats. We are focusing on the attack. We have not got to the defense where we have names like Upper Meccano. Imagine somebody's name, Upper Meccano. And if you see that guy, very their defense, you have the Fernandes. Fernandes will be there. You see, Fernandes is there. Luka Hernandez is there. You have
Koundé.
Koundé is still there.
He's still there.
I don't know. Sometimes we focus on the, but we forget that the guys at the defense is also difficult to break. If you come to the midfield, you have Chouanemi there waiting for you. Kamavinga is there. Rabiot is there.
Then you have Kante.
Kante is not even, funny enough, he's not even playing, but he's still in this same squad.
He's still in the bench.
He's just in the bed. They've not unleashed Kante because it's like they are the squad. That's why I said the people there are too many. Ryan Cherki is still there. He comes from the bench to play. So
and whenever he comes on, you will see the Bernardo Silva in him. He will just be moving around. The way these guys play, they are so good. I don't know the team that will hold them down.
If you ask me, I don't know who is going to hold them. So,
but the final could be Argentina, France.
Yeah, we've seen them. The other final was Argentina versus France. So it's possible to see them because the pathway that Argentina has, like, it looks easy in terms of when you are going to rate the countries that it looks easy for them. But in football, we have seen many things happening. We saw Paraguay beating Germany the other day, which I can tell you, we did not expect. Nobody in football expected that Paraguay is going to eliminate Germany. But if you are going to say who is going to qualify from the Argentina group to the final, of course, Argentina is the favorite. And France is also the favorite to qualify from their own group. So there's a likelihood, a possibility for us to have France versus, Argentina in the final. But at the end of the day, we are going to see what happens. We are only predicting, but it does not mean that is going to happen. But it can happen. That's just what we are saying. And the other match, of course, that they had to play later or early this morning was between Ecuador and the other team, which Ecuador won 2-0 thanks to Raul Jimenez. This guy, you would think he's aging, he's going, he's not.
He's the second highest Mexican goal scorer.
Yeah, the guy is still performing. Of course, Wolves signed him. In fact, Wolves had to resign him because, of course, he was a player. He has played for Wolves before, then moved to Fulham. Now he's back to Wolves again. And of course, Wolves are in the championship there. We are relegated, but we are going to have to see. Wolves, were they? No.
Yes.
Okay, they were relegated.
Yes.
Okay,
you're right.
So he's going to, of course, feature in the championship. But this guy, I can tell you that he's a baller. This guy plays football.
No, actually, he played a good game yesterday. Now, can we go over to the scores? I mean, the next games that we have.
Yeah, of course. Today we have
some
matches
interesting
today.
matches
That's we are going to see England face Democratic Republic of Congo now. Another match that, in terms of football right now, we are looking at England and
What
Congo.
if England wins? What if
Congo? That was where I was driving to. It's possible. We know, of course, England, they are a better team than Congo, but we might have to see a surprise today. Of course, these are the teams that have already qualified. You are having Brazil at the top. Brazil will play Norway. Then we have France, who are going to play Paraguay right now. Then Canada is going to play Morocco. Now, the winner of England or Democratic Republic of Congo is going to play Ecuador. We have other matches that are there. Then we're also going to see Belgium and Senegal. You know, our African brothers are playing today. England is going to play Congo by 6 o'clock.
There's Senegal.
Then Senegal is going to play Belgium. These fixtures, they are too strong for
Africa.
It's just like they try to eliminate us one by one, because how can you Belgium? I don't know. Like
no,
Senegal, no, of course they had to play France in their group stage, where of course France defeated them 3-1. Now you are coming to play Belgium. You can, in terms of football, Belgium are of course ahead in the ranking. You have Doku, that's where Jeremy Doku.
So my guy.
Yeah, your guy Andre Onana is there. Tillemans is there.
Andre Onana is there.
Yes, and that's where Andre Onana played. The tall Andre Onana.
Oh, I thought it was my favorite.
No, not Andre Onana, not the keeper.
I thought it was my favorite.
not that one that is a player keeper. I can't tell you. Onana is not a keeper. He's a person that just happened to find himself in the keeping position, but he wants to play football. De Bruyne is still there. Lukaku is still there. These people are still body. So this match is going to be a difficult one for Senegal. I must say it's very good. In fact, for the odds for Belgium to win, I don't think it's up to 20%, but that 20% safe is still good. At least there is hope that even if it's a 0.01% chance, there is hope, there is a chance. And I can tell you that I'm hopeful. In fact, if you say England versus Congo, Belgium versus Senegal, which of the African team is likely to qualify, I'm going to tell you, I'm going to pick Senegal any day, anytime, because these people, their football, we cannot underrate them. We have the Ismail Assar there, we have the Sane there, so they have money. So they have great guys that can pull up and, deliver what you never expected. So I'm expecting, or I'm hoping that, Senegal will also be one of the African countries to qualify. And if Democratic Republic of Congo can also do something, unexpected, then we will still have, some of these guys still skating. So these are the two matches that we are going to see today, by 6 o'clock and by 10 o'clock. So I don't know if you are going to have any prediction or what you are seeing. No prediction.
England moves into the next stage, while Senegal moves into the next stage.
So Senegal is going to defeat Belgium.
Yes.
Yeah, of course. I'm going to throw in this same line. Of course, England.
Senegal is going to defeat Belgium. And you know that this playoff that we're having now in the FIFA World Cup is actually the real playoff. Yeah. Like, it's so real and still not real at the same time, because your favorite teams are being knocked out.
Yeah, favorite teams are being knocked out. So if Paraguay, I'm still going to keep using that example. If Paraguay is knocking out Germany, what else cannot happen in football? German machines, one of, in terms of football, top 10 ranking team, and Paraguay is coming to knock them out. So Senegal can, toe that same part and help us to knock out Belgium. And we are going to, have to see them join Morocco that have already qualified.
Yes, that's what it is. And this is where we're going to, call the shortings, call it a wrap on this edition of Aneke TV Sports. Thank you very much for watching. It has always been a pleasure. And catch up with us same time, same station, as we bring you tomorrow what's happening and the predictions, if the predictions actually was predicted right. And then we want to also have your comments. We'd love to have your comments on our social media platforms so that we know what you think about the show, and we also know what you have predicted. And for now, I am Good Hope Chukwuma, the Sports Oracle. All right, I still remain your humble host worldwide, saying thank you very much, for staying with us through this segment of the show. We will still come your way tomorrow, same time, same station, 8 a.m. We are here on Aneke Sports. Have a lovely day. Bye-bye. Bye.
So sad how how the seasons change. Sad how the feelings go away. We were in love, but now it's over. So once in a while I dream.
In every age of human organization, there exists a question older than modern management itself: what makes a system endure? Not merely to grow, not merely to succeed, but to remain strong, coherent, and alive under pressure. The answer, again and again, returns to one principle: teamwork. But not teamwork as slogan, teamwork as structure, teamwork as philosophy, teamwork as the hidden architecture of what we call a virile organization. To describe an organization as virile is to speak beyond growth metrics. It is to speak of resilience, the capacity to absorb shock without collapse, to innovate without disintegration, to expand without losing identity. A virile organization does not merely function, it endures intelligently. And within that endurance lies a paradox. No single mind, however brilliant, can sustain it alone. In Japan, the philosophy of continuous improvement finds expression in Toyota. Here, strength is not concentrated at the top. It is distributed across every worker who is empowered to halt production in the pursuit of quality. A system where even the smallest voice can protect the integrity of the whole. In the United States, Google operates through a different but related logic: cross-functional collaboration, where engineers, designers, and researchers converge not as isolated experts but an interconnected problem solvers. The philosophical implication is profound. Intelligence, when shared, becomes structural power. A virile organization is tested not in comfort but in disruption. At Amazon, small autonomous teams, often described as two pizza teams, operate like cells within a living organism. Each unit carries responsibility, yet none carries the entire burden of collapse. When crises arise, the system bends but does not break. This is not efficiency alone, it is distributed survival. At Apple, innovation is not chaotic eruption, it is disciplined convergence. Hardware, software, and design teams move like instruments in a single symphony. It is in such coordination, creativity is not reduced, it is refined. Across emerging markets, Flutterwave demonstrates a similar principle. Its expansion across complex financial landscapes is sustained not by individual brilliance alone, but by coordinated teams navigating engineering, regulation, and partnerships as a unified system. Here, teamwork becomes something more subtle, the acts of controlled ambition. A virile organization is not held together by structure alone, but by belief. At Microsoft, a cultural shift towards collaboration redefined its internal logic. Competition was replaced with shared problem solving. Silos gave way to systems. And in that transformation, performance returned not as pressure, but as consequence of alignment. Even in smaller ecosystems, newsrooms, startups, and digital collectives in cities like Lagos and Port Harcourt, teamwork determines whether creativity becomes fragmented noise or coordinated impact. Culture, then, is not soft, it is infrastructure made invisible. Complex decisions demand more than intelligence, they demand perspectives. From global consulting systems to public health coordination frameworks, such as Nigeria's epidemic response structures, teamwork reduces error not by eliminating disagreement, but by organizing it. Here, disagreement becomes data and dialogue becomes precision. A virile organization is not defined by how loudly it rises, but how long it remains coherent under pressure. Teamwork in its highest form is not coordination, it is coexistence structured towards purpose. It transforms individuals into systems, systems into resilience, and resilience into continuity. And in that transformation lies a quiet truth. No organization becomes strong alone. It becomes stronger together.
Good morning and welcome to news around the globe on Aneke TV. It is Wednesday, the 1st of July, 2026. I am Onyinyechi Ugu and I'm glad to have you join us. The headlines. Federal government moves to scrape junior and senior secondary school system. Lagos approves dredging of 28 additional drainage channels to tackle flooding. On the foreign scene, United States deploys over 900 troops for earthquake relief operations in Venezuela. On the business news, Nigerian Railway Corporation grants Lagos permanent operating license for Red Line rail services. Now the news in details. The federal government is set to abolish the separation of secondary education into junior and senior levels as part of efforts to improve access and reduce school dropout rates across the country. The Minister of Education, Dr. Olatunji Alausa, announced the proposed reform in Abuja, saying the existing structure has created unnecessary administrative barriers that disrupt students' progression. Dr. Alausa said the Ministry of Education is preparing a position paper for presentation to the National Council on Education, seeking approval to review and replace the current system with a more seamless model of secondary education. He noted that the reform is aimed at ensuring uninterrupted learning for every child. The minister explained that millions of students fail to transition successfully from junior to senior secondary school each year, describing the trend as unacceptable. He said government is committed to removing institutional bottlenecks that limit access to quality education. As part of broader education reforms, Dr. Alausa inaugurated a committee to accelerate the takeoff of the federally funded smart, bilingual, and alternative schools nationwide. He assured that all completed federal schools would be fully equipped, staffed, and operational before the end of the year. The federal government has expressed concern over Nigeria's growing learning crisis, revealing that about 75% of children cannot read or understand a simple passage by the age of 10. The Minister of Education, Dr. Olatunji Alausa, announced the figures during a high-level education roundtable in Abuja, describing the situation as unacceptable. The minister said Nigeria must accelerate the adoption of digital technology to improve learning outcomes and strengthen basic education. He stressed that technology-driven education remains critical to addressing learning poverty across the country. Dr. Alausa urged state governments to maximize the use of federal digital learning platforms, including the Nigeria Learning Passport, noting that only a small percentage of the country's estimated 67 million learners currently benefit from the platform. Meanwhile, the Universal Basic Education Commission says it is constructing solar-powered digital resource centers across the country to expand access to technology-based learning, particularly in rural communities, and improve the quality of basic education. Tension has remained high in Lassa, Askiri Uba local government area of Borno State, where angry residents forced a state government delegation out of the community following terrorist attack on Government Day Secondary School. The delegation, led by the Commissioner for Education, Science and Technology, Mr. Abba Wakibe, had visited the community to sympathize with victims' families. However, grieving youths rejected the visit, accusing government officials of failing to protect students and teachers from repeated attacks. The incident followed an attack by suspected Boko Haram incidents on the school while students were sitting for National Examinations Council's NECO examinations. 2 teachers were reportedly killed, while dozens of students were abducted during the assault. The Borno state government says security agencies are intensifying rescue efforts. However, parents insist that at least 37 students remain unaccounted for, calling for urgent action to secure their safe return. The Inspector General of Police, Mr. Olatunji Disu, has urged 7 police officers to begin preparing for retirement early before emerging, embracing financial planning, education, and skills acquisition while still in active service. Speaking virtually at the Gallant Officers Recognition and Welfare Initiative, the police chief said retirement should be viewed as another phase of productive national service rather than the end of a career. He encouraged officers to channel their experience into business, mentorship, and community development. The Inspector General reaffirmed the commitment of the Nigeria Police Force to improving personnel welfare through ongoing reforms aimed at strengthening healthcare services, psychological support, and overall well-being of officers. He also called on the private sector, civil society organizations, and traditional institutions to partner with the police in creating sustainable opportunities for retired officers, enabling them to live productive and dignified lives after service. The Lagos State Governor, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, has approved the immediate dredging and maintenance of 28 additional primary drainage channels following widespread flooding caused by prolonged rainfall across the state. Commissioner for Environment and Water Resources, Tokumbo Wahab, said the intervention became necessary after heavy downpours overwhelmed drainage infrastructure and submerged several roads and residential communities in parts of Lagos. The flooding disrupted movement across major routes, leaving many commuters stranded and forcing motorists to abandon vehicles in flood-affected areas. Government says emergency response teams have continued monitoring major drainage channels to reduce flood risk. The state government also appealed to residents to stop indiscriminate disposal of refuse into drains, stressing that public cooperation remains essential in protecting communities against flooding during the rainy season. The National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, has received 123 Nigerians who voluntarily returned from Algeria under the federal government's assisted voluntary return program. The returnees arrived at the cargo terminal of the Murtala Mohammed International Airport, Lagos, aboard a Nesma Airlines flight facilitated by the International Organizations for Migration, IOM, in collaboration with the federal government. According to NEMA, the group comprises 121 adults, 1 female child, and 1 male infant. The agency said the exercise forms part of ongoing efforts to ensure the safe, orderly, and dignified return of distressed Nigerians from abroad. On arrival, the returnees underwent biometric registration by the Nigeria Immigration Service before receiving medical care, food, counseling, and other humanitarian assistance from NEMA, the National Commission for Refugees, Migrants, and Internally Displaced Persons, and other partners agencies. The Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC, has warned motorists against driving against traffic on the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway following severe flooding that disrupted traffic along sections of the highway. Ogun State Sector Commander of the FRSC, Olundare Ogunjobi, said heavy rainfall forced some motorists to drive one way, worsening congestion and creating dangerous traffic conditions. He urged road users to remain patient, obey traffic regulations, and reduce speed while driving during the rainy season, warning that reckless driving could lead to avoidable crashes. The FRSC said its personnel, alongside other traffic management agencies, remain on the highway to ease congestion and ensure the safe movement of commuters. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, says 9 registered political parties have collected access codes required to upload particulars of their candidates for the 2027 presidential and National Assembly elections. INEC National Commissioner and Chairman of the Information and Voter Education Committee, Mr. Sam Olumekun, said political parties are responsible for collecting the access codes, while authorities' representatives must represent letters of approval from their party leadership before receiving them. The Commission advised political parties to comply strictly with the guidelines for candidates' nomination and avoid waiting until the deadline before submitting nomination forms through the designated online portal. INEC fixed June 27 to July 11th for the submission of nomination forms for presidential and National Assembly candidates, urging all participating political parties to complete the process within the stipulated time frame. And you're watching news around the globe coming to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, stay connected with us on our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now here is a recap of some of the major stories making the headlines. Federal government moves to abolish junior and senior secondary school structure. Lagos approves dredging of 28 additional drainage channels to curb flooding. Coming up shortly on the foreign scene, United States deploys over 900 military personnel for earthquake relief mission in Venezuela. On the business news, Nigerian Railway Corporation grants Lagos permanent operating license for Red Line rail services. We'll go on a short break.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnapping ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. Health authorities in the Democratic Republic of Congo have intensified emergency response measures following concerns that the ongoing Ebola outbreak has spread to 2 previously unaffected provinces. The outbreak declared in May has so far affected more than 1,300 people and claimed at least 377 lives across eastern parts of the country. Officials say surveillance has now been expanded to Shopo and Haut-Uele provinces after fresh incidents raised fears of wider community transmission. Public health teams have increased contact tracing, case monitoring, and laboratory testing to prevent further spread of the virus. In Shopo province, health workers launched an emergency investigation after the body of a pregnant woman who later tested positive for Ebola was transported over a distance of more than 300 kilometers to the city of Kinshasa before proper health protocols were observed. Authorities also confirmed that 2 individuals previously placed in isolation left a quarantine facility and traveled into Haut-Uele province, which borders South Sudan and the Central African Republic. Both health officials are tracing everyone they may have contact as efforts to continue tracing the outbreak. The United States has deployed more than 900 military personnel to support humanitarian operations in Venezuela following last week's devastating earthquakes. Commander of the U.S. Southern Command, General Francis Donovan, says an additional 800 personnel have been positioned in Puerto Rico and Curacao to coordinate regional relief efforts. The deployed forces are assisting the search and rescue operations, restoring damaged airport facilities, and managing the movement of humanitarian supplies into affected communities. Specialized marine units are also supporting logistics to ensure emergency assistance reaches survivors without delay. The operation marks a significant shift in relations between Washington and Caracas after months of diplomatic tensions. U.S. military teams are now working directly with Venezuelan authorities using surveillance drones and aerial mapping technology to identify damaged infrastructure and improve access for rescue teams. General Donovan says the deployment is strictly humanitarian and temporary, stressing that U.S. forces will withdraw once emergency operations are completed. Rescue workers in Venezuela have pulled a 3-year-old boy alive from the rubble 6 days after last week's powerful earthquakes devastated parts of the country. The child, identified as Kilber Moran, was rescued in La Guira state by a Jordanian search and rescue team. Venezuelan authorities describe the rescue as a symbol of hope amid the country's worst natural disaster in decades. The child received emergency medical treatment at the scene before being transferred to a hospital in Caracas, while officials say he remains in stable condition. The latest official figures show the earthquakes have reclaimed more than 1,900 lives, injured over 10,000 people, and left thousands still unaccounted for. Preliminary satellite assessments also indicate that tens of thousands of buildings may have been destroyed or damaged. The United Nations says large numbers of survivors urgently require food, shelter, and medical assistance as international rescue teams continue search operations. La Guira remains among the worst-hit areas, with local volunteers working alongside emergency responders to locate more survivors. The Anambra State Executive Council has approved a 200 billion naira capital base for Anambra Development and Investment Corporation as part of efforts to accelerate economic growth through public-private partnerships. Commissioner for Information, Dr. Law Mefor, says the state government will provide 30% of the funding while transferring selected public assets to strengthen the corporation's capacity to attract local and foreign investment. The initiative is expected to mobilize long-term financing for strategic development projects across the state. The council also approved a statewide environmental sanitation exercise scheduled for Saturday, July 4th, with restriction of movement from 6 o'clock to 10 o'clock in the morning. Emergency service providers, rescue agencies, and accredited journalists will be exempted from the exercise, which focuses on distilling drainage channels and evacuating waste. Also approved were the second phase of the Code Anambra Digital Skills Program under the Solution Innovation District and more than 315 million naira for the restoration of electricity to parts of Uli and the surrounding university communities. The Nigerian Railway Corporation, NRC, has issued a permanent operating license to Lagos State Government for the Lagos Rail Mass Transit Red Line, marking a major milestone in Nigeria's railway sector. The license was presented to Lagos Metropolitan Area Transport Authority, LAMATA, after the successful completion of operations under a temporary track-sharing arrangement. Managing Director of the Nigerian Railway Corporation, Dr. Kayode Okwefa, described the development as a significant step in implementing a provisions of the Railway Act, which encourages greater private and subnational participation in rail transportation. He said the approval ends the corporation's over one-century monopoly in rail operations and opens the sector to wider investment. The Red Line, inaugurated by President Bola Tinubu in 2024, operates on a shared corridor with the federal narrow gauge railway linking Awado to Oyingbo. The permanent license now enables Lagos State to run full commercial passenger services under an established regulatory framework. Dr. Okwefor commended the Lagos State government for its commitment to developing modern rail infrastructure and urged other state governments to emulate the initiative. The Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria, IPMAN, has warned that its members may suspend the sale of premium motor spirit, also known as petrol, if the federal government attempts to impose price controls under the current deregulated market system. National Publicity Secretary of IPMAN, Mr. Chinedu Ukadike, said petrol prices should continue to be determined by market forces in line with the Petroleum Industry Act. He maintained that marketers simply sell products at prevailing market costs and should not be blamed for fluctuations in pump prices. The warning follows comments by the Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Senator Heniken Lokpobiri, who directed regulators to prevent profiteering and protect consumers from exploitative practices. The minister stressed that although petrol prices has been deregulated, regulatory agencies still have a responsibility to ensure fairness and transparency in the downstream sector. IPMAN, however, denied allegations of profiteering, noting that many marketers have recorded losses following repeated price adjustments by the Dangote refinery. The association called on the federal government to strengthen competition by improving domestic refining capacity rather than introducing price controls that could disrupt fuel supply. The World Health Organization, WHO, and the United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, have commended the Enugu State government for its sustained investment in primary health care, describing ongoing reforms under Governor Petermbah as a model for improving healthcare delivery at the grassroots. The commendation came during the 2026 biannual meeting and supportive supervisory visit to the Type 2 Primary Healthcare Center in Ihe Ward, Nsukka local government area. Speaking at the event, WHO Southeast Zonal Coordinator Dr. Chukwumwanya Iwoneku said Governor Mbah's regular supervision of health facilities have strengthened accountability, improved service delivery, and enhanced public confidence in the healthcare system. Executive Secretary of the Enugu State Primary Healthcare Development Agency, Dr. Ifeyinwa Ani Oshiku, announced that annual patient visits to primary healthcare centers have increased from 800,000 to 1.4 million, while Penta 3 immunization coverage has risen from 78.5% to 88.9%, surpassing the national target. She attributed the improvements to the construction of 260 new primary healthcare centers, recruitment of additional health workers, digitalization of services, and expansion of medical facilities across the state. Governor Petermbah reaffirmed his administration's commitment to achieving universal access to quality health care. He said the government would continue investing in modern medical infrastructure, including advanced diagnostic equipment at the State University of Medical and Applied Sciences Teaching Hospital, while urging traditional rulers and community leaders to promote immunization, maternal health care, and universal health insurance at the grassroots. Co-host Mexico have secured a place in the round of 16 of the FIFA World Cup after defeating Ecuador 2-0 at the Azteca Stadium. The victory ends the country's fourth-year wait for a knockout stage win at the World Cup and extends its unbeaten home record in the tournament. Forward Julian Quinones opened the scoring before providing the assistant for Raul Jimenez, who doubled the advantage with a superb finish. The match resumed after a 1-hour weather delay, with Mexico dominating possession and creating a better scoring opportunities throughout the encounter. 17-year-old Gilberto Mora also made his history by becoming one of the youngest players ever to start a FIFA World Cup knockout match. Mexico's defense maintained another clean sheet, while Ricardo's hope faded further after Piero Hincapié was sent off late in the game. Mexico will now face either England or the Democratic Republic of Congo in the round of 16 as they continue their quest for a first World Cup quarter-final appearance in the modern era. Veteran Nollywood actress Rita Edochie has expressed concern over the lingering family dispute surrounding the estate of late comic actor John Okafor, popularly known as Mr. Ibu. In a social media post, she described the situation as a lesson on the challenges that can arise from complex family arrangements. Rita Edochie said the disagreement among members of the late actor's family underscores the importance of proper family planning and peaceful succession. She urged families to prioritize unity and avoid situations that could lead to prolonged disputes after death of a loved one. Her comments come amid an ongoing disagreement involving Mr. Ibu's widow, Stella Maris Okafor, and some of the late actor's children over allegations relating to family properties and financial matters. The claims and counterclaims have continued to attract public attention, while members of the family have made differing allegations regarding property transactions and funds raised during the actor's illness. No court has reached a determination on the issue. The dispute remains unresolved as the family continues efforts to address the matter. And now to end the news, the main point again. The federal government is moving to abolish the junior and senior secondary school structure as part of efforts on ongoing reforms aimed at providing uninterrupted secondary education across the country. The Minister of Education, Dr. Olatunji Alausa, says the proposal will be presented to the National Council on Education, while the government also plans to expand digital learning and strengthen access to quality education nationwide. Lagos State Governor Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu has approved the immediate dredging and maintenance of 28 additional primary drainage channels following weeks of heavy rainfall that caused widespread flooding across parts of the state. The intervention is expected to improve stormwater drainage and reduce the impact of future flooding. On the foreign scene, the United States has deployed more than 900 military personnel to support humanitarian operations in earthquake-hit Venezuela. Commander of the United States Southern Commander General Francis Donovan says the deployment is focused on search and rescue operations, restoration of critical infrastructure, and the delivery of emergency relief materials in collaboration with Venezuelan authorities. And on the business scene, the Nigerian Railway Corporation has granted the Lagos State government a permanent operating license for the Lagos Rail Mass Transit Red Line. Managing Director of the Nigerian Railway Corporation, Dr. Kayode Okwefa, says the deployment or development marks a major milestone in Nigeria's railway sector and is expected to encourage greater investment in rail transportation across the country. And that concludes news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Thank you for watching. I am Onyechi Ugu. Good morning.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
From the ancient seat of the Caliphate in a modern Nigerian state, balancing tradition and development, Sokoto tells a story of history, faith, commerce, and resilience. Located in Nigeria's northwestern frontier, Sokoto State is a gateway between Nigeria and the Sahel region. Sokoto is the spiritual heart of the historic Sokoto Caliphate. Founded in the early 19th century, the Sultan of Sokoto remains one of the most influential traditional leaders in West Africa. Trade remains the lifeblood of Sokoto's economy, with vibrant markets connecting rural farmers and regional traders. Beyond tradition, Sokoto is investing in education and infrastructure to shape its future. The people of Sokoto preserve a deep cultural identity rooted in Hausa Fulani tradition. Like many regions, Sokoto faces development challenges, but reforms and investments continue to reshape its future. From its rich Islamic heritage to its evolving modern identity, Sokoto remains a powerful symbol of history meeting progress in northern Nigeria. Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV. Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, It is inheritance, echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
It's a beautiful Wednesday morning, the first day in July 2026. And I welcome you to Sunrise here on Aneke TV, the breakfast show here on the station, where we bring to you conversations, emotions, and of course, analysis of discussions around the country. I am Princess Ken Ochoma.
And I'm Uche Osai, saying good morning. And good morning also to you, our global audience, wherever you are, in your office, in transit, or even at home making breakfast. Thank you for joining us on this very edition, where we'll bring to you a bit of issues, news headlines, topical conversation around issues affecting and impacting our nation. As always, we'll also be here to refresh, inform, and motivate.
All right. Now, starting off with the quote for the day. Our quote this morning is from Professor P.L.O. Lumumba. Professor P.L.O. Lumumba, he says, "We vote for people not because of the content of their character or the clarity of their vision, but because of the depth of their pockets and the ethnicity of their names. Then we spend the next 4 years praying for a miracle. We vote people not because of their character or the clarity of their vision. We vote them because we desire to gain something for them. We don't seek out to know, oh, what does this person have to offer? What's the trajectory of his achievement over time? What is the president that his presence or his reputation carry? What do people say about him? What do people around him think of his personality, of his character? Rather, we vote people because of the benefit we get from it. And by all the indications, this is a wrong stance. This is a wrong motive. We should not elect people or give our support to people because of what we intend to gain from them. These could come in on a secondary or even tertiary levels, but primarily a man should be, appointed based off of his integrity, of his character quality, and of course the clarity of his vision for the people.
All right. I think Professor Lumumba in this very quote was quite apt, and I do not think that he needs further interpretation in most of his undertaking. He equally, all the time, challenges, the common man about being in servitude because we love our chains and the bondage we are in, urging us to toe the right path. What he said here is quite pertinent of our nation and all of us. A number of times, what we care is how much is on the table, how much the vote is worth, how much are they buying the vote at each polling unit, who is on the ballot based on the color of their skin, based on their ethnicity, rather than the eviction or what the person has to offer the nation. Therefore, in line with the ways of Professor Lumumba, we are encouraged not to vote according to ethnic lines, religious lines, or because we love the color of such a contestant. No, we should rather not behave like a people in order of Professor Lumumba's undertaking, where he would always allude to the fact that Africa is like a house that is on fire. But rather than grab the bucket of water to put out the fire, we keep asking, who fetched the water? From which tribe? This has been our, approach to the change that Nigeria needs. Instead of getting the right people into the right positions to do the job, we keep asking, where is he from? Before wanting the right thing to be done. No, we should first put out the fire. And if Nigeria is a house, it is a house on fire. Therefore, let us do the needful by getting our PVC, going to register. And when we have that PVC on the day of election, rather than playing Ludo or drafts, and then watching Nollywood movies, and then playing football on the street, let us go out, ensure that our vote counts after we voted. And having interacted with some politicians, we are told that vote rigging is possible when citizens do not vote. Therefore, if there are 100 persons registered in a polling unit and only 20 turn up to vote, you've given the politicians the opportunity to rig that vote by being able to aggregate up to additional, 70, 60 votes to augment. That's how elections are rigged. But when we come out in mass, participate and sit tight, wait for our votes to be counted, and follow through the process, you will see at the end of the day, the votes would count and we'll have the right people at the helm of affairs. So let's listen to the words of Professor P.L.O. Lumumba, where he has told us that the right thing to do is not to look at people because of the content of what they have in their pockets, but the content of their character, the clarity of their vision, and not the deepness of their pockets or their ethnicity, and get the right people to do the job for us.
And also to avoid having, to pray for a miracle. One of the things that have plagued our system is we, overtly or covertly elect some certain persons into office, and when it doesn't go as we have planned, or when they don't live up to a certain expectations that we've hoped, we begin to pray for a miracle. So overlooking ethnicity, overlooking the depth of the pocket, look more at character of the said person, look more at the precedents, and look more at the clarity of the vision of such person. Professor P.L.O. Lumumba this morning is reminding us that it is important to vote for people because of the content of their character and the clarity of their vision, and not because of the depth of their pockets and the ethnicity of their names. That's our quote for today. We'll take a short break, and when we get back, we'll be reading out a weather update for the morning. Stay with us.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come live every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. We host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnapping, ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
You're still watching Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Next, we'll take a look at the weather report across major cities in the southeast today.
Good morning, Anambra State. The day in Anambra starts warm and humid with morning temperatures between 24 and 26 degrees Celsius. By afternoon, temperatures may climb to 31 to 33, making it feel hot and sticky, particularly around Onitsha. We are hoping, a cloud buildup with scattered thunderstorms and evening rainfall, while temperatures will settle around 24 to 25 after sunset.
Good morning, Enugu, and welcome to the core city. The day in Enugu is most likely begins cool, calm, and cloudy, with temperatures ranging from 23 to 24 degrees Celsius. Afternoon temperature may likely peak at 30 degrees Celsius, with occasional showers keeping conditions pleasant. Rain and thunderstorms are expected later in the day, with evening temperatures easing back to 23 degrees Celsius.
The city of Ebonyi begins warm and bright, with morning temperatures ranging from 24 to 26 degrees Celsius. Now, afternoon temperatures may likely climb to 32 to 33 degrees Celsius, making it the hottest state in the southeast today. Heavy cloud cover, gusty winds, and thunderstorms are likely expected later in the day, with evening temperatures settling around 24 to 25 degrees Celsius.
Good morning, Imo State, and welcome to the driving city of Owerri. The day in Imo State starts mild and overcast, with morning temperatures of 23 to 25 degrees Celsius. Afternoon temperatures may likely rise to 30 to 31 degrees Celsius, accompanied by humid conditions. Scattered thunderstorms and moderate rainfalls are expected from late afternoon into the evening, with temperatures dropping to 23 to 24 degrees Celsius.
Good morning, Abia State. The day in Abia opens warm with cloudy intervals, with temperatures between 23 and 25 degrees Celsius. Now, afternoon temperatures may reach 30 to 31 degrees Celsius, while humidity remains high, especially around Aba. Thunderstorms and showers are likely before evening, with temperatures easing to 23 and 24 degrees Celsius.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay safe, dress light, and do keep an umbrella handy. But remember that either rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report here on Sunrise. We'll take a short break and we'll return with more updates. Stay with us, please.
You're welcome back. This is still Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Now I'll be delving right into a newspaper headlines and analysis. And the newspapers we shall be reviewing this morning are the Vanguard, Punch, Frontline Africa, The Sun, and the Daily Trust.
And joining us as always is Aneke TV's in-house analyst with deeper insight, gift of eloquence, and background analysis on these news issues. Mr. Res Aro. Mr. Res, a pleasure to have you.
Thank you for having me, and good morning to you all.
Good morning. You look so nice this morning, as if you're preparing to take your second wife.
Who is going to take a second wife in the situation in Nigeria?
What situation in Nigeria? People are getting married every day.
People are getting married, those who do not have, but not for people who are married to take second, third, and so on.
Depends on where you are in Nigeria.
Also, the legislation here says bigamy can be jailable, so you go to jail.
Polygamy?
Bigamy, yes. You don't do it in the southern Nigeria. That's the law. In the northern Nigeria, you have right to marry four.
But polygamy is still allowed in all across Nigeria.
No, it is not. When you say, I call it bigamy in law.
No, but we are speaking of polygamy.
No, I'm talking about bigamy.
Okay.
Taking another wife means I already got married and wedded with my wife. I go to take another one and wed, or possibly, of course, you go to,
Mr. Rest,
go to jail.
That is quite contestable, but let's not start from a contentious note this morning, because I know the traditional institution and traditional law still permits that. And across Nigeria, the law is allowed, people to be able to get a second wife. And, let me not say I encourage you to get.
We have the penal code in the northern Nigeria. Then we have the criminal code in southern Nigeria.
Mr. Rest,
that's the law.
Mr. Rest, let's not start from a contentious note, because I do not know of the laws that has criminalized having a second wife or a third wife in Nigeria. We know a pastor in Anambra State was arrested for having up to 50, in that very instance. However, Mr. Rest, you look so nice, and then I know that a lot of women wouldn't say no if you make overtures.
I'm not going to make, I don't have the wherewithal to make such overtures.
It's a pleasure to have you on Sunrise, Mr. Rest.
Thank you.
All right. Now, starting off from the Vanguard newspaper, it reads, Lagos underwater, floods sack homes, paralyze commuters and commerce. Flood sack homes, paralyze commuters and commerce. This is coming from a recent flooding incident that has occurred in Lagos State in the course yesterday. All right. Many areas of Lagos are seen to be flooded during this rainy season. Severe flooding has inundated parts of Lagos State, forcing residents from their homes, crippling traffic, and disrupting commercial activities across the state. Now, the heavy rains have left major roads impassable, damaged property, and raised concerns over public health and infrastructure. Emergency agencies are responding to affected areas as authorities are urging residents to remain cautious and avoid flood-prone areas. Now, so many places have been mentioned to be flooded in the course of this rain, such that activities or businesses are restricted. However, we hear that in the course of this rain, some transporters have used the opportunity to increase wages and, skyrocketed the fares to offices and all of that. But the good news is, so far, no death has been recorded, although they've, beckoned to the governor and the state government to, make sure that at least over the past weeks, we've seen efforts from the governor to, make people clear out their gutter paths, make their water passages free. And these places, some of the places that are heavily flooded as we record is Lagos, the Lagos-Oshodi Expressway, Abeokuta Expressway, Oshodi Bus Stop, Lekki Epe, Victoria Island, Agege, Ikeja. Now, these are major places where people reside in Lagos, and it is seen to be flooded more than it usually would.
You see, it takes us back to issue of environmental degradation. When we have not taken care of our environment, where we have not developed policies that will take care of our environment, we are bound to face situations like this. And one speaks to non-proactiveness of government in that respect, in that circumstance. You see, if you get to Lagos, you know that some of these places are swampy areas. And apart from being swampy areas, places are now sand-filled. You go to places which are waterways through which water passes, and it's very close to the ocean. Sometimes there could be also ocean surge. And this water, and then we have rain, persistent rain, and everywhere will be flooded. Instead of flushing out of this water, it now begins to flood the entire environment, where waterways, sewage, the gutters or, systems that carry water and flush to the ocean and all that are now blocked in various ways. People go to build on, ponds. These are the places where this excess water flows into. Then go to sandfill it and then build on it. So these are problems. What do you expect? Now, it is upon government to begin to develop policies to take care of their environment effectively. If such things are not done, there will be persistent flood. And flooding sometimes has some background. Sometimes it's man-made. Sometimes it is a natural disaster. So if it becomes man-made, it means that the waterways, people have built on waterways, and that has not given the chance of water flushing out from the land, so that there won't be flooding along the streets and building resident areas. Some of the houses are even submerged with, because of the flood. We cannot say that we have such natural disaster as tsunami coming from the ocean. No, we don't. We don't have so much flooding coming from the ocean. It's that the water that we have around us do not have ways to flush out and move into the ocean or move into the waterways around. It's because a lot of developments has resulted in some of the areas in Lagos and other places, sandfield for residency. And people are now residing there. When the water comes, it stays with them and that causes flood. You see, when we say things like this, government should take absolute responsibility because they have not done the needful. They have not done what they ought to do. While you are planning, you'll be planning the other technical aspects, the environmental assessment, be able to do such assessment and know the level of rainfall or water accumulation. Some people do it within 20 years, some people do it 50 years and all that. So when you do such things, you'll be able to know exactly whether there will be flooding in the next 50 years, in the next 20 years, in the next 1 year. And then you give the warnings. And of course, we employ a lot of technology now. You have technologies, satellite technologies that can tell you about weather. I think this morning, you people told us exactly how the weather will be in the southeast, at least. Whether it will rain, or whether it will shine and all that. So also you have other technological equipment that can forecast this flooding issue. And then why has it not been done? That's why I said the government was not proactive enough. Otherwise, Lagosians would not have suffered what they are presently suffering. I know days when it used to be in Abia State, particularly Aba. And of course, the former governor and the present governor has been able to nip that in the bud through a channel and tunnel the dog seriously very multi-billion naira investment that makes Aba water everything to be flushed out and people go about their businesses after the rain. So that is the situation, and such situation will cost the Lagos State government very close to over $1 trillion. Over $1 trillion to get Lagos fully, flood resistant in terms of, except there's an exceptional case. So government should begin to plan about our environment. And the environmental planning has to be not just Lagos, Kogi State, and the likes of other places like that where we have had cases of flooding. Sometimes we expect the flooding when they release water at a dam in Cameroon. When they release it, that comes into Nigeria through the river Benue to flood every other place along the Benue-Niger, river. These places are flooded as a result of releasing the excess water at the dam in Cameroon. It happens. And you see, most often, it comes with warnings. It comes with warnings, given what I call technology. People are warned to stay, away from flooding areas and go to the upper land to stay until these floodings recede. So what is there is for us to take absolute care and do the needful things that government should do to ensure that there's protection of property in a situation like that.
Another reason, when I hear of this flooding thing, I often wonder how people would feel in that moment, because the reason why we see houses being built any and everywhere is because there are no houses for people to live in. And the thing is, there's an option of sand filling a place. There's a possibility that if I sand fill this place, I can build a house. And this is Lagos that has become way, way overcrowded. People rush to Lagos. Lagos is the busiest business hub in Nigeria. So people run to Lagos. People want to live there. People want to live in the luxurious of houses, live in the most, cozy environment. And that is, quite commendable. It also places more work on the government to ensure that these places are livable. Now, when it comes to this rain, I remember early the year, the meteorological, science gave the predictions for the year and encouraged states and regions. They mentioned places that are prone to flooding. And this is not the first time. If flooding affects every other part of the country at a 20 or 25%, it will hit Lagos at a 50%. So what I'm asking is, why is it that every year it becomes worse than the last year? Is it that the government in power does not take cognizance of these factors, does not take cognizance of these areas? Okay, this place was flooded last year. The person's living here. How do we restructure your living? How do we rebuild your houses to ensure that this flood, how do we clear it? The clearing, asking people to clear out their gutterways should not be when the rain has started, because you understand that once the rain comes, with the pressure of the rain and the weight that the rain carries, it will block out those places. So people should be encouraged to clean out these things and ensure that, if you're building house, build it, let your foundation be way above a certain level. You know that this place, the way the water comes, it will push your house. There are structures to these things. They are planned. It seems like most of the houses built do not have an actual planning. And probably, I don't know, if they put the issue of flooding or the possibility of a flooding case into perspective when constructing these houses. Because I think if you consider, oh, this place is, I sand fill this place, and there's a possibility that if the water comes, it could wash down this house. What are the measures I ought to put in place so that even when the water comes, these houses, because if you watch the videos, this water comes in from windows, and the whole house, the whole bed, everything is flooded. And these are lives of people. Documents of people are in this water. Their whole existence are submerged, and nothing. Yes, we understand that no life has been lost, but if the source of one's living is lost, I mean, what becomes of such a person? So I indulge the government of Lagos State to look at these things, not whilst it is raining, but way before this rain comes, so it helps them and gives them ample opportunity to find solutions, maybe not lasting solutions, but sustainable solutions to these flooding cases.
All right. Mr. S, you still have comments on this very issue?
Yeah, I actually appreciate her contributions. You see, we are talking about the environmental impact assessment that should be done when there is construction in any site. See, and you have a body charged with that responsibility to do an environmental impact assessment. And that is one primary thing that most often the persons vested with such responsibility do not do well. Sometimes they even take money to approve a place even after the environmental impact assessment does not favor such approval. They still approve it. That's why you can't feel anywhere people write the environmental impact assessment without, a recourse to the fact that it is going to be bad or bring about some maladies within that environment. And then the drainages, evacuation of drainages and trashes, people have not actually imbibed that key thing in getting solid waste trashed out comfortably outside there. Some people still pour solid waste into the waterways, the drainages, and all of that. And this goes to stuff the place and stop water from actually running through. So these things are some of the things that have caused flooding in so many places, not just Lagos. But at the same time, one continues to ask for government to do what they ought to do, because there are designs for such things to be done and taken care of.
All right, well submitted. However, it's quite unfortunate that people had to undergo this very harrowing experience. And yes, one that occurs annually, whenever the rainy season comes around and there's this torrent rainfall, people undergo these floodings. However, speaking to the issue of Lagos, Mr. Resi, you rightfully submitted, there are issues that consistently make this possible, a possible reoccurrence. And one of such issues, whether right or wrong, anybody may want to disagree, the buck stops on the table of the government. While I do not blame the present government entirely, speaking to the leadership, Lagos under Sanwo-Olu, for me, I will call it a consistent governmental neglect, of over the years. We've seen where government meant to do well and mean business, they do the needful. And you did speak about environmental impact assessment. Yes, is an ongoing concern in Nigeria, that with money you can build anywhere you want. In fact, if you are well-to-do, you would want to build at the national park or national square, and nobody is able to stop you doing that. And it speaks to always what we cry about, having weak institution and strong men. Having stated that, when you move into Lagos, you see that during the era of Fashola, as the governor of Lagos State, started with the present president of Nigeria as the governor of Lagos State. Okay, while we continue to have this conversation, I would pause a little bit to call on the clip on the Lagos flooding, so I will have the right perspective on this conversation.
Ogun State. I think don't drink water. You don't drink water, Belusi. Jesus Christ. You can suffer. Jesus. Jesus Christ. Another person still there. It's not. I want to get any never happen to him. Marina, we didn't have a council. Another person. People places that are doing.
Yes, that is like that. That's too much. Very, very much.
One can see the pain of the people, both those who are submerged in their homes, and even bus drivers are not spared on the road. However, having seen this situation, the point I was making is the fact that given that we have weakened institution, people tend to get away with anything when it comes to environmental impact assessment before one could erect any structure in Nigeria. But people get away with that always, But looking at the, pathetic situation in Lagos, and I'm speaking to the fact that this is, a neglect, built over the years across various governments. Why I speak in this very time is that when we've seen that if government has the will to do anything, they go out and about it and they achieve what they desire. And I was speaking to the present president of Nigeria while he was the head of the Lagos State as a governor, towards the tail end of his administration leading into Fashola's government. They decided to tame the beach, give him that acronym as the man who built Lagos and was able to tame the ocean. You saw the culvert they erected, stopping the waves from falling into the streets and disturbing, the Lagos in this very instance. And you will see that that was quite helpful, that even during the dry season, we wouldn't see that sort of fallout or inflow on the streets. That was, tamed. And that speaks to the fact that government, when they mean business, they are able to achieve whatever they desire. And in this very instance, we've seen the situation of people. And I can tell you one thing. When it comes to urban planning, since the Nigerian nation left Lagos as the capital of Nigeria, the urban development plan seems to have changed and become one that only catered to the elites in Lagos. And that's a very, monumental mistake of Lagos. We are speaking to a city that wants to turn to a mega city, and then not taking into account the situation of its, what I would describe as the, not the elite, or the ones who are not economically as buoyant or viable as those in the VGC areas that is even more prone to the rain and flooding as we may have it. So when you have situations like this, people will build across the channels because they may not be able to afford rent in the mega areas in Lagos. And in this regard, government should be able to, before it is the rainy season, like Choma rightly observed, be able to do the needful in terms of clearing. Yes, consistently people will continue to build along the drainages, and then, you know, talk about waste disposal and all that. These are areas that government should cater for. And leading me to a number of times, why, you know, you see that these things have been left in the hands of private practitioners to go about and then, you know, move waste, and when people have to pay for it. Why can't government be able to subsidize some of these things to ensure that the waterways are clear and that the drainages are free and there is a proper waste management? Government can actually, you know, subsidize these regards so that even people who may not afford to engage the private operators can be able to take advantage as well. This is not saying that the government is not doing something, but from where I see it, I feel that enough is not being done to curtail this very situation. We understand that Lagos, you know, is surrounded by water bodies and all that, but that, you know, is achievable given what has been achieved already around the Bar Beach areas and all that. If we mean business, we can do something about this, and it speaks to, you know, the first for us to have a holistic plan in our developmental agendas. And, you know, speaking to this, I am wondering what the situation will be with the new mega city, the Millennium City that is, you know, coming up in Lagos, where the likes of the U.S. Embassy is already having their own property, their land there. First Bank and major, you know, multinationals are acquiring property in that area. So, just so close to the ocean as well. And I'm wondering what will become of such city if we do not plan accordingly and make arrangements, you know, for situations like this. You saw in that video, you could see the fate of those children that are being rescued from this situation. We have seen those that have been rescued. What about those that may not, you know, God forbid, not survive this very situation? These are the issues. Therefore, we call on the government, not just the government of Lagos, but across, you know, the states in Nigeria, that will begin to plan ahead of time. Yes, yearly, the rainy season will be upon us and there will be flooding. The earlier we'll start making arrangements, you know, clearing the drainages, making, you know, consistent plan to see that when it comes, we will not be taken by surprise and then be on top of the situation. And above all, like Mr. Reyes has aptly pointed out, when it comes to environmental impact assessment, let's take away the sentiments and see that the right thing are done for the sake of Nigerians.
All right, moving on to the next story from the Punch newspaper. This is on xenophobia. Nigerian embassy packed. 269 return as South Africa protests rise. Now, the federal government has assured Nigerians still residing in South Africa of their safety, even as fresh concerns over the xenophobic tensions and renewed anti-immigrant protests continue to trigger calls for stronger diplomatic action. Now, this comes after Nigerians reportedly stormed the country's embassy in Pretoria as xenophobic tensions escalated. This also reports that a certain Nigerian businessman was shot dead in front of his shop on Sunday, although the police is yet to identify or announce the cause of his death. However, a batch of Nigerians have been repatriated, 269 from South Africa, and they arrived yesterday at 10:48 a.m. Now, this is regarding South Africa had issued a deadline June 30th for all immigrants to vacate their country. Although the president of South Africa has come out to say that every, foreign national living in the country is documented. However, these protests have ensued because they've reported some unofficial or undocumented immigrants to the government, and they've been repatriated. Some have been deported back to their countries. So this is the case of Nigerians in South Africa, where they are facing fresh rise in the xenophobic attack against them and other African countries, African citizens.
Mr. S, we are speaking to our African brothers. There was a time when African nationalism was involved, where Nigeria contributed, fought for South Africa to be free. And the irony of it is that same black brothers are asking their brothers to leave, looting their shops, killing in this very instance. And ironically, we are seeing the whites trying to stop blacks from causing this chaos, this anarchy, the mayhem, the looting that has eroded xenophobia in South Africa?
Yes, this is a very pathetic story, especially as it comes to the South African blacks wanting African blacks that are resident in their country to leave. They even want everybody to leave, no matter what you contribute, no matter how legitimate your stay in South Africa is. They want everybody to leave. And they gave 30th, that was yesterday,
yes,
as a deadline. Meanwhile, the Nigerian government has been engaging the South African government on that issue, and they have been able to try come back with Nigerians' first batch. A private individual actually did the second batch of 66 persons, and then the last batch of 269 was 271 anyway.
It was the first.
271
was
the
the
first.
first,
Yes, 271 first, 269 second by Nigeria, and then 66 by a private individual. So, but what in our own circumstance, in the Nigerian picture, what was actually the problem with those who are not properly documented, who are resident or who are said to be non-legitimate immigrants? How? What caused it? They came into South Africa as legitimate immigrants. They came into South Africa. But sometimes when you are staying, you have the offices, that is the home offices, where you can extend your stay, where you do some documentations. Then many Nigerians in South Africa, and of course many across the other African nations that are in South Africa, they no longer attend to their documents. Sometimes before you get, for instance, Nigerians whose passports have expired have problem doing a fresh passport. Some of them will travel for as far as from wherever, KwaZulu, wherever it is in South Africa, the provinces in South Africa, to Pretoria to do documentations. And sometimes you still go back not achieving that. And you spend as much as, or well over, 3,000 to 6,000 rands. And you still have not gotten through it. At that time, you have become an illegitimate resident in South Africa because you don't have any legitimate papers to present to the immigration officials. So, which means that you're not supposed to be there. So, and that's been the problem. The Nigerian Immigration Office and the Nigerian Embassy or Nigerian High Commission in South Africa did not even help matters for the Nigerians. So you find out that it was a very serious problem. The issue of legitimacy and illegitimacy of stay in South Africa is a problem not just for the Nigerians in South Africa, but that of the government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, because they were not helping matters. Allow these people to do their passport, you know, to do their passports once more. That is, make the papers viable so that they could go to the Home Office and maybe stamp their stay. But nobody will stamp a stay on an expired passport. In fact, you are an illegitimate alien. You are just there. You are not supposed to be there. And that is the majority of the problem of those people that Nigerians are now evacuating. And they have done documentations on those. There are still many others. They have done about documentation for about 1,000 Nigerian citizens. But there are many others that have not done their documentation. But because they are in a fix, they are stranded, Many of them have gone to Pretoria, to the High Commission, and it is winter now in South Africa. And they're staying outside in the field. In fact, just a few persons, things to accommodate a few others. Then the other people at their various locations are being asked to go inside the house and lock them up. How do they survive? How do they eat? How do they fend for themselves? They do not even go to church, go to markets, don't buy anything. There's so many others are stranded. The churches are housing a few.
All right. As you're asking the question, how do they survive? Let's take a moment and watch the clip from South Africa.
Xenophobia violence seems to be spreading among foreign nationals here. Violence began last week. Locals who are behind the rioting have said foreign nationals are taking their jobs and opportunities.
South Africa's government has spoken out against targeting foreigners and insists it's cracking down on criminal elements. But the mood on the streets of Nigeria is that the government here should respond harshly to what's happening in South Africa. Several Nigerians have lost lives or their investments in South Africa before. Sounds familiar? Lost jobs, crime, and illegal migration, echoing what Nigerian deportees from South Africa are accused of. Ahmed Idris, Al Jazeera, Abuja.
You were asking, how would they survive? That question should be in two folds. How would they survive? Those that's been evacuated, abandoning businesses, leaving their source of livelihood, and are back to a state of hopelessness in Nigeria, and those who are still stuck in South Africa in the cold that you talk about.
That is exactly what it is. For Nigerians, they say they're going to rehabilitate them here. Of course, the governor of Imo State have actually elected to give 1 million naira to each person, you know, that has been evacuated from South Africa to Nigeria that are an indigenous person of Imo State. And they were calling on governments of all the other states in Nigeria and even the federal government to think about how to make support. Some of these people are legitimate residents of residents in South Africa. Some have shops, supermarkets, car shops, car mats, and so on. And these things are now abandoned. All that they have catered for, they have helped the economy of South Africa so well. They have now abandoned these things for the South Africans to loot. And South Africans who are doing this thing, okay, presently the government of South Africa is now sending police soldiers to, you know, like what they did yesterday marching, to go with them to see that the issue of looting that had been the order of the day during xenophobic attacks is not done. Although a Nigerian was killed in Johannesburg on Sunday. And the Nigerian government is also asking questions. The embassy is liaising with the police in South Africa to investigate what resulted in his killing and all that. So the question is, those who are in South Africa, those who are even locking themselves up in their homes, who could not come out to move to Pretoria, to the Nigerian High Commission in Pretoria, they are still there. Nobody thinks about their fate. How do they survive? There are still Nigerians in South Africa that has insisted of legitimacy in their stay in South Africa, and do not even intend to move 1 inch in terms of coming over. But those who are scared about the situation, that their fate is hanging on a balance, nobody knows what will happen next, they have now decided to come back home. At least their people will now know, even if they die, they will die in their father's land. That is exactly what has happened. And like we saw in that, the evacuation was done and people were coming out from the airplane. So some people called on Nigerian government for a reprisal. So what are you reprising? The organizations you think are owned by South Africans are no longer, because they are listed in the stock exchange and many Nigerians have bought into them. In fact, the South African shares in those organizations are very meager, that if you attack them, you are only destroying Nigeria's economy. So for those who are thinking about attacking, because a lot of people were calling on government, suggesting that attack should be meted on which South Africa? Where are they? Where are the South Africans in Nigeria? How many of them? You have just a negligible few of South Africans in Nigeria presently. So nobody should even think about that. We'll be thinking about some very diplomatic measures, serious diplomatic measures. We can decide, if not because of the Nigerians in South Africa, we can decide to ask Nigerians in South Africa to all come back, be lifted to Nigeria. But that is when Nigeria as a country will make provisions, because you cannot lift your countrymen and women in another land to come back to Nigeria to worsen your situation of insecurity, to worsen your situation of very volatile, bad economy that is not supportive of human existence. You cannot evacuate these people to come here and suffer, except that government goes or looks beyond what they ought to do to make special provisions for these people to come. Otherwise, some of our Nigerians in South Africa are ready to die there. Say, what am I going back to Nigeria to do? The story in Nigeria, from what we are getting, is not palatable. So what are we coming to do? We are not even secured. Yes, we are not secured in South Africa due to xenophobic attacks. But the other one is there is everything, terrorism, attacks, kidnapping, and then you have very harsh economic realities that will continue to stare you at the face in Nigeria. So what are you going to do? You did not plant yam, cassava, or anything. So where will you survive from? How do you get? And of course, most of them are now losing their belongings. So many of them, their organizations or companies have been looted. Whatever they own, they have been looted. Some are even just there staying until, if death come, it will be that they have already signed their own warrants to die and then leave the planet Earth. So the situation is terrible. It's a horrible situation for Nigerians in South Africa. And I know government has started doing well, but I do not see what they have done as being enough. One, why have they not been able to provide passports for them to renew their passports? Why have they not provided for the renewal of the Nigerian passport for our residents in South Africa? Because today, like I have an elder sister who's a U.S. citizen. She's in Nigeria. Anytime her passport, goes where, she goes to Abuja, files in, and then it is renewed. And of course, our manager here also has a thing like that. He knows how those things are done. So, so that is a problem that Nigerians are having in South Africa. So it's not just the problem of illegitimacy, problem of just staying in South Africa without documents and all that. It's the problem of having these documentations done properly, so that we will have less of cases of illegitimacy. But even the legitimate ones have been there for a while, have not been able to renew their passports. And sometimes some of these people could not make it within the period in question, before the expiration of their passport, back to Nigeria, where they could now renew those passports and then start all over again. But we have not seen any such thing. So the federal government should do more than the needful When you say more than the needful, it means they have to step out of the box to do what they can to ensure that this situation is brought under control.
Very well said, Mr. Reyes. You know, it is natural for one to want to praise the government of the day for their efforts in bringing Nigerians back from South Africans, but far be from it. It is the responsibility of government. And I should add that we are not adding the haste that is required of such evacuation. Yes, if the life and property of our nationals are threatened anywhere, it is the responsibility of government to engage diplomatically and any means it finds necessary to secure the life of our citizens. Yes, we know that the Foreign Affairs Ministry are doing that in that regard, but these people have turned out violently, you know, against our people, and we've seen other nationals, you know, other countries move their nationals out of South Africa without any form of props and purgatory surrounding it. They just went in and took their people. And we still have, yes, we know that the population of Nigerians in South Africa are so high, but we should, and we have the resources. That's why you have a government. These are moments where you deploy the resources of the nation to come to the aid of your citizens. What I'm saying in essence is that, yes, while it is customary to celebrate the fact that people are being returned, that government needs to do more in this regard. As we are speaking, any able and willing Nigerian who is so willing to come back home should have no reason remaining in South Africa. You know, while we are still talking about this and celebrating the fact that 269 were brought back, there's still, you know, an issue with the arrangement with Peace Airlines in bringing these Nigerians home. Why are we, you know, delaying in moments of this nature? We've seen the urgency with which nations, even in moments of crisis, we've seen nations of Israel and other nations moving with gusto and move their people out of harm's way. America does it all the time, giving security alerts and reports, and wouldn't wait for situations to deteriorate before they move their people out of danger zones. These are what nations are known for. These are why what gives hope to people in their nation, and we should equally see that we toe that line and do much more for our people. Yes, there's still more to be desired in this regard. And speaking to xenophobia, if time would permit, one may want to ask, why has things so degenerated to the point where the whites upon which the black South Africans were yearning for and asking for liberation, that Mandela had to come and thank Nigeria immediately he was released from prison for our impact, our help, and then the opportunity and the succor we offered South Africans in their moments of crisis. Yes, I remember quite well that young school children contributed their lunch money to the freedom of South Africans. But today, the black Africans are now targets in South Africa. What has made it so that the whites, upon which they are liberated from, are so free and helping to safeguard other Africans in South Africa? These are issues that we need to study. A lot of reasons has been averred so far as to why this is the case. People have cited laziness, and a number of times we've heard South Africans speak to their jobs being taken away from them. How do you take away somebody's job if one is not lazy and one is creative enough to work? And then people cite jealousy and a lot of things. But at the end of the day, the buck stops on the Nigerian administration and government, after even this government, to begin to chart a pathway for Nigeria, a Nigeria that works for everyone. You know, Mr. Reyes, while we're speaking to South Africa, there are people who are returning from Algeria as we speak. People are returning from other African nations. And when we make Nigeria home that is working for every of our citizens, people would not need to take solace or succor in foreign nations that do not offer, you know, the ambience or the welcoming, you know, opportunity that is required, you know, in such nations hosting visitors. Therefore, we call on the Nigerian government and her citizens, let's make Nigeria a home for all, where every Nigerian would thrive.
Okay. We would continue on the conversations, but we'll take a short break. We'll be right back.
Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
You're welcome back. This is the Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now, moving on to the next conversation. This is a story from Frontline Africa, frontlineafrica.com.ng. WHO, UNICEF, community leaders hailed Governor Mbah's commitment to primary health care. The World Health Organization, United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, and community leaders have commended the Governor Petermbah's administration for its huge investment and commitment to primary health care in Enugu. These commendations were given at the 2026 biannual meeting and supportive supervisory visit by the governor to Type 2 Primary Health Care Center, Ihe Ward, in Nsukka local government area of the state yesterday. And at the event, we had the Executive Secretary of the Enugu State Primary Healthcare Development Agency revealing that the state has recorded an increase in visits to its primary healthcare centers from 800,000 to 1.4 million, representing an 80% increase, as well 80% increase from what it used to be, as well as an increase in Penta 3 immunization coverage from 78.5% to 88.9%, surpassing the actual national target of 85%. Also, the governor says he has heavily invested in healthcare by building 260 primary healthcare centers across the 260 wards of the state to ensure that nobody was left behind in healthcare, minimizing health issues, and ensuring that adequate health facilities are made available for the citizens of Enugu State.
It is quite commendable that the state government has invested huge sums of money in health and in education. Although we are not talking about this particular issue is about health. So when you say Type 2 health centers, 260 wards. So you have these health centers in 260 wards. Of course, the visit to one of the health centers in Nsukka is just to showcase what the Type 2 health centers are. And when you have the data, statistical data of people, which means there's been enough mobilization for people to seek for health, seek for solving their health problems through the primary health care system, because it is due to the lack of viability, viral primary health care system in the state that resulted in people, when you have headache, you run to a teaching hospital. Naturally, you're not supposed to go to a teaching hospital. We have the primary, the secondary, and of course the tertiary health institutions, which are the teaching hospitals for complications and very serious issues. So people are now going to assess, and of course, it's not just about building the infrastructure. It's about also ensuring that healthcare persons, persons are employed to do the job and take care of challenged persons, that is patients, people who are having various health challenges. So, and of course, that is exactly why the World Health Organization, of course, the agencies, you know, these are highly placed agencies that work with data. If it is not about being sure of the data situation, they don't tell you that it's so. They are very scientific about all the findings they will have to make. And the findings they made is such that favors the administration of petermbah. That is exactly why they actually, spoke or made statements the way they did. They have applauded the investment in the area of healthcare. And of course, apart from the primary healthcare institutions that has been really supported with whooping subs, we talk about the tertiary health institution. We talk about a health institution that is along the independence layout, you know, near the opposite a bank, that is going to be one institution that will promote health tourism in Nigeria. We are talking about an institution where people will even come from the same India that we go to. People will come from that same India to take care of their health challenges. That is exactly what I'm saying. So it's not just about primary healthcare system, it's about healthcare in general. You have a tertiary, ultra-modern tertiary institution that has all the state-of-art equipment. We may have only one institution in Nigeria that may challenge what we are going to have, because it's not commissioned yet, but almost all the infrastructures are being put in place. Then we're going to have one institution in Nigeria that may challenge that institution when it comes on board, and that one is in Abuja. And we have just yet another one from a state government. The other one was a private institution, but this time a government institution. That is worth it. And people are recruited experts. Of course, Nigerian doctors are good because you see them everywhere in the world, and they're doing excellently well. So this will reduce the migration of our health care personnel from going to other countries in the world. And I hope that as he's putting in fund in the healthcare system, he should consider the take-home of these healthcare experts so that they'll be comfortable doing this job, and they, of course, grow the economy. And where there is health, there is wealth. So the moment the people are healthy, certainly productivity will be high. And the Enugu state, of course, where he's looking at, may actually grow to what he is expecting it to grow to.
Very well said. You know, you've done justice to this very issue. I do not feel there's anything to add to it. However, without fear of, sounding partisan, one needs to congratulate the governor on his mileage when it comes to healthcare in Enugu State, and is worthy, of note that every other government at the subnational should equally imitate what the governor is doing in Enugu State. If well managed and very well implemented, there's no doubt that, like you rightly submitted, that Enugu State is going to be a health tourism place, where people will come from all over the world, on health issues. Having said that, beyond what is being advertised, I am aware of a certain partnership with the University of Nigeria Teaching Hospital here, where women are taking advantage from the rural communities to be delivered, of babies at the teaching hospital at no cost, or what I should say, subsidized cost, because sometimes they may have to buy some other things needed, for such occasion. So this government, I am unapologetically, grateful that they are doing well when it comes to healthcare. I am not assessing, like you rightly submitted, education and every other thing, but the trajectory so far is quite encouraging. So we urge the governor to continue the good work, even as we step into the electioneering season. He shouldn't be distracted from the good work. And if at the end of the day he clinches the very position again and comes back, we expect that things will be scaled up beyond where they are and what it is today. As for the commendation from the World Health Organization and UNICEF, we expect much more laurels to come his way if the trajectory is upheld.
Okay, now moving on to the next story on the Daily Sun. This is on 2027 elections. INEC uploads Obi's name to portal as NDC candidate. The Independent National Electoral Commission has restored access to NDC's candidate nomination portal, allowing the party to begin uploading names of its candidates for the 2027 general elections, despite the ongoing legal battle over its registration. Now, the national leader, Saraki Dixon, disclosed this on his X account yesterday, saying the development followed NDC's filing of a notice of appeal and application for stay of execution against the recent judgment by the Federal High Court in Lokoja. He said the appeal and accompanying applications have been served on INEC alongside a covering letter urging the Electoral Commission to act in line with the law. He insists that NDC is a registered political party, and as such, his name as a National Assembly candidate and that of the presidential candidate, Mr. Peterobi, had already been uploaded. And the names of the Vice President and other candidates will be uploaded after the completion of the necessary documentation, and all that needs to be documented and uploaded.
Mr. Rees.
Yes, the fear about NDC being on the ballot is being doused so much because the judgment of Lokoja High Court could not prevail in such a way that the NDC candidates' names would not be uploaded in an inec portal. See, they are already being uploaded, which means that the chances of not, because nobody, it is not done in law. In legal practice, I do not know, before you see a situation, before anybody begins to assume something that is dead and buried, it becomes an appellate court. It's an appellate court that has power to assume something that has been dead and buried. And they must know why they're assuming to maybe order for a fresh autopsy and know exactly why it died. Okay? It is not the person who actually buried the corpse that will come to exhume the corpse and begin to do autopsy again and begin to do all those whole of things. That's what I'm saying. That is, it is in law, they say it has been overtaken by event. The law has said it is gone and it is gone. If you want it to be called back, you go and appeal. But at the same time, when they did a thing like that, I wonder, well, with all due respect to the learned justice of the Dashik or Justice Dashik. With all due respect to him, well, it happens in law anytime a court gives a bad ruling, you go to the appeal court, they will say the lawyers to the litigant will always go that the learned judge erred in law. Well, we shall know whether he erred in law or not, because the matter has gone on appeal. And of course, INEC has not done as if there is any form of bias in them. They have been able to open the portal because they know even the chairman of INEC is a serious legal luminary and a son, a professor of law. So he's somebody who is very knowledgeable in legal practice and should be able to know exactly the implication of what has transpired in the Lokoja High Court. He should be able to. So immediately they filed an appeal and got their stay of execution and all that. They just opened the portal. They don't want to subject anybody to any form of undue interpretation that could result in, putting back their names, closing the portal for NDC and all that. Because already they have gone far. This is a party registered and have gone far, doing everything, doing their congresses, convention, and primaries, and of course set to just upload, and already uploaded now. So I don't know how you will come back. You come back to say that it's only, I've always said it is the only biblical thing, because I've not seen it in any other book where a living master will come and tell Lazarus to come out, and he will come out. And of course that she is not Jesus Christ, and he cannot be, and he cannot call back the dead body of Lazarus, and that is why he cannot sit on appeal in his own judgment. He cannot say, he becomes an appellate court and at the same time a high court. He cannot arrogate that to himself. It will anyway, I wish to be quoted wrong by other legal luminaries to say that he has right to do that. But from my own legal perspective, I do not believe that he has the wherewithal to sit on appeal on his own judgment and, of course, begin to nullify the judgment he had given.
All right, very well submitted. While I align with you on most of the submissions, let me still raise the fact that the NDC should not start celebrating yet. Yes, I am prone to toe the line of Rufai of Arise. When the judgment came for ADC to, the order came for ADC to be delisted, he said the target was not ADC, that NDC should be careful. And I'm beginning to look in that direction, that NDC should not celebrate for the fact that INEC has given it access codes. Yes, I've praised INEC for this time around, towing the path of neutrality in this very regard, and NDC having gone on appeal, but it's not celebration yet. It's time beyond, while we wait for the appeal, the appellate court to take a decision on this. The pressure should be piled up for this democracy to be protected. The landmines are so visible and they are obvious. One should not relax yet. It's not yet Uhuru as we journey through this 2027 electoral process. I so submit.
Okay, that's the moment we can take this morning on the program Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Thank you so much for sitting through with us. So they come your way again tomorrow. I'll leave you with this quote that we read earlier in the day from Professor P.L.O. Lumumba. We vote for people not because of the content of their character or the clarity of their vision, but because of the depth of their pockets and the ethnicity of their names. Then we spend the next 4 years praying for a miracle. I am Princess Ken Ocham. Have a lovely day.
Yeah, Mr. S, what an in-depth analysis. Just in the mode of Professor P.L.O. Lumumba, you analyze these issues with such, dexterity and deftness that it requires. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me. And for you, viewer, keep watching Aneke TV. We'll continue to give you the best.
And I'm Uche Osai. On behalf of all of us here on Sunrise, we'll say thank you for watching and keep watching till we come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected. to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
As political activities continue ahead of the 2027 general elections, concerns are again mounting over the increasing use of inflammatory language, ethnic profiling, religious intolerance, and misinformation during political campaigns. Political scientists and democracy advocates warn that hate speech remains one of the greatest threats to peaceful elections and national unity in Nigeria. Studies show that divisive political messaging has repeatedly contributed to tension, voter intimidation, and violence during election cycles. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has repeatedly cautioned political parties and supporters against the use of abusive, provocative, and discriminatory campaign language. Ahead of the 2023 elections, INEC warned politicians to avoid what it described as bullying, cyber abuse, and hate speeches, capable of undermining peaceful campaigns and democratic stability. The United Nations also raised concerns over Nigeria's political climate before the 2023 elections. The UN resident and humanitarian coordinator in Nigeria, Matthias Schimel, warned that election violence starts with divisive statements and hate speech, urging politicians and supporters to focus on issue-based campaigns instead of inflammatory rhetoric. Political observers say Nigeria has witnessed several dangerous examples over the years. Following the 2011 presidential election, post-election violence erupted in parts of northern Nigeria after months of heated political rhetoric, resulting in deaths, destruction of property, and mass displacement. Researchers studying the elections of 2011, 2015, and 2019 concluded that hate speech had become a major driver of election violence in Nigeria's democratic process. During the 2015 and 2023 election cycles, several campaign messages on television, radio, and social media openly portrayed opponents as enemies of particular ethnic, regional, or religious groups. The National Broadcasting Commission, NBC, repeatedly sanctioned media organizations for airing inflammatory political content capable of inciting hatred and public disorder. In February 2023, the NBC fined a television station over what it described as hate speech and inflammatory comments linked to election coverage. Experts say the rise of digital media has significantly expanded the spread of political hate speech in Nigeria. According to a recent academic study published by the University of Just Journal of Political Science, Facebook, WhatsApp, X, formerly Twitter, and other platforms were widely used during the 2023 presidential election campaigns to spread divisive narratives, misinformation, and hostile political propaganda. Another research project titled Echo Hate found increasing levels of abusive and hate-filled political conversations online, particularly during elections in Lagos and other politically sensitive states. Political communication experts say hate speech often succeeds because it manipulates fear identity, and historical grievances. Instead of discussing policies on the economy, education, insecurity, healthcare, and infrastructure, some politicians and supporters resort to ethnic stereotypes, religious sentiments, and personal attacks to influence voters. Analysts warn that such rhetoric weakens democratic institutions, deepens social divisions, and distracts citizens from issue-based political engagement. The National Peace Committee, civil society organizations, religious leaders, and traditional rulers have repeatedly appealed to political actors to embrace peaceful campaigns and responsible communication. INEC says Section 92 of the Electoral Act prohibits abusive language and campaign messages capable of provoking ethnic, tribal, or religious hatred. Media professionals are also being urged to strengthen fact-checking and avoid amplifying inflammatory political narratives. Communication scholars maintain that journalists, broadcasters, and social media influencers have a major responsibility to promote accuracy, fairness, and national cohesion during elections. Observers further note that ordinary citizens also play a crucial role. They say voters must avoid sharing unverified political content online, especially emotionally charged messages designed to provoke anger, hatred, or violence. As Nigeria prepares for another electoral cycle, democracy advocates insist that political competition must focus on ideas, competence, accountability, and national development, rather than division and intolerance. They warn that when hate speech replaces constructive debate, democracy itself becomes endangered.
Many thanks for joining us on The Insight. Remember, The Insight is that program where we bring to you a habit of issues, politics, policies, personalities shaping our nation. I am Uche Osai. Today, we'll take a hard, honest look at President Tinubu's scorecard, the gains that are being celebrated, the pain that ordinary Nigerians are still enduring, the security questions that remain unanswered, and the legacy this administration is beginning to write. From the economy to social welfare, from the streets to the corridors of power, Nigerians are asking one central question. Are these reforms delivering real relief or merely shifting the burden from one place to another? And as this administration defends its record, we will test that record against the realities people live with every day. This is Tinubu's scorecard: economy, social welfare, security, legacy. And today, we separate the applause from the hard facts. And joining us with deeper insight is a seasoned public affairs analyst, Dr. Gossen Eze. Doc, it's a pleasure to have you one more time.
Thank you very much, and good morning, viewers.
All right. Doc, we were having a conversation before the program started. And, it's an opportunity and a privilege to sit with someone who has independent-minded opinion on issues. And for that, we are so happy to have you on the inside today.
You're welcome.
All right, let's kick this ball rolling, Doc. Let me get your perspective first of all before we begin to highlight the areas of this very scorecard, looking at various issues, state policies on the front border. But let me get your perception, first of all, about the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Well, thank you very much. I'm a realist. I'm not an idealist. First of all, in life and in any project or enterprise, there's no case where you say there is perfection. That's why it is commonly said, don't expect perfection. You will never get there. You may be there 100, 80, 90, 95%, but you never get to the final point. Every administration in this country has something that we could remember it for. If you look at the trajectory, especially from 1999 to date, you discover that most Nigerians, any government that goes out, or rather before any government is replaced, Nigerians will say, we call for the heads of the leaders. And when they go out, another one comes in, they say that the previous one is better than the new one. Do you agree with me?
I do. It's been the
and
trajectory.
What it means is that no matter that we didn't see the good achievements of the previous administration, we want to be carried away by what we are seeing now. There's no government in the world or in history that finished the job.
There's no government in the world, or in history that just finished the work. No wonder they say government is a continuum.
Apart from that, people like Nscdc Dema of Togo, he was there for 43 years, yet he didn't finish the job in Togo. Late Muammar Gaddafi, Libya, 40-something years. Paul Biya, not Paul Biya, but Amadou Ahidjo, a Cameroon here, neighbor, the same thing. What I'm trying to say, no matter how long you stay in office, you will never finish the job. But it doesn't mean that at the end of the day, you didn't leave one or two legacies. There are areas where you may, people's assessment. When you say people's assessment, if you carry out the statistical analysis of people, most times journalists like you will say, Nigerians say that this is happening. You are the person saying it. There are Nigerians who will say, this administration is the best I have ever had.
Just to set the record, straight, our job here is to bring the balance, bring all opinions.
So what I'm trying to say,
and let Nigerians decide. Yes, so we don't form opinion for Nigerians.
So what I'm trying to say in essence is that there's no way you can say that this government has succeeded or it has failed. If you look at it dispassionately.
Just that we're on the same page. There's no area we say this government has failed and he has succeeded dispassionately.
Yeah. There are always areas where there may be failure and areas where we say succeeded. If I take this administration, for instance, this government has come up with reform. And if you look at the effect of those reforms, you will be seeing positive signs. He may not get there even before he leaves. Assuming he's going for second tenure. By the time he leaves in 2031, he may not have finished the job. But there are certain things. Even international communities and World Bank and others are praising the reform in Nigeria today. There have never been anything like that.
Doc, just like you always and rightfully submit, these are relative. It depends on who is speaking.
Yes, from the perception of the person who is speaking. All right.
Then let's get into the conversation. Let's start with what's on the front burner. Our job here is to present the issues. Let's get from you, speaking with the issue of state police. Where do you stand on this government's handling of the issues around state police? Because if I want to ask, these are the areas you tell me that this government have done very well already.
Now, let me tell you, if I have my way, state police the interpretation or the perception people have about police, state police, policing. Let's take the word first, policing. If we take, let us look at what policing means. Policing does not mean that it must be a police officer. I was a footballer. I was a striker. And I used to know, I remember that there was a day we were playing Alvan Ikoku College of Education. They had a very strong defender called Sambro of this blessed memory. I was the striker. As soon as we entered the field, he told one of the, he was the captain. He told other players to be playing that he's going to police me. What it meant was that he was going to make sure that I don't even touch the ball. History has it that there was a Rangers player they call Nnamdi Anyafo. When Shego Degbami was at the peak of his political football career, he was, when they played a match in Enugu here, the coach Rangers told Nnamdi Anyafo to police Shego Degbami. Now, first suggestion I will make about this policing, it is not going to work. Note my words.
It's not going to work.
It's not going to work. Even if it works, it won't get up to 50%.
Why do you say that?
I would say that because is government going to employ or recruit police officers that will man every community? The answer is no. If I may suggest first, the federal government, the Nigerian Police Commission, Service Commission, should deploy every police officer that from the rank of Commissioner of Police down, deploy them to their states of origin. All police officers from the rank of Commissioner of Police should be deployed to their states of origin. If I take, for example, the police commissioner in the Enugu state is from the Enugu state. The DPOs in all the 17 local governments are from those local governments. The junior police officers from those areas are deployed to their area. What do you expect? They know, they understand the terrain. The only thing government can do in addition to deploying these policemen to their states of origin, local governments of origin, is that if you have what you call, the so-called neighborhood watch or rural rangers, if every community should recruit 10 persons and they work with the police who are from that area, if you deploy a police officer from Sokoto State to Enugu State, does he understand the terrain? He doesn't know this terrain. If you deploy a police DPO from Sokoto State, or rather from Borno State to Anambra State, does he understand the terrain? You see that effective security can only be effective when the people around there understand the terrain. So what I'm trying to say, I continue to imagine how the so-called police, state police will work. The only way, that's my own suggestion, is that deploy police officers to their area. They understand the terrain. They can attend the occasions. They know with the local vigilante that will be recruited to be paid by government, not going to recruit police officers and train them. The training you give to those local vigilante will be enough for them to effective intelligence gathering, and then even to respond.
So what you're saying effectively is that the formation of state police in itself is deformative and
Yes.
would not give the needed results.
Yeah, it will not. It's not even. I've been trying to follow how it's going to work. The modus operandi they will use. I've not seen it. Even in the Senate and the National Assembly now, they have set up a committee. I think the police IG has set up a committee to present their own thinking about it. But the only way out, if you hear the policeman, this commissioner of police from Enugu State is from Ezag, He will call all the people from, he will meet the governor who is from the state. He knows the terrain. And commitment will be there. No police commissioner from Enugu State will like his security to continue to. He will tell them that I know the terrain. I remember late Dr. Callistus says, when he was the director of IMT. When he came, there was this occult activities was rampant. When he came, he told them, I was a captain in Nigeria and Biafran army. You are rats. Anything about cultism in this place must stop. He's ready to deal with anybody. He understands the terrain. He has the professional training. He was in the battle from Gakem. The first shot in Biafra at Gakem, Cross River, he was the person who shot the first shot. So what I'm trying to say, this issue of state police can only work when the commissioners, the present commissioners of police, posted to every, should go to their own state of origin. All the DPOs will go to the divisional office of their own local government. They are all junior officers, all police officers from commissioner for police down the line should be posted to their state.
All right.
It doesn't cost the government any other extra thing.
All right.
And then if all the police officers from Enugu State are manning all the sectors in Enugu State, there's no way security will not be brought down to a minimum level.
All right.
But when you bring somebody from another state, he cannot be morally committed.
Moral commitment.
Sometimes they even hoodwink him and then tell him, if you talk here, I will kill you. You say, please leave them, make I go with my life. But if he's a police commissioner from Enugu State, he will call he will tell criminals today, I know your hideouts. And he knows them. So that's my take about the state police. Let them consider it. This is the only way. But let me see how they will recruit police officers, train them, and they man all the communities. It's not possible.
All right. I believe that at the subnational level, they will be listening to us.
Yeah.
Because at the national level, their mind is actually made up on state police. However, just that we place this in the right perspective.
You will see that even some states, some state governors are very, very reluctant about it.
All right. So just that we place this on the right perspective, we are looking at the president's scorecard, and we are speaking to...
But the good thing about it is that he has given assent to establishment of state police. But the state police will be police officers from that state.
And I'm asking, does this not mark a failure of the administration not having a grasp on the security challenges confronting the nation?
It is not. I disagree with you.
Why would you suggest it's not? We still have children who are in captivity.
Yes.
In Oyo State, in Borno State. People are unable to travel at will. There are still kidnappings going on. The security challenge is still quite tense.
The question you ask yourself, who is the person masterminding those security challenges? Or rather security challenges? Who is masterminding it? And is the government folding its arms, defeated and doesn't do anything? There was a group that rather protested sometime in Abuja 2 or 3 weeks ago. They were saying that Nigerians unite against insecurity. It is a national challenge. It's not government challenge only. And if you listen to if you are close to the security men, they will need intelligence. If it is the government that is sponsoring insecurity and this kidnapping, they will say you hold government responsible. And there's nowhere there is kidnapping that government folds its arms, like the Oyo case now. Before that, there had been kidnapping in other places. And I heard the Minister of Defense saying that it's not that we don't know where they are, but they use these captives as human shield. And if they should bomb them, the people we want to rescue will probably be killed. Okay, so what I'm trying to say is that wherever there are security challenges, their government does not fold its arms. And let me tell you, there was a time in this country when a thief knocks at your door, you say, who is that? He will run away. From there, they moved into the highway. arresting people, taking their money, and so on. That is another emerging security challenge. The government decided to patrol the highway with police and army. They ran into the bush. So what I'm trying to say, as these different security challenges come up, the government continues to devise measures that will take care of those emerging challenges. Just like in the medical world, we had there was Ebola. Nobody knew anything about Ebola before, and as soon as it came, scientists, urologists went into research, and they've come up with a vaccine. So it is like science, which is refinement of everyday thinking. These emerging security challenges will continue to receive the attention of government with a new challenge, a new challenges that is in their place. So let us not say that the government is folding its arms. No, and there must always be criminals who will always come.
But we're speaking about results.
We have there are results. There are so many victims that have been rescued in the recent past.
Results that has left children for almost a month in the forest.
What of the Chibok girls? How many years have they been in captivity?
Do we judge this very government from the failure of the previous administrations?
No, I don't think you don't say that this government has failed. By my own assessment, it has not failed in terms
the previous
of
government.
Yes.
You cited Chibok girls. It means the previous government failed in rescuing.
No, you are
Chibok
trying
girls.
to tell me that these present captives have been there for 40-something days, but there are somebody who have been there for 2, 3, 4, 5 years.
So on that ground, should we justify the fact that we have a government that have undertaken the responsibility to ensure, sworn to ensure the protection of life and property of Nigerians?
Yes, the government is trying everything to do that. If what you ask is, has the government folded its arms and watching it, or resigned
But
to fate?
it seems overwhelmed.
There are many things that can overwhelm the government. Take your house, for instance. Take your own family. Is everything perfect? The answer is no. This your studio. Is everything perfect in this studio? In this outfit? No. There's nothing, and even if you go to churches, everything is not perfect. And whenever a situation arises, a situation that is against the interest of the government does not fold its arms. There are so many soldiers and policemen that are being killed by this. Nobody mentions it. We were here a witness to where brothers picked arms and be killing their brothers. What did you do? It's not even a battle. And this issue of security is an asymmetric war. You don't know whom the enemy is. You don't know who the kidnapper is. They come to the market, buy food, buy everything, and move to the bush. You don't know them.
But Doc, let me tell you what.
But if there's a red line,
Doc, let me tell you what we know. We know that Bello Turji is training his men on equipment handling in Nigeria, not outside the nation. The videos are all over the place.
Yeah. Do you think that government is folding its arms? They're not thinking on how to deal with him? You say no. The answer is no.
You are aware also that bandits are now doing giveaways online as well and doing TikTok to show
what I'm telling you now is that these are emerging security challenges, and government has to do. The government is trying to come up with something that will counter their activities. When, for example, you go home, you discover that one of your children is becoming naughty, quite unlike before. What do? You look at it as this thing had not been with this boy. Let me see what actually I can do to counter it. So what I'm trying to say, when problems and issues are emerging, counter
measures
will be taken.
But
it may not be perfect.
These countermeasures, is it not taking a long time?
It don't matter how long it takes. The important thing is to get, okay, let me give you an example. The FARC in Colombia, for more than 25 years, they were operating before they were crushed. The Tamil Tigers in Sri Lanka, the same thing. They were crushed. Even here, Tuareg, here in our close Mali here. So I'm trying to tell you that this asymmetric war, it takes long. But at the end of the day, we'll get it done.
At the end of the day, we'll get it done.
Yes. And again, during this period, people will pay the price. There was this incident of kidnapping in Morocco, for example. The president said the captors used the captives as shield. He gave them 2 weeks to release those persons. They didn't. 1 week before that, he gave them a deadline. 1 week, 3 days, 4 days, 1 day. He said 6 hours, 3 hours. What he did was to bomb all of them. He said that is the sacrifice the country should make to stop this thing from escalating. They bombed all of them. What happened? It never happened. If the government decides to bomb all these people, the casualties may be too much, more than the captives are more than the captors. So no matter if, like you give an example that Tunji is has established a camp, wait to know what will happen in the next, as soon as government is ready. Because when you see this kind of situation, you study everything about it before you take an action. So it could take time.
It could take time.
But no matter how long it takes, it must be get done.
But Doc, in all fairness, I know you're an independent assessor and you're independent-minded in analyzing this situation. Can't we say that the administration of today lacks the political will to do the needful when it comes to security?
What do you understand by political will? What do you mean by political will?
You cited an example where a leader took the decision on collateral damage to stop a situation.
Yeah, there are so many. Okay, let's take the example, the removal of subsidy. The decision the president took about it, is it political or economic? Does he lack the political way which previous administrations were running away from? And let me tell you, when you talk of leadership, at every level, people think that the leader is just the president or the governor. No. Police patrol team on the road, they have a leader. There are several strata of leaders. Anywhere you are in a position, you are a leader there. You have the DPO. Nobody talks about the other ranks. You talk about the IG. There are DIGs, AIGs, the commissioners of police. Or they are all levels of leadership. So when you take the president, if you meet him today, he will not tell you that he's happy with what is happening. But he has people who are different key positions, are leaders who should be giving him results. So when you talk of political will, everybody is in a position, even in a family. Who is the head of the family? The father. When he's not there, the mother. And down the line. So there's nothing like political will, as we always point at the governor or the no.
All right, sir. Doc, on that note, we'll take a short break. When we return, we'll continue to take a look at this scorecard. Stay with us, please. The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive honest, unfiltered, only on the inside with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. Many thanks for staying with us. And if you've just been joining us, we've been with Dr. Gosson Eze, a seasoned public affairs analyst, who's been helping us to analyze and unravel issues around Tinubu's scorecard, economy, social welfare, security, and legacy. Doctor, it's been a pleasure so far.
You're welcome.
All right. Before we went on break, you raised the issue around subsidy, as a part of the will, and one of the things one may not take away from President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration is the boldness to take on reforms. And I want to ask pointedly, the removal of subsidy has been, a conversation since the life of this administration. And I'm asking you, this removal of subsidy, has it been of national benefit or only more hardship for Nigerians?
I say it is one of the good things that have happened to Nigerians.
One of the good things?
Yes.
Doc, please.
It is unimaginable that we were importing fuel. So that we export crude, refine it, and bring it back without a clear accountability. And then from the time of removal of fuel subsidy, look at what the government, the allocation, states, local governments get today. It has never been like that. It is from the money that proceeds from this is the money that few persons were using, few persons were managing, and fraudulently fishing away from our entire economy. So that's even all the political actors, all the presidential candidates, they said they will remove it when they come. That's where the will to do that. I remember after the election, Buhari said that if they had removed that election subsidy before the election, the APC would fail. The common man may not understand this. This is an area where government has been investing money on refineries, local refineries, up to today. It's not working. People deliberately decided not to. They will say, we turn around maintenance, all this or that, nothing. And people were enjoying importing fuel. There's no country in the world that produces fuel that imports fuel. Only Nigeria. And Nigeria, I think, is the 6th or 7th largest producer of crude oil in the world. In Africa, after Angola, or maybe. So how can it be that you have what you have? Few persons are controlling it. In the recent past, Adams Oshimele in the floor of the National Senate said that Abikare should be brought dead or alive. The former CMG
of NNPC.
NNPC. If you see the fraud that took place in that place, you can't quantify it. So it is a good thing for us. At least now the government has a little better control of everything about our oil. By the grace of God, too, Dangote refinery has come on stream. But we have 3 refineries that are not functioning. It's not something one can just overlook.
It's not what one can overlook. It's not. Doc, the nation is still importing fuel. The Nigerian people, the common people that they speak about, are complaining of now paying out of pocket. What the common man on the street speaks of is the high cost of transportation, the high cost of staple food prices. In fact, there are a lot of people who are of the opinion that it was far more better when there was subsidy than when we've removed subsidy.
whenever there are two evils, one must be less.
Then speaking of lesser evil.
The lesser evil, removal of subsidy. Okay, now, in your good conscience, in the past 1 year, the prices of everything, let's say food, is it increasing or decreasing? And people will say fuel, that fuel. Okay, after a few days ago, weeks, last week, the price of fuel and the international market has gone down. The marketers in this country, have they reflected that? The federal government just gave an order yesterday that marketers are the people frustrated. As soon as there's a increase in price of fuel in the international market, that very day, marketers will they will adjust their pump price. And if you ask them, they say that very day they will increase it. And if the price comes down, they will tell you that they must exhaust what they had before, like what they're doing now. They will say that they have to exhaust their stock, the old stock, before they can now imbibe the new one. So our attitude towards this country is pitiable. People are not. So if now the price of fuel is coming down, has it reflected with the transporters? They have not even reflected it. If you ask them now, they tell you until they see it. And you take it from me that even if as it is now, fuel is supposed to be sold between 800 and 900. But they are gradually reducing their pump price to 1,250 or 1,230, reluctantly. So our attitude towards ourselves, our attitude towards our economy, our attitude towards our entire nation is not good. There's no sense of patriotism. People won't say, these things we are talking about it is so because people have refused to adapt or rather be patriotic. No one can tell me that price of food is rising. No. It's coming down. But they will tell, if you go to Akwata, for instance, they will tell you that the one they bought when it was 1 million naira, they have not exhausted it. But the fact remains, even if you look at the way our little knowledge of economics tells us that when there is scarcity of product, the price will rise. And where there is plenty of it, the price will come down. Go to any market, ask for anything, any product, you will see it everywhere. Then you ask, is it scarce? Then the market unions will now make sure, commodity unions will make sure that even people who would like to bring it from the village to sell at a cheap price, they will stop them. So it's not the way people are saying it. They don't want to be patriotic. Somebody will pluck a pawpaw behind his house. He comes to the market and tell you that dollar is so. He has never seen dollar. So we need to change our attitude towards this country.
Speaking of changing attitude towards the nation or the country, people speaking about the cost of petroleum in Nigeria and the order that you just cited from the government, people argue that the government that was making money at the height of the Gulf crisis, that in no way had direct impact on the lives of the people, being that they generated more revenue within this period in terms of crude sales, never intervened in speaking to the marketers to reduce the price of pump price at that instance. How would they now turn around to tell the marketers what to do when government cited that it's a free market?
No, the thing is this. We are all in a country where we say what we want to say and we do what we want to do. Take even this traffic light. You see it's red. People will be crossing. Do you want government to come and tell them to do that? But in some advanced countries, Even if you are the only person midnight and the light is showing red, the person will stop. Another area I'd like to mention is, if we don't say this must stop as individuals, it will never stop. People always take for instance, you are saying that the government is making a lot of money due to fallout from the Gulf, war, the Iran crisis. I have never witnessed in my life the level of infrastructure development taking place in this country as it is today. You agree with me? And for any country to develop, the infrastructure must be in place. Take China, for instance. China, when they set out a 40-year development plan with 3 areas in focus: infrastructure, education, and social development. If you go to China, some of the big cities in China, if you see the type of infrastructure development there, you would think that that is another world. This is a country where, take Enugu-Onitsha highway, for instance. For many years, that road defied fixing. Today, it's not like that. I'm mentioning those that are around. Enugu-Port Harcourt highway, the same thing. Then if I take Enugu State, for instance, people thought that after Sullivan, who did very well, that he has finished the job. He even said it, that by the time he finishes, that there will be nothing, his successor will have nothing to do. Now we are seeing that he just did his bit. There are still many more things to be done. So that's the way you look at it. Government is a marathon. It's not a dash. And it's a marathon. It's a journey. That's no end. By the time petermbah goes out after the second tenure, the person that will come in now will start you see that there are many things that are not yet done too.
All right. Maybe, Doc, we'll have time to, maybe some other time, to assess the administration of the governor of Enugu State.
Yes.
However, let's not mix it up in this conversation. Our touchlight is on the national. And we are speaking about infrastructure.
Yeah.
Yes, while I may want to agree with you, on the fact that you cited infrastructural development, I want to bring it home. You've cited just the Lagos, Onitsha, Enugu, Port Harcourt highway as the infrastructural development. The question is, where is the railway? What other infrastructural development is going on in Southeast?
It is on the pipeline.
Pipeline?
Yes.
The administration has 1 year.
It doesn't matter. He cannot finish it. The rail is now, the rail is now working Port Harcourt to Aba. And according to the Minister of Transport, he said the next one is Enugu to, I think Kano or Enugu to one of these northern states. It is not yet, okay, you will be asked, those who were there when the railway collapsed, what happened? Why did it collapse? And somebody has come now to revive it. And you start from somewhere.
Doc, let me ask, off script, from your assessment, what is the one area you think that this administration has done perfectly well on national scale?
I cannot take it singly. There are many by my own assessment.
Let's hear them.
Let's take education fund, loan. Fund.
NEL fund.
NEL fund.
Good.
Is it working? How many persons have benefited from it? The coastal highway, Lagos, Calabar. The super highway, Sokoto to Badagry. The allocations that go to states and local government have never been like that before. The governors even confess. They say it.
All right. You've cited many. let's still backtrack to the infrastructure. And you've cited the coastal highway. You know, part of the argument is that as we speak, one cannot measure the cost of the construction of that highway in this very instance, and the impact assessment on what this would bring about for the nation in this very regard is still in contention.
No, there is a layman that does not understand it. It is going to cut across about 7 states. Okay? Imagine the job that it will create along that corridor. Okay? And then what it will cost, or what it is costing now. Government knows that they have the revenue to do it. And no competitor handling federal highway now is complaining that he's not paid. I think yesterday, during the FEC, a few days ago, the Federal Executive Council approved about 2-point-something trillion for Ministry of Works for payment and payment of contractors handling federal highways. 2-point-something trillion. You will see, and just like security, it is not always safe to discuss security matters in the public. The security agencies will tell you, they will not tell you everything about what they intend to do or what they have done most times.
Doc, I agree quite well. When it comes to security, everything is never
the
revealed.
same thing with this.
But
the infrastructure is something you see. It's not something that is hidden.
Doc,
you see
from where we sit.
Sorry?
From where we sit in the southeast, what are the things that we'll point to in few months to say that this administration, this is what they have done for the southeasterners? Because these are the indices upon which we are expected to see the people's vote or praise the administration. And again, I've interacted with a number of persons, and part of the issues they cite, for example, the infrastructures that you've raised, speaking to the coastal highway, the Badagry to Sokoto highway, super highway in this regard, that there's no such connection to the southeast. That in fact, the very road, the old road that connects the southwest through the southeast to south-south are in near no, modernization or maintenance level in this regard. That southeast is boycotted in this whole development.
It's not true. It's not true. We are talking about only highway, as if road construction is the only. No. The federal government has given allocation that make the allocations that make states have money at their disposal, even local governments.
But this is the right of the states.
Yes.
It is their right.
It is their right, and they are supposed to use the money also. There are federal highways.
But that shouldn't stop
federal there presence. Are federal highways. There are state highways.
But Doc,
that
shouldn't stop federal presence. For example, in Enugu, it wouldn't because the governor is doing well in terms of road construction and impact. The question,
allocation from federal government.
Which is the right of the
what else do you want?
When we are asking, that shouldn't negate the presence of the federal government.
Does the state government tell you that they are being denied their allocation from federal?
No, Doc, what we're saying is the federal presence. Why the impact of the state government could be filled. What could we point to and say this is the presence of the federal?
Now, just like I used to argue with some people. Who is federal government? Who is state government? When you say federal government, is it the federal government that will build rural roads for people in the Enugu state? Like you are trying to narrow it down to a southeast. There's no, local governments, for instance, there are roads that are owned by local governments, and they expect the allocation from the state, from the federal allocation, apart from the internally generated revenue. What are they doing with it? He has made it that local government will be autonomous in terms of federal allocation. Nobody did it, and they implemented it. They even went to court, and Supreme Court approved it. Whether it is being implemented or not is a different thing. So when you say federal presence, it seems as if Enugu State, or rather Southeast, will be an exception. If you go to other states, can you say there are many people from Enugu State, Southeast, that benefited from the NEL fund?
You know, you've cited the NEL.
There are some federal institutions that have been established in Southeast.
You've cited the NEL fund twice, but there's still arguments around NEL fund as well.
What is the argument?
You are giving loan to students who may not be able to secure jobs to pay for the funds.
What you need first, get the knowledge, get the certificate.
Get the certificate.
Yes, it is. That's first. Suppose, okay, if you have you'll be given the opportunity through loan to go to school, acquire knowledge that will help you in life. Now, let me ask you: is it the government that sent you to school? No, your parents. Is it the obligation of the government to give you a job? The answer is no. But it is the obligation of the government to provide opportunity for you to acquire knowledge with which you can face life challenges.
Doc.
But people feel that government must give them job. There are some people who, there's a difference between engagement and employment.
Doc, sorry to cut in. I am going to ask, what is then the responsibility of government? You know, when I interact with the agencies, for example, they do not understand this line of argument that, yes, it's their parents that send them to school.
No, it's correct.
But history tells them that those are the hem of affairs did benefit from free meal tickets in the Nigerian university system when they attended school. That most of them were beneficiaries of free education.
Yeah, I was equally a beneficiary of free education. But the question is, as at that time, what is the population of Nigerian students? What is the population of students? How many universities had we as at 1960 in Nigeria? There was a time in my village, you count on your fingers people who are in the university. They're not even up to 3. And what was the population of the community then? So you look at the number of communities, the population of the community, and then as at 1960, maybe there were 3 universities in Nigeria. University of Nigeria, 4, say. But I want to know, these are the pioneer universities. University of Nigeria, Nsukka, University of Ibadan, University of Ife, and Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria. There was a time, these are the 4 universities. And the student population, each of them was not even up to 2,000. So they can, as soon as they come out, the manpower was needed. So when I was doing my youth service, during my youth service, I had about 4 different jobs from where you can choose. Nobody was thinking about, because you come out, there is job. There are employers are looking for people until the population started increasing, infrastructure of university, more universities were established. And how many universities do we have in Nigeria? Both government and private. How many colleges of education do we have? How many polytechnics do we have? But those days it was Kaduna Polytechnics, Bauchi Polytechnics, IMT, and Yaba Polytechnics.
All right, Doc.
I'm only trying to tell you that in that case now, there's nobody who said that government had a job. But now the population is overwhelming.
We'll have the signal that our time is up. But before, just in half a minute, let's just get your clear judgment or scorecard on this administration.
I have scored this government 70%.
70%?
Yes.
On that note, that's where we'll be drawing the curtain on this edition of The Insight. Remember, The Insight is that program where we'll bring to you a bit of issues. Let us know what you think about this conversation. Reach us with the hashtag The Insight, all at our social handles, Aneke TV, on Facebook, on YouTube, and TikTok or X. Till we come your way same time tomorrow, I remain your host, Uche Osai, saying bye-bye.
You're welcome.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. ASU issues ultimatum to Enugu State government over implementation of 2025 welfare agreement. Expanding gully erosion threatens homes, public infrastructure in Obosi community. Ipman threatens nationwide shutdown over planned petrol price regulation by federal government. Details of the news. The Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, has threatened to embark on an indefinite strike at the Enugu State University of Science and Technology, ESIT, over the non-implementation of the 2025 ASU Government Welfare Agreement. The union is demanding the payment of outstanding salary arrears from January 2026 and the immediate implementation of the approved salary structure. It warned that academic activities could be suspended if the issues remain unresolved by the end of July. Addressing journalists in Enugu, the ASUN Soka Zonal Coordinator, Professor Christian Opata, said ESIT lecturers had become the lowest paid academic staff among public universities in the country. He said the disparity in remuneration was affecting staff morale, productivity, and the university's ability to attract and retain qualified academics. Professor Opata noted that several state-owned universities had already implemented the revised salary structure, despite receiving lower statutory allocations. He expressed concern that although the Enugu state government had instituted a committee to review the salary structure, the union had yet to see any concrete progress toward implementation. The union appealed to Governor Petermbah, the university's governing council, and other stakeholders to intervene before the expiration of its ultimatum. ASU warned that failure to resolve the dispute could result in an indefinite industrial action, disrupting teaching, examinations, and other academic activities at the institution. The managing director of the Holy Ghost Terminals, Dr. John Ibo, retired deputy sheriff, says more than 28 suspects have been arrested in coordinated security operations carried out over the past 2 months to strengthen security within and around the terminal. Dr. Ibo said the operations conducted in collaboration with security agencies targeted criminal activities, including alleged robbery, mobile phone snatching, theft, assault, harassment of commuters, and other offenses reported around the terminal and the adjoining railway corridor. He added that intelligence-led surveillance and regular patrols had strengthened security across the facility. According to him, the suspects are in lawful custody and are facing prosecution on charges including robbery, assault, occasioning harm, stealing, attempted rape, and breaking into lock-up shops. He said the cases were being handled in accordance with due process while the management continued to support law enforcement efforts. Dr. Ibo said the renewed security measures had improved public confidence among commuters, traders,
transport operators, and business owners. He reaffirmed the management's commitment to sustaining the operations and urged members of the public to report suspicious activities, stressing that community support remained vital to maintaining law and order. Residents of Ogamuma village in Obosi, Idemili North local government area of Anambra State are appealing for urgent government intervention as the rapid expanding gully erosion continues to threaten homes, public institutions, and critical infrastructure within the community. Community leaders said the erosion worsened by persistent rainfall is advancing towards the area's main access road, raising concerns that it could isolate the Anambra State School of Health Technology, the Antikot Police Station, and Union Secondary School from surrounding communities. The principal of Union Secondary School, Mrs. Ebele Onwa, described the situation as a major ecological challenge, saying the erosion had already destroyed portions of land within the community. Residents say they had undertaken several self-help measures, including constructing temporary retaining structures, but these had proved inadequate against the scale of the erosion. The community had appealed to the federal government and Anambra State government to undertake a comprehensive erosion control project to protect lives, property, and public infrastructure. They warned that further delays could worsen the humanitarian and environmental impact of the disaster. The Nigerian Army has rescued 6 kidnapped victims after they escaped from their abductors in Katsina State. The victims, comprising 4 women and 2 young children, had been abducted about a week earlier from Onguwan Lado in Kankara local government area. The victims reportedly escaped from captivity and were later found by troops of the 17th Brigade during a routine patrol around Onguwan Doka in Faskari local government area. Military personnel provided first aid, food, and other immediate assistance before facilitating their safe return to their families. The commander of the 17th Brigade, Brigadier General Ishayi Ibrahim, said the rescue reflected the military's commitment to protecting life and restoring security across the state. He added that troops would continue sustained operations against bandits and other criminal groups operating within the Northwest region. The Nigerian Army reaffirmed its resolve to intensify ongoing security operations aimed at dismantling criminal networks and improving public safety. Security personnel remain deployed across strategic locations in Katsina State to strengthen surveillance and respond to emerging threats. 2 police officers attached to the Alo Divisional Police Station have been killed following an attack by unidentified gunmen on a police checkpoint along the Mboda-Alo axis of Obedi-Ikwere Road in Rivers State. The officers were reportedly on routine stop and search duty when the incident occurred. The Rivers State Commissioner of Police, Olugbenga Oju, visited the scene to assess the situation. The command said investigations had commenced to identify and apprehend those responsible for the attack, while security had been reinforced in the affected area. Meanwhile, the Delta State Police Command has announced the arrest of 85 suspects during separate intelligence-led operations across the state. According to the Commissioner of Police, Yemi Oyeniyi, those arrested include suspected cultists, kidnappers, and murder suspects. The command also confirmed the rescue of 18 kidnapped victims and the recovery of 32 firearms, including AK-47 rifles, pump-action guns, and more than 400 rounds of ammunition. Police also recovered suspected illicit drugs and pledged to sustain operations aimed at combating violent crime across Delta State. Residents of Mwidi community in Ogu local government area of Enugu State have appealed to Governor Petermbah to intervene in what they describe as decades of infrastructural neglect affecting the area. Community leaders said efforts by residents to construct a communal bridge through self-help had stalled after more than 30 years due to rising construction costs. They noted that the project remains about 55% completed, leaving thousands of residents without reliable access to neighboring communities. The community also expressed concern over the deteriorating condition of its only access road, which becomes largely impassable during the rainy season, affecting transportation, agriculture, and commercial activities. Residents say farmers continue to record heavy losses because buyers are unable to reach the area. While commending the state government for establishing a smart school in the community, residents appealed for the completion of the bridge, rehabilitation of the road network, and improvements of healthcare infrastructure. They said the project would enhance economic activities and improve access to essential services. The National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, has commenced the distribution of 4,000 food baskets to vulnerable households in Anambra State under a humanitarian intervention program supported by the King Salman Humanitarian Aid and Relief Center. The agency said part of intervention forms a nationwide program targeting more than 24,000 beneficiaries across selected states, including Anambra, Benue, Taraba, and Yobe. The initiative is aimed at providing relief to households affected by the economic hardship and other humanitarian challenges. Each food basket contains staple food items including rice, beans, vegetable oil, tomato paste, seasoning cubes, and salt. Distribution is taking place across 8 local government areas, namely Oka South, Oka North, Oka West, Ayamelum, Anambra East, Obaru, Orumba North, and Nnewi South. NEMA said beneficiaries were pre-registered to ensure transparency and accountability throughout the exercise. Officials described the intervention as part of ongoing efforts to strengthen food security and provide support to vulnerable households across the country. You're watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now, a quick reminder of major developments in the news. ASU issues ultimatum to Enugu state government over 2025 welfare agreement implementation. Gully erosion threatens homes and public infrastructure in Obosi community. Coming up shortly, Ipman threatens nationwide shutdown over proposed petrol price regulation. We'll be right back shortly. Stay with us.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnapping ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that the law can handle. But when you leave it, I want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. The Ebonyi State's Independent Electoral Commission, (EPSEC), says 3 out of the 17 registered political parties in Nigeria have indicated interest to participate in the August 22 local government elections in Ebonyi State. The Commissioner for Information, Voters, Education and Publicity, Chief Collins Abo, disclosed this in Abakaliki during an interview with Radio Nigeria, noting that the development reflects growing political engagement in the state. Chief Abo attributed the participation of opposition parties to what he described as inclusive governance policies of Governor Francis Nwifuru, assuring that the electoral body is committed to transparency. He added that EPSEC has commenced voter sensitization across the 13 local government areas while urging parties and candidates to comply strictly with electoral laws as campaigns intensify. Kaduna State Governor Senator Uba Sani has charged newly deployed National Youth Service Corps members to serve as catalysts for development across their host communities. Speaking at the closing ceremony of the 2026 Batch B Stream 1 orientation course, Governor Sani urged Corps members to demonstrate discipline, resilience, and patriotism in their places of primary assignments, including schools, health centers, and public institutions. He assured them of government's commitment to their safety and welfare, stating that security agencies and host communities are fully mobilized to ensure a secure service year. Meanwhile, Kaduna State NYSC Coordinator Efeke Daza said Corps members are adequately prepared for deployment, while appealing to the state government for improved camp infrastructure and welfare facilities. The Lagos State government has issued a stern warning to contractors handling major housing projects to speed up delivery or risk contract termination. Commissioner for Housing Moruk Akinderu Fatai issued a directive during an inspection of sites, including the Abraham Adesanya Extension and the Sangoteto Housing Scheme Phase 2. They expressed satisfaction with the pace of work, stressing that the government targets the completion of at least 2,000 housing units before the end of the year. The Commission also ordered an urgent review meeting with contractors, insisting that funding will only be matched with visible performance, while reiterating that excuses linked to economic challenges will no longer be acceptable. The federal government has set a target of 2.5 trillion naira in independent revenue for the 2026 fiscal year. The acting chief executive of the Fiscal Responsibility Commission, Charles Abana, disclosed this in Abuja, noting that MDAs generated about 1.84 trillion naira in the previous fiscal cycle. He said the Commission is intensifying efforts to block revenue leakages through digital upgrades of the operating surplus calculation template in line with the Financial Act. The Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Senator George Akume, called for stronger interagency coordination, stressing the need to boost non-oil revenue to support infrastructure financing and reduce borrowing. The Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria, IPMAN, has threatened a nationwide shutdown of filling stations if the federal government enforces price caps on petrol. IPMAN spokesperson Chinedu Kadike said marketers are already recording heavy losses following recent fluctuations in pump prices linked to global crude oil trends. He argued that the regulated framework under the Petroleum Industry Act must be respected, warning that price fixing could destabilize supply and distribution networks. The association cautioned that any regulatory enforcement on pricing without corresponding cost support would trigger a nationwide fuel supply disruption. Now in sports, Lobby Stars Football Club has appointed veteran coach Bala Nikiu as technical advisor ahead of 2026-2027 Nigerian National League season. Club management said Nikiu has been given a clear mandate to return the Makurdi-based side to the Nigerian Premier Football League following recent regulation struggles. The former Wike tourist Plateau United and Gombe United coach also previously handled Nigeria's under-17 women's national team, the Flamingos. The club expressed confidence that his experience will strengthen the team's rebuilding process and restore its competitive status in Nigeria football. Now in entertainment, media personality Toke Makinwa has advised women to prioritize emotional maturity in choosing life partners. In a post on her Instagram story, she said women should consider partners who remain supportive after disagreement and show concern for emotional well-being. She stressed the importance of conflict resolution, mutual understanding, and emotional stability in sustaining relationships. Meanwhile, other entertaining figures, including comedian Funny Bone and actress Lizzie Gold and Yewande Adekoya, also shared views encouraging self-awareness, mental wellness, and healthy relationship choices. And now to end news across the country, here are the main points again. The Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, has issued a strict ultimatum to the Enugu State government, demanding full implementation of 2025 welfare agreement before the end of July. The union is also insisting on the payment of outstanding salary arrears dating back to January 2026, warning that academic activities across the institution may be disrupted if its demands are not addressed within the stipulated time frame. In Obosi community, Anambra State, a rapidly expanding gully erosion site, is posing a severe environmental threat, with fears that it could soon engulf residential buildings and critical infrastructure. Residents say the erosion has continued to widen following heavy rainfall, raising concerns over displacement and loss of property if urgent intervention is not carried out by relevant authorities. The Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria, IPMAN, has threatened to shut down filling stations nationwide should the federal government proceed with plans to enforce artificial price caps on petrol. The association argued that such regulatory measures could destabilize the downstream sector, warning that marketers are already incurring significant financial losses due to recent fluctuations in fuel prices linked to global crude oil trends. That's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 07030437110. Follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer Chirimasa and the entire news team, I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Depression is more than sadness. It is a medical condition that affects thoughts, emotion, and daily functioning. Many people struggle silently, masking their pains with smiles or business. This silence often makes the battle harder. Recognizing symptoms like fatigue, isolation, and loss of interest is an important first step. Depression is not a sign of weakness. It is a health challenge that requires care and understanding. Just like any illness, it deserves proper attention. Help exists through therapy, medication support groups, and open conversations. When society treats mental health seriously, more people find the courage to seek help. No one should suffer alone. Compassion can save lives.
Town hall meetings remain a central instrument of participatory governance, strengthening accountability and rebuilding trust between leaders and citizens. In democratic theory, particularly deliberative democracy, habemas, and participatory democracy, Pateman, governance legitimacy is sustained not only through elections, but through continuous public dialogue. Globally, town halls have improved policy legitimacy and reduced governance distance. In the United States, they are used to directly test legislative accountability. In Brazil, participatory budgeting in Porto Alegre reshaped public spending priorities through citizen input, while Rwanda's structured community dialogue systems strengthen performance monitoring at local levels. In Nigeria, the practice has gained visible but uneven traction, with notable examples at both state and federal levels. In Lagos State, under former Governor Babatunde Raji Fashola, structured public engagements around infrastructure projects such as transport reform and urban renewal helped improve policy acceptance, particularly during major reforms like BRT expansion and environmental sanitation enforcement. Similarly, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State has institutionalized town hall style engagements through community stakeholder meetings and sector-specific dialogues, especially around transportation, security, and urban development projects. These platforms have helped manage public expectations around large-scale infrastructure disruptions while improving feedback loops on service delivery. In Enugu State, under Governor petermbah, town hall engagement has been embedded into a broader governance communication strategy tied to ongoing structural reforms. Public interaction sessions linked to transport modernization, smart school implementation, and healthcare expansion have helped reinforce citizen awareness of policy direction and state priorities. However, analysts argue that these engagements must move beyond presentation formats into structured accountability forums where citizens can directly interrogate performance indicators and budget outcomes. From a theoretical standpoint, town halls align strongly with social contract theory, Locke and Rosal, which holds that government authority is valid only when continuously justified before the governed. They also reflect accountability theory in public administration, which emphasizes transparency, responsiveness, and feedback-driven governance. For Nigeria, the need is urgent. Rising public distrust, economic hardship, and insecurity demand deepen civic engagement beyond election cycles. Town halls provide a practical mechanism to reduce misinformation, address grievances early, and improve policy ownership. Experts stress that Nigerian leaders must institutionalize town halls as a governance requirement, not political events, ensuring they are regular, structured, documented, and tied to measurable policy outcomes. Ultimately, sustained town hall governance is no longer optional. It is a democratic necessity for rebuilding trust, improving service delivery, and strengthening the fragile bond between the Nigerian state and its citizens.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future. In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. Aneke TV Entertainment. Your world of entertainment begins here.
From the glamour of film and television, to music that inspires the nation, and comedy that brings joy to every home,
We bring you the latest in entertainment news, celebrity stories, red carpet moments, and exclusive interviews.
Aneke TV Entertainment, where stories come alive, where talent shines, and creativity thrives.
Aneke TV Entertainment, informing, inspiring, and entertaining you always. Aneke TV Entertainment. Stay tuned, stay entertained.
Good afternoon, beautiful Nigerians. Good afternoon, the O40. How you guys doing today on a beautiful afternoon on Wednesday, which today I always give out a shout out to all the ladies out there. A big shout out to my women. Today is Women's Crush Wednesday, where I crush on my ladies out there. You guys look amazing. You guys are fantastic. I'm giving a big shout out to you guys. I still remain your number one. I go by the name Gift Obodo, popularly called Shushu Lawyer, aka Us Spicy Pepe. Today I'm crushing on someone's very special. She's looking. I use the word. She is looking dashing, amazing, elegant. She's giving me that colorful vibe, and that is no other person than Stephanie. Stephanie in the building. Baby girl, you look dashing. You look amazing. Oh, the blush for me. Oh my God, Jesus Christ. What's going on, baby? You look it. You look it. You own that look. What's going on?
Thank you, baby.
Why are you looking so colorful today? What's going on? What's popping?
As a mother, I should always represent.
Gifts, where were you when they gave modeling body? Where were you? Where were you when they gave modeling body, height, the look? I'm jealous. Anyway, I just want to tell you, I am typically jealous, but not jealous in the negative way, but jealous in the positive way. Baby, you look amazing. You own that look.
Thank you.
Now, I just want to tell you that, like, before the year runs out, I should see you as the face of Nigeria, face of India. I'm just giving you that assignment. Any good people needs to see you at the top. So, baby, go to the top. You own it. You own it.
Thank
you.
you.
I have a lot of gist today for you guys, and you know what I do here? Entertainment. I split the gist to the groups. Stephanie's gonna help me dissect some things that are in my neck, things that I'm trying to press people's table and, shake it and unshake it. But first of all, I'm going to start with this popular person that Toke Makinwa. She just gave an advice, a simple advice, maybe to ladies out there, but some people know. Yeah, she said, marry the man who calls you after an argument just to make sure you are okay, not the one who leaves you alone with your tears and chooses the man who stays when things get hard and wants to understand you and not defeat you, a man who can pause or hold things for you and say, I am sorry, because your relationship matters more than anything than his ego. What do you think about this?
I think, she spoke my mind, 100%. Toke Makinwa is a woman I actually respect. I love her so much. So this piece of advice is really nice. To me, I don't deserve a nonchalant man in my life.
Why don't you deserve that?
Because I'm somebody that always return energy. You see this Aura for aura.
Aye, that's my queen right there.
If you give me nonchalant, I'm going to give it to you double. You get. So I think as a woman, not every woman should not settle for a nonchalant man, because I feel like this thing that is saying nonchalant, the guy or the man doesn't like you. There's really nothing like nonchalant. Person no rates you normally. Person doesn't like you, and you're saying that he's nonchalant. No, because if it's somebody that really loves you and somebody that wants to stay with you and be in your life, trust me, there's no room for nonchalance.
So okay, I want to tell you that most women do too much. We women do too much. I don't know. I think we women are too petty. Like, we always want, please, baby, I'm sorry. That kind of vibe. Oh, baby, I can't live without you. You know, we like that song a lot. Don't you think that we women are character? We like acting. We like drama. I have a friend that says that she cannot stay in a house where there's peace. She always wanted back to back. Like, no, so it gives her the joy and the fun she derives from this. So what do you think about this kind of lady that derives joy from basketballs?
Normally, relationship is not good to be peaceful all the time now.
Are you
just
serious?
A little bit of drama, not too much. Not too much, just sprinkle a little bit of, basketballs, you get. But that's, giving the man headache all the time is not really nice. But normally, we women, we are just dramatic creatures.
So you really support the fact that we should just in a time, just chip in drama. So what if the man is not a drama kind of person? He's just too peaceful. So you can't date someone that is too peaceful. Like, babe, you tell him, I want this. You say, okay, no problem. I'll get it. You want this? Okay, no problem. I get it. Please, baby, I cannot do this. Oh, no problem. I'll do it for you. You don't like that kind of thing. Because I think at the point it will start irritating you. Like, don't you think so? Yeah, because at the point, a man that gives you peace, SS peace. Nah, it's me for peace of nice. But drama now. Give me drama. Drama is the fun of it.
Yes, so drama actually adds spice to relationship.
What is food without,
For you just a little bit, don't do too much. Don't give them a headache, but a little bit of drama is really
because I don't know. I don't know, because when the lady said that, she says it cannot pass a day without drama, and I just say, me, I like drama, but not every day, because there are days where I'm moody. I'm not even in the mood to,
talk to anybody.
Do you understand? And you're giving me that energy. No.
But the thing there is that you shouldn't settle for a nonchalant man, because I might wake up one day and I really want someone to ask me, how you doing? Baby, you're moody, you're this. I will just pass you, or just depress your phone. I will collect that phone, Ajay. I
said it.
So I don't just like, nonchalant men are not for me.
So someone said on X, PP said on X, imagine you are on a date and he asks for a takeaway box because he didn't finish his food. Someone said, I have taken a takeaway box for food that I didn't finish from Nairobi to Nigeria. I flew it with it and I got to Ibadan, microwaved it and ate it. If you like, hawk transformer.
It's not a bad thing.
You went on a date and a man is requesting for a takeaway. The food that he didn't finish.
He used his money to buy it. Why?
What is Jesus? You understand? Just like you went on a date with a guy and he's asking, please, and he didn't finish it. Let me say a small portion. And he's telling them, please package this thing for me. Like, it sounds so odd. Maybe just think about it.
No, please, like I want to really understand something. A man took you on a date. He bought food with his own money, and maybe the food was much and he couldn't finish it, and you're expecting to leave it because of aesthetics or because of his man.
Paparazzi now.
Hey,
don't you understand that paparazzi? Like it's just like a fine, cute man you went on a date and is asking for the crumbs on the plate. Like, it makes no sense.
Not really, not really the crumbs, or maybe let's just say the food is maybe his full plate and he just ate a little bit out of it.
Any leftover is crumbs for me, Like, check it out. For me, Sham go wear me clothes that day. I might not even be able to, like, I'll just be like, Jesus Christ. Wait, don't bring this.
Oh my God.
Don't bring it to my table.
For me, like,
I won't come back on a date with you. Actually, none.
Seriously?
Yes.
Seriously?
Yes. That's
wow.
As a lady, I think women should do that. But a man, in a for your house, how then will will you give me that ego that you can be able to, you know, provide and make it sufficient for me in the house? You find it very, very, very confusing, but I find it very, very deplotting. Like, how can a man, you know, go on a date with me and is asking them to, you know, package some scrum for him for what? What is he usually to do? Like, obviously, no.
No, if I go out with a man and maybe he orders for a food I love, and he doesn't he doesn't finish it, he doesn't finish that food, I ask him to do takeaway because I have to eat it when I get home. So to me, it's not really a bad idea. It's not a bad thing for a man to, you know, take his food home if he doesn't finish it.
I don't know how you perceive it, but no, hell no. So let's talk about Cubana chief priest and his side chick, or will I say side drama? Patrick. Pascal. I don't know why she always starts that conversation with Pascal. She says, Pascal, I'm still waiting for the ticket. You have a passport photo and everything, so you can go ahead and send ticket to me because I am waiting for you. I am waiting for you to pay ticket for me so that I can come and do DNA test. Pascal, I don't understand. I just pity this man.
Oh my God! In a way, I don't know if I'm being like. You might say that I am not a girl's girl at this point, but that woman is doing too much.
She's just being like a spiritual wife.
This one past spiritual wife. Because I don't really understand. Anyways, if the child is truly Cubana's chief priest's child, he should just take care of the kid. You know, maybe he doesn't want to have anything to do with the woman, but if the child is really his blood, he should just do the DNA, and when he confirms it, he should just take care of the kid. You get? Maybe normally, I know say he doesn't like the woman, I mean the side chick or anything, but he just, you know, take responsibility.
But wait, let me tell you. Do you think someone like Cubana chief priest will have his blood out there and not do nothing? If actually, or do you think there was something that went on with these two people? Like, because the baby, because at the point you're looking at the baby, I'm confused. The baby looks like the mom as well as looks like Cubana chief priest. So at the point I would say, maybe the baby is totally Cubana chief priest.
The thing there is, Cubana should just do the DNA to confirm. He should just do
because I don't know why he's scared of doing that. Like, he should just clear the public. Do you understand?
Just do the DNA. Let's just see.
But I think something is fishy there. Allegedly, I think something
is fishy allegedly.
Because I don't understand why he will let this woman because this dragon has gone way too far. I'm telling you. He should just, you know, succumb and just do the needful and let it go. Because for me, if I'm Cubana's chief priest's wife, like, it's not becoming something that my fellow women should like mock me with, because what is happening?
The thing there is that the woman is shameless. She doesn't have shame.
She says she
actually so she's there, like, there's no shame there. So if you like,
but actually, if Cubana chief priest has something to do with this woman, I would say he went down. He went that for the almighty Cubana chief priest.
Some men can knock anything that is breathing, as far as there's air and oxygen in you, they can. So
there was this lady that also alleged that Whiskey, that she's carrying Whiskey's first child, and Davido's first child. This one, you know, baby mama Anita, you know, she alleged that that baby happens to be the daughter happens to be Davido's first child, and she's all grown now. And
it's not Anita. I've forgotten the name of the woman, but sorry, continue.
So, but what I'm saying is that for a point, I think at a point Davido's father had to step in and, you know, bring out some DNA results showing that the paternity test is negative. There is no positive aspect that links the video to the child. But I'm just asking, for her to have a claim on that child that it's the video, like, I'm looking at the woman, she doesn't even look like I match up to his class. So I don't know, do these men do this thing just ignorantly, or will you say it's drug, or will you say it's drink, or I don't know, are they intoxicated, or at some point there are people when you just see, like, you see a governor and they say this is his wife, you know, there are people you just look at and be like, no, my governor cannot do this. You know, I can't, no, that kind of thing.
You know, being a celebrity, a star, is not really easy. You get. I'm not saying that the son will be the daughter. That's a girl, right?
Yeah.
The daughter is Davido or is not. You get. But sorry, but most of us women, we are desperate. She might be chasing clout, she might not. You get. So I don't really know like the story because I wasn't like following it up as of when it trended on social media. But the thing there is, you say that the Adeleke, Davido's father, did the DNA test and it came out negative.
He published it.
So that means it's not Davido's child. So
she's still holding on.
I don't know. I mean,
that they forged the DNA. No. That they are trying not to give her child the Adeleke lineage, this thing. But women can do a lot of crazy shit. And it's on period. Agenda can overdo. Have you ever borrowed money before?
Yeah.
From an app or from someone?
No, her app. No, my friend.
Because have you seen this thing like apps, like money lending apps, coming to publish and tell you are dead or tell them that you have HIV?
The people I'm gonna have problems soon is all cash I be pay. They're not begging me to borrow money now. They go pay me to return them more.
So as I said, I borrowed 100K to pay 120K. And I defaulted 4 days, so the app said I was to pay 135K, but I paid the 120K. The money kept increasing to over 1 million. I told them that I will never pay. After 6 months, the app started sending all my contacts, WhatsApp, my picture, telling them I have HIV.
The person that borrowed the money is at fault.
Yeah, why?
Yes, I'm gonna blame because yes, this is should I say the due process. Anytime you fail to pay, there's actually an interest that is topping up on your money. So you have to pay it. You actually defaulted for 4 days and they charge you and you have to pay 135 instead of 120. He or she should have paid the money. Because okay, it's not 15K that's gonna make up 120. I just feel like some people just like trouble actually.
No, it's not about okay, yes. Some people like
trouble because this is okay, you actually defaulted. It's not like they just out of it nowhere added extra 15K to you. You were meant to pay so due date and you did not pay it. Then they have to like add up interest. Okay, for example, if you go to the bank to borrow money, maybe you have a collateral or stuff, they will give you a date when you repay up. If you don't, they will collect that stuff you use as collateral without like there's no two ways about it. So if the loan app really gave this person a specific date, he or she needs to pay up. You understand? I just feel like he or she wants trouble.
Yeah, but I think they actually defiled the ones against human dignity. There's something
of posting the
with the hashtag. I think there should be a document or something that you have to approve or sign for them to take a legal effect on that fault if you're a defaulter and not spread because I have someone.
It's not nice.
They posted this. They put them on Facebook. God, that was sorry. It's someone I know. when I saw the picture, I shouted, Jesus! Is this something I saw yesterday? How come? I was scared though. I actually at first I was scared that maybe this is. I just saw him yesterday and he's dead today. What happened? Who killed him? Who killed him? But what killed him? I don't say let me try my luck. I call. Let me be sure like this is a dream. Let me be sure that the person is not dying. Sorry, I'm laughing so hard because that day I laughed funny though. I laughed my head out. I just called the pic to say, babe, what's up? I said, you don't go Facebook. That's what it happened. He just told me, see, lady, that so what did happen? I said, go. They say you don't die. I said, it's a lie. What kind of joke is that? He came back to come and say, Jesus.
But they actually went like they took it too far.
No.
They took it too
far. Because I think I didn't ask DP. I was like, and these people have just been calling me every day, but I kept declining the call. This one, I must look for money somehow. Actually, he wanted him to look for money somehow and pay them. But the money has accumulated, so it became very difficult for him. But that was a total embarrassment.
Seriously.
Embarrassment. And I don't know. Someone said, I will sue them. I said, remember, you are a defaulter, they are defaulters, so you have to compensate them and then it's just so have you heard about this thing that just happened that Backup University debunks that Carter alleged certificate claiming he's a graduate with first class upper document to be forced.
Seriously, I just keep that stuff. I did not even try to like read it. I don't know. Okay, he actually forged
that the school actually published on the official site that actually the Katefe allegedly that the document he posted to be a first class upper graduate of their school is false. The document is false.
Wow.
I don't know why would celebrities go that extra mile. And I'm not scared that the school will sue them, or have they passed that limit of I will sue them?
Anything for likes and engagement.
Have you done something so crazy for likes and engagement? So that's one thing you have done so far. That you say sounds crazy for engagement.
No more. I don't think so. I don't think so. Unless, okay, when I was into skit making, I had to.
Why did you laugh first?
I'm actually scared of water. You get so, but that day I had to face my fear. Like I was inside, not really a big water, but I would call it a stream. We were there like shooting, but I was scared though. But I had to be like bold. And I think yes, I know. No, I can't really say this on air. Oh, but yeah, I've done like quite a few crazy things, but not so crazy though.
So if at that point you are driven, you need engagement, and you are asked to do something so extraordinary crazy, will you do it?
Depends on the extraordinary crazy. Because me, I'm actually a crazy person. Forget say they come for live TV.
Yeah, yet to meet Sister Fernand. Sister Fernand. If it's South Africa, go back to your country. Go back. Now you call them. I know. I deny you. But actually, what's going on with this South African? Go back to your country. What's happening?
That country is like
insane.
Oh my God! Like I don't even know what to call them. Bafana.
They send them back home. Hey God, Nigerians were actually happy.
Nigerians, Ghana, all the African countries, like they were all against.
Are you sure that it's not their prayer that brought them back home?
They should actually go
back there to their home.
They should just go back because
go back
to their jobs. They are collecting our jobs.
Our wives, our women.
Lazy ass country.
So, but actually, you've seen so many Nigerians out there are very stranded. A lot of them are just crying and duplicating the fact that their countries have abandoned them. You see that a lot of properties. You just imagine someone that have built so many years, trying to make a friend for themselves. At a point, you are rendered homeless on the street, begging, trying to survive. What is happening? What do you think? What's your mind? What's going on the mind on this issue? Because it's something that I felt like I need to talk to someone about, because at the back, when they say go back, I wanted to say, me myself, when I hear them on that football match, I just say, we just send these people back to the back.
Seriously, it's so disheartening. Like,
do you have anybody in South?
Yeah, I have like friends in South.
And have you checked up on them?
They're not back. That's the thing. According to what they told me, they're like people that they are sending back to their countries are people that came there illegally, like undocumented people. I don't know, but that's what they told me. But most of them stays in Cape Town and in Johannesburg. You get so I have friends there. I think I even spoke to one day before yesterday. So he's there. But I think one person came back, but he's not my friend. I just met him newly. So he was saying that he came back, but he's gonna go back after all the dust settles. So, but for me, what South Africans are doing is not really fair. You get it's not really fair, because during their own time of what's this called? Nigerians really, not just Nigerians, African countries really came to their rescue. You get so this thing that they're doing is not really nice. You get, because I saw the videos online.
People they're destroying people's things, property, and granting interview, trying to. And the problem is that at a point, previously it was Nigerians now, but every country is getting the share of this. Like it's not like no.
I don't know, but I feel like
is it that they don't want African countries to. Like they don't want. I think a point. A friend told me that they don't see themselves as Africans.
What are they?
They are white.
They are more African self.
Why did you say so?
See, the thing there is that youths or people there in South Africa, they don't want to work. You get so whenever they see other people, men and women from other countries come to their countries to work and make money, they get agitated, they get jealous, they get like, I don't know, because you are in your country. You are not working. Your own like thing is just to drink alcohol and do this and do that. Like you're not productive. Then why are you mad that other people came to your country to actually make money and actually expand? Because the more people are coming to South Africa, is the more they're actually making money. One thing that actually give money in this country, you see this thing called tourism. It actually gives money. You get, but South Africa, I don't know. You actually maybe post on your social media that you're going to South Africa for tourism and everything. Watch your comment section. Next thing you'll be seeing, we don't want you here. Go back to your country. Like why? Are you people okay? Like why are you people doing like that?
They are mixed with white anyway, and a lot of things just I don't know. Mixed with white. At the point I used to ask, are they more of blacks or just more of white? Because I don't blacks. Because they claim that the main South Africans are the black, but you see white majorly.
They are the blacks. You get just that they're just lazy in that country. They're just totally lazy. They don't want to work. So whenever they see you working, it feels like you're actually taking something huge from them. So they should just their claim is that they want to fix their country. Even if all the people staying there leave, they'll not still fix the country.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know. There's this hate in them, I would say, that they have for their fellow
woman beings.
African countries. So
let me take Stephanie back to the country, back to where we started from. Thank you, Stephanie, for dishing out your heart. We'll take you back to your country. That's all we have for you, Vice Central, the best of entertainment. Just thank me, Stephanie. One word for the people of Enugu, just one word.
I don't have nothing much to say. You guys should just
be cool.
Keep being good. Be kind, and let's make money. And in case you want to start a car business, they say beans so.
This guy is taking me to where I don't know. So we love you guys. We appreciate you for always watching and viewing and hearing. And we'll do this tomorrow, same time, same station. Stay tuned. We love you. Live on Aneke TV, a home for all. Bye.
Bye.
Aneke TV Entertainment. Your world of entertainment begins here.
From the glamour of film and television, to music that inspires the nation, and comedy that brings joy to every home,
we bring you the latest in entertainment news, celebrity stories, red carpet moments, and exclusive interviews.
Aneke TV Entertainment, where stories come alive, where talent shines, and creativity thrives.
Aneke TV Entertainment, informing, inspiring, and entertaining you always. Aneke TV Entertainment. Stay tuned, stay entertained.
Humility. Humility is not thinking less of yourself. It is thinking of yourself less. It is the quiet dignity of those who serve when no one claps and rise when no one cheers. In a world shouting for attention, humility whispers truth. It chooses peace over pride and silence over show. It knows that value isn't in volume and honor isn't always visible. The humble carry unseen power. They lift others without needing a pedestal. And in doing so, they rise higher than ego ever could.
Ebonyi State, the salt of the nation. Located in the heart of southeastern Nigeria, is a story of transformation, resilience, and pride. Created on October 1, 1996, by the administration of General Sani Abacha, The state was carved out from parts of Enugu and Abia states. Its capital, Abakaliki, has grown from a quiet provincial settlement into one of the most rapidly developing urban centers in the region. The name Ebonyi is derived from the Ebonyi River, while its slogan, the salt of the nation, reflects the state's historic salt deposits in Amachara and Uburu, which were once central to trade and local industry. These salt lakes stand as living symbols of self-reliance and the resourcefulness of the Ebonyi people. Culturally, Ebonyi is a proud custodian of Igbo heritage. The people are known for their strong communal spirit, creativity, and deep connection to their traditions. The New Yam Festival, Ogene music, Nkwa Umuaboho dance, and the colorful displays of masquerades all reflect the beauty and vibrancy of the state's cultural life. In villages across the land, pottery, weaving, and blacksmithing are still practiced, reminding visitors that in Ebonyi, the past lives side by side with modern aspirations. Blessed with rich soil and abundant natural resources, Ebonyi is a major producer of rice, yam, cassava, maize, and palm produce. The Abakaliki rice mill, one of the oldest in Nigeria, remains a symbol of the state's agricultural heritage and its determination to feed the nation. Beneath its soil lie deposits of limestone, lead, zinc, marble, and of course, salt, all pointing to vast opportunities for industrial growth and investment. Over the years, Ebonyi has produced remarkable men and women who have made their mark on the national stage. Dr. Sam Igu, the state's first civilian governor and the former Minister of Education. Chief Martin Elichi, an accomplished administrator. Senator Anyim Pius Anyim, a former Senate President and Secretary to the Government of the Federation, and Engineer David Umahi, a visionary leader and the current Minister of Works, all embody the drive and discipline that define the Ebonyi spirit. From education to public service, from entrepreneurship to civic leadership, Ebonians continue to excel and inspire a new, determined to shape a brighter future. The lessons from Ebonyi's story are clear. It teaches the power of vision, unity, and perseverance. It reminds us that no beginning is too humble and no dream too distant. Through hard work and community efforts, the people of Ebonyi have turned their challenges into opportunities, rewriting their destiny with faith and determination. Today, Ebonyi stands tall, a land of salt and substance, of culture and courage, of tradition and transformation. The salt of the nation continues to shine, seasoning the story of Nigeria with hope, progress, and pride.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
You're welcome to our program Arena on Aneke TV Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. Today we are going to take you on a prominent topic that is the issue of discourse in Nigeria presently. As Nigeria approaches the 2027 election, it is very important that everything has to be put in place to achieve a free, fair, and credible elections. And that is to say that we will have an election that may compare with that which happened in 1993, the one that was adjudged the freest and the fairest in Nigeria ever, but was annulled by the President Babangida administration. So today we have an erudite scholar, a guest, a public affairs commentator, Dr. Emma Ofia, who is here in the studio to lend voice to our topic, mobilizing Nigerians for 2027 elections. Of course, the scholar is somebody who knows about politics and politicking, and I think he stands the best chance to do justice to this topic, and that is why he is here. As the 2027 elections approaches, it is an opportunity for citizens to reflect on the future of Nigeria's democracy and, of course, effectively participate to enhance national development. Citizens must understand the electoral process and, of course, verify political information, participate in voter education, remain actively engaged in governance, and even after the elections are over. The widespread economic strain and public discontent with the goings-on in Nigeria, winning an election requires shifting from national rhetoric to localized, unit-by-unit mobilization. And then, Dr. Agbo, are we truly ready for a free, fair, and credible elections in Nigeria, given the level of awareness you think that Nigerians have politically? Are we really ready?
Well, there are two sides to the question. Are we fully ready? For the citizens, I think the citizens are fully ready for the election. There are much voters' awareness compared to previous elections presently. The youth participation in politics, I think the percentage has increased far beyond what it used to be. The political discourse has already started heating up in the social media space. However, the government in power seems not to be ready for free and fair election. Going by what is happening today, it's like they want to stifle opposition. You can see the recent development in the NDC, where the court has nullified, so to speak, the registration of that political party. And then one begin to wonder, are we really ready for this election? Going by some of the activities and body language of the main political party.
The ruling party.
The ruling party. So, but for the citizens, yeah, to a large extent, we are ready. And I think, contrary to what expectation, people after the 2023 election were demoralized. Some even vowed not to participate in politics again, since after the government could not allow the free choice to stand. So, but the narrative had started changing drastically since Obi came back.
And you think that narrative, like you say, started changing, and you already pointed at the fact that they wanted to stifle the opposition political parties, which is to say that government in power, is it an allegation you are alleging, or because of the interference of the courts, where a judge sits for himself on appeal on a judgment the judge already gave? The judge tried to assume the corpses of yesteryears and sit in appeal. He became both the lower court and the appellate court by either sitting a judgment he gave and turning back in a somersault to, nullify such judgment. So are you saying that it is actually government doing it, or are you hearing the blame on the institution, the judiciary as an institution that is not actually supporting our democracy?
Well, it is obvious fact. We saw what happened after 2023 election, how everything went in court. And the general perception was that there was no fair trial. And then you see a matter that had already been concluded in court. A party has already prepared, fielded candidates, primaries has been done, congress is done, and convention done, and there are already existing candidates. All of a sudden, you shook the foundation on which they're supposed to stand. Don't you think somebody somewhere is manipulating the process?
That was why I called it your position may be an allegation.
It may be an allegation, but it is open, whereby you see in a nation, the ruling party has tried to, in one way or the other, to buy over the entire governance.
Which
to have a kind of one-party system.
Which had hitherto been produced by various parties.
Yeah. So that is to show you the direction, the angle the ruling party is going.
And actually, were they just bought over, or is it not because politics is said to be a game of interest? And some of us actually allude to the fact that the moment you belong to the ruling party, you say your sins may be forgiven. So some people allude to maybe some people were running from something and what that made them to run into that ruling party. And some others say it is because of interest, that the ruling party presently serves their interest. And the diffusion that it is a matter of interest, it is political business is a matter of interest, it still holds in that circumstance. Are you objected to that?
Well, in politics, it's just like a tip of the iceberg. Iceberg, if you see the tip, you think it's just a small ice, but beneath is a very heavy mountain or rock that if eventually you get into it without finding a way to navigate around it, you will sustain serious damages. So coming to political interests, well, those who have joined, they have their own opinion. I'm not going to speak for them. But from the public perception, we saw it as a way of stifling democracy in Nigeria. And that goes to address your first question, which are we really ready? We are not seeing readiness, the way government are doing things, the way they are going about. There are no serious issue on ground that you can say, yes, this government has really tackled this. Is it insecurity? Is it inflation? Is it high cost of living? It is high cost of everything, including fuel, rise in dollar, the valuation of the naira. So, and people, those things are making people take more interest in politics, especially the youth. Most of these things that are doing, people are getting more interested in politics. Not because ordinarily they would have joined, but out of anger. And you see that come 2027 election is going to be a protest vote. If the ruling party is not careful to start addressing the issue that you use as your campaign materials.
During the previous election?
During this one, during the coming election, if you don't have any tangible, people are as way to follow people who are addressing the issues, the problems, addressing the challenges the nation is facing. Somebody like peterobi, you see the organic nature people follow him because he seems to be addressing the problem of Nigerians.
But sometimes it is easier said than done. Do you think the gift of oratory, rhetorics, addresses the problem of the people without doing that? Are we sure? Because we have seen before now so many people saying so many things before elections, and what is said while you are going may not be the same thing that is said while coming back. So we have seen people saying different things, wooing people to believe in them. At the end of the day, people get disappointed because they were unable to deliver on their mandates and promises. So do you think it is going to be easy? I know peterobi has been able to come out with a blueprint that is so enticing to Nigerians. Are we sure we're going to get that from him?
Well, I think that is left for the people to decide. But to me, I feel the candidate himself has addressed that issue. Because in his campaign, he will always tell you, go and verify that when I was governor, look at what I did, look at what I did, look at what I did. And if given this opportunity, look at what I will do, look at what I will do, look at what I have done to prepare myself for the position. So somebody telling you with facts, you know, people are getting gaining political awareness these days.
And you think it's most likely achievable? You believe?
Yes.
Okay. You say, when we say we're ready and mobilizing the people, it is not just about the campaigns. Yeah, the campaigns are bad because campaigns are what the political parties will use to woo the populace towards voting for their candidates. So are you saying that these political parties are truly ready for the elections? Have they been able to mobilize the people, talk on what they can offer or what their candidates can offer? Have they been able to sell a manifesto? And do you even think that the political parties in Nigeria actually have ideology?
Yeah, I think you pointed it out. In mobilizing the city, there are a number of factors you need to consider. The political party themselves, are they really organized? Do they really have ideology? Where are they heading to? So, but today, our political parties are not ideologically based. They seem to have no direction. And that is why you see candidates can cross over at any time. Because they don't have anything tangible. You will say, this is what this party, the ideology, what they are pursuing, this is their manifesto, this is what they will do if they are eventually elected. And so that becomes a very big problem. And also, those who are already in the administration, they are not equally helping matters. Talking from the federal, most of the basic issues are not being addressed. And it is based on those issues you were able to address properly that you will use to sell yourself. It is only a blind man that you will tell that there's no oil in the soup. But those who are seeing will see that there is oil. We are watching, we are seeing what is happening. We are seeing how the administration and their policies are affecting us. And though it is we, the citizen, that way judge when the time comes.
So, because the parties are not organized, then it may be obvious for one to infer that they are not rightly poised to do the best of mobilization.
Okay. All right. Let's take, for instance, NDC in Enugu State.
You have other political parties. You are just saying NDC. We have ADC. We have YPP.
Yes.
We have...
Maybe because that is the one I followed closely.
Okay. Okay.
Up till now, I'm sure, after the primaries, we have not known our candidates. You cannot say this is the governorship candidate for Enugu State. You cannot say that this person is the House of Assembly, this is the rep, this is the senator. So, and it is not good for democracy. By now, we're supposed to have prepared the ground, waiting for the election, the campaign proper. There are several consultations that are supposed to be going on now on the ground level, but it's not being done. And people like us, we are confused. That is it not better for us to remain where we were before?
So, is it not better that you remain where you were before? Now, Doc, apart from the political parties and their role in during the mobilization, there are other stakeholders or stakeholder groups that can as well participate in ensuring that the actual mobilization is brought to its fullness. I'm talking about the civil society groups and their role towards achieving a 2027 free and fair election. The CSOs, do you see them actually doing enough to re-educate, to place the populace on a better side of, seeing their franchise with good conscience? Why I say with good conscience is that in Nigeria, there's been this case of people coming to see their franchise because they were given some cups of rice, some because of that their votes were bought. You know, the issue of vote buying will come to play, and the orientation about it. Then, and some others, you know, in one way or the other, are wooed to just cast or see their franchise because of the immediate gain, not considering what the country stands to gain and what developmental program that will come to be that will benefit him or her after all.
Well, let's start with the level of voters' awareness. You know, it is stage by stage. At the stage we are in the electoral process, I think the civil society, they are doing quite a good job. They are doing well in that regard. Voters' sensitization to register, but I know voters' registration is ongoing, and you almost at every page of the social media, you will hear something about that. So every hand is on deck, trying to get people to register and get their PVC. I think that awareness has been well articulated and executed. So, but when the campaign starts properly, when we must have known our candidates, we will now start talking about that education you are talking about, telling people to know, to see the need to shine their eyes when they are casting their votes. But if people must be paid, yeah, money must flow. That's part of the electoral system in Nigeria. People must share money, people must collect it. But people are becoming wiser these days. You will still see people that will collect those things and still vote according to their conscience. Because at the end of the day, we, the masses, are the people that wear the shoe, and we know where it is pinching us.
Okay. We move a little bit away from the civil society organizations. And then we look at the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. Before now, there had been insinuations and allusions to the independence of INEC, whether they are tied to the approach strings of the executives or whether they are truly independent and ready to conduct an election that Nigerians will actually say that is free and credible. An election that would have elected a leader, which many from many quarters do not believe that Nigerians have actually gotten the leader that will take it to the envisaged, in quotes, Eldorado. You know, taking it to another level where things will begin to work like it is working in other climes. So, INEC, has it done their own bit? Of course. You have talked about the civil society organizations actually supporting the voter education. Has INEC on its own, because it has a voter education department that is supposed to go educate the voters on even how to vote, what to do, how to, comport themselves during elections, what to do during elections, how to cast vote, how to insist that the votes will count, and all that. When the elections will start, what will happen if you do not come as a particular prescribed time, when the election will end, and all those things are supposed to be part of what INEC will begin to tell the public. Has INEC actually done well so far in preparation for this election?
Yeah, INEC has always been up and doing in regards to voters' education, sensitization, and carrying out their duty diligently. They don't have problem there.
Why do they have problem?
Of course, you know they have outlined the electoral timetable long ago. So you can see they have a timetable they are following, and it is visible to everybody, and they are judiciously following it. So, but even in conduct of some elections, they have equally received accolade in some aspects. There are things they are doing well, but you know where the issue, like the past election, they did well in some aspects, but it's only in the presidential election which people believe was compromised. But other elections, they did well.
And you believe they are still going to do well now?
And they have everything to do well, at their disposal to do well. They have the beaver, they have this electoral system in place. But it is the courage to stand and use it for the election. Execution is where they faulted.
Are we sure they're not going to vote again?
Well,
although the leadership is not the same.
How
are Nigerians very sure?
The fear is always there, and that's why people are complaining. And you know, the process of selecting the person that will be the umpire is equally one of the problems that creates that suspicion. The president is the one who appointed. So, and somebody whom you believe had rigged the election is now the one appointing the INEC. Of course, people will have suspicions. They will have reservations against the person. So, but for the way things are going, at least I was looking at the comment of Siraj Desin recently, where he commended the INEC chairman that he has opened and given them the code to upload their candidates, and that they have equally successfully uploaded that of their presidential candidate, and other candidates will follow within the timeline given to them. So if opposition parties like that are commending it, that means there are things that are doing very well. We cannot throw the baby away with the dirty water.
You cannot throw the baby away with the dirty water. That's the submission of our guest, Dr. Emma Ofia. We are going to actually pause for a break. When we come back, we'll continue with our topic, mobilizing Nigerians for 2027 election, which is very important, an issue that must be tackled seriously for Nigeria to get the required free, fair, and credible election come 2027. Stay tuned, don't go away.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come live. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnapping, ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV. Yeah, you're welcome back. We're still on our program, Arena on Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. And our guest, Dr. Imofia, is still here. He's a public affairs analyst and commentator. And he's here to lend voice to our topic, mobilizing Nigerians for 2027 elections. And so far, we've been able to hear him out as he makes very serious contributions to our topic. Dr. Ofia, yes, I know from your dossier that you are a media guru. And this time, when you talk about mobilization, and for that matter, to have a resounding and effective mobilization of the people in anything that is being done, and of course, particularly the 2027 election, the media has a role. And the role the media has cannot be overemphasized. You do know that the media tends to do a whole of things, especially being accountable, making the government accountable to the people, and of course, making the society accountable to itself in terms of mirroring the happenings and goings on in the society. So, what are the roles required of the media in ensuring the effective mobilization for the 2027 election?
Yeah, the media has a very sensitive and very important role to play in the issue of mobilization. One, the primary role of the media is to educate, entertain, inform, and also to mobilize. You can't be talking about mobilization. You can't be talking about voters' education. You can't be talking about political awareness and information without the media to occupy a very high position in the media, in the issue of politics. So, and I think the media is doing well, even though the mainstream media are they are restricted. But the social media space is not quite restricted, because a lot of political activities have started going on in the social media space. And I know some level of political awareness is already going on, such as what we are doing now. And these are the role the media play when it comes to voters' sensitization and mobilization. And I know with time, when the campaign starts properly, and some of the restrictions against media, mainstream media is lifted, you will see much more political activities coming up through the media space. I believe, but for now, the media is not, they are doing well, they are not lagging behind, they are still playing their active role of informing the public and educating them as well.
Okay, while you were speaking, you mentioned the mainstream media and, of course, the social media. I want to come in from the angle of censorship in the mainstream media, that is the traditional media.
Yeah.
They are fully censored. And then you compare it with the social media. Everybody is a media man, a publisher.
Yeah.
And it is garbage in, garbage out. From there, you could have fake. From there, you could have real or factual news. Situations like that, it could be counterproductive sometimes because of what is being churned out from the social media. So what's your take in banking on social media mobilization? Sometimes there are issues of libel in from the social media mobilization and so on.
Yeah, you're right. In every free media space like that, there must be pros and cons. And my advice to people using the social media, number one, is to always verify facts. And more especially in this our dispensation, most of the comments you may think it is fair comment or not fair comment, people can take you up and sue you for libel or something like that. Like the recent case we saw between Obi and his friend Kenneth Okonkwo. So it's quite unfortunate, but that is what you will continue to get. More of such things will come. And much because people are not aware of the content, even the content of this new Electoral Act 2026. You can't just come and start assassinating the character of a candidate because you feel he's not your candidate. He's not your candidate. You don't run people down just because they are not your preferred candidates. It is not allowed. Even the Electoral Act stipulated penalties against people who do such things. But my advice to people is that before, especially those who are in social media, you take up that document and read it so that you will know where your right of free speech stopped. So people can sue you for defamation, just like what we are witnessing. Kenneth Okonkwo, I think Obi and his own team sued him. Kwankwaso also has something against him. And we will continue to see such things, especially what we are seeing in Enugu. Campaign should be issue-based. The governor of Enugu is doing very well. Everybody knows about that. There are a lot of campaign materials his media people or PR people could use to say their candidates. But they will leave all those good works the governor is doing and will be attacking persons. Such quack practice of public relations should be stopped. It irritates some of us who are professionals. When you come to media space, you are attacking persons. When you have a lot of things, publicities you can generate around all the good things the governor has done in Enugu State and keep us busy with it. You see some people attacking the former minister. They were attacking Abinishio, they were attacking Edoga until Edoga joined them. They started attacking Ugabara until they joined them. They now started attacking the minister. No, that is not, some of us will have outgrown such politics. So tell us what your candidate is doing. Let campaign be issue-based. And if you have not been there, start by telling us what you are going to do when you get there. From what you are telling us, just like Obi is doing, we know whether really you even have the answers to address such problems. So people should be careful about their utterances, especially people in media, in social media space. I know you mainstream media, you are careful because you are being censored. You may not fall victim of such offense, but for people in the social media, they should play with caution.
Okay, we are still discussing about the media and their role. We have seen a situation where the economy of the country is not very palatable, and it is an ailment which blows no one good, including the media practitioners. And you find out that some members or some practitioners in the media, do not even have the kind of remuneration that could sustain them and their various families to actually live a good life in the society. Consequently, some media practitioners are tied to the apron strings of some politicians. And that tends to influence their reports, whether with the traditional media or the social media. We cannot say that completely, that those in the traditional media or in the media circle are from the moon because of the inherent factors that are in Nigeria. They say corruption has become systemic. And these media practitioners are not from the moon. Therefore, some of them also dance the drums that are being done, or dances that have been drum that have been beat by politicians. So what can you say about that? Is the media free of corruption? And if you are saying that, traditional media, let me say, those who you say are censored, those who are confined to certain ethical fundamentals, the ethics of journalism, yet they flout or move away from these ethics to do whatever so as to make ends meet in their individual families.
Well, it depends on how you say it. The media has a dual role to be the watchdog of the society. And also some professionals in the media also do a public relation job. If you engage them, they will do the public PR job for you. So I don't think there's something wrong about it. There are equally those who are spin doctors. When you invite them, like some of us who are into public relation practice, we do better by using information to project our clients. So if somebody has engaged you as a media person to paint his image and you do the job, I think it's just a professional job you have done.
Even when you are a gatekeeper.
But if you engage in something you know is false, it will marang. You don't just chunk false information and present to the public. So whatever you are doing, you have to be careful. Make sure that even if when you are trying to sell a candidate, they have invited you to write on something, make sure it's factual and not the one that would lead you into trouble. You are publishing something against somebody, and after investigation, it turns out that the thing you allege is false. The person may take you up. So we should know where we draw the line, even in our media practice. That's my take on that.
Okay. Then we now come to the government circle, because we said mobilization is not the job of just one sector. We come to the government circle, we have a National Orientation Agency. This National Orientation Agency are vested with the responsibility of informing, educating, reorientating Nigerians on their perception. We have seen issues like erosion of values in our society, which has permeated into all the strata of our national life. We have also seen a situation where people no longer believe in election. We earlier talked about apathy. Apathy comes as a result of lack of confidence. Not having a confidence in the electoral body, not having confidence in the government that is driving the entire system, not having confidence in persons vested with responsibility of security, securing what we are doing or what is being done, especially during elections, and the way that it is done. Then people do not even have confidence in the Electoral Act, especially where there were controversial sections in that act, where Nigerians clamored for a real-time upload, a real-time uploading of results into the
IREV.
Yes, IREV. But were somehow somehow checkmated by a clause that may result in what happened during 2023. That is a glitch, because the INEC told Nigerians and the court that there was a glitch. And then these things, the courts were unable to fathom what the glitch could be, or scientifically what it could stand for, what position it could stand for in law, and what position it will take, and what interpretation it will give before the law. So, and somehow part of it was what actually, gave the results by the courts, because the court now tends to become de facto voters or electorates. Why I say de facto electorate is that somehow the courts now declare who wins an election, not the people. They did it in Imo State, where the person that came forth was declared the winner of the election. So courts now tend to declare this thing. So when I am talking about national orientation agency, have they actually done enough to help in mobilizing Nigerians, help in reorientating Nigerians on basic instincts they have against the electoral process in Nigeria? They have negative instincts, which tends to affect their participation.
Well, I think the problem is not even with the National Orientation Agency. The problem is from our political system and the politicians who have vowed not to play the role by the game. Or play the game by the rule. So if you are in charge of national orientation, what will you be telling Nigerians?
That there should be no apathy.
Eh?
That there should be no apathy.
When the one you came out was scuttled, will you have the confidence to tell Nigerians that? Or what will it be that Nigeria is doing well? There is security. You can come out and go about the electoral process. You come out, you are guaranteed your safety on the day of election, on the day of anything that has to do with campaign. Is that what they will be telling us? When it is obvious that insecurity, government is not even interested, they're not. So there's nothing the national orientation will be telling us. For me, because they have made their job so difficult for them.
Who made the job difficult?
The government. The politicians. Is it when you have a good product that you will come and sell it? And tell the people about it. Demonstrate it with pride. Okay, look at the APC government. Can you comfortably sell the candidature of our president? Tinubu without being leached by the public.
No, you remember you told me that every public relations officer can, place a wand on an information and sell it and want people to like it.
But you as a PR knows that this one is a very difficult task. If you are giving a product now, say for instance, you're giving a product, you know that this very product is lovely. Okay, let's assume you are, as a PR man, you are told to market the candidature of Obi and that of Tinubu. Who will you sell comfortably? Who will you market comfortably to the public?
I'll market anyone that comes with a good pay.
With a good pay. But there's one you will market, you know you are marketing an expired product people don't want. And people will show their grievances when you are trying to convince them. So that is the problem the national orientation is. I think, for me, if I'm in that place, that's the problem, challenge I will be having. The product I'm supposed to market has expired. And you won't be doing yourself a favor to market something you know is not marketable.
Okay. In all of this, where do we go from here? How do we finally, convince the electorates, play by the rules, come out en masse, and cast their votes to a person of credibility according to their conscience during the 2027 elections? Where do we go from here?
Yeah, 2027 is around the corner, and all of us has a role to play, especially the people in media. You are to decide the direction people will go. You shape people's opinion, you shape the agenda, you shape or you control the media space. Don't shy away. Don't mislead the candidates, the electorates. You help them to make the right choice. Present the facts to them. Unbiased. Let the choice be for them. So I think that is the only thing we know. 2027 election, let people come out and vote the candidate of their choice.
2027 election, let people come out and vote a candidate of their choice. And so submitted Dr. Imofia, a public affairs commentator who has come to lend voice on our topic, mobilizing Nigerians for 2027 elections. Dr. Fia, we thank you for being with us today. We shall expect that you join us some other time. And for you,
it's my pleasure.
Keep watching Aneke TV. We will keep giving you what we know to do. Thank you, and God bless you.
As Nigeria prepares for the 2027 general elections, many are asking a question that resonates across the nation. Will this election finally be different from those that came before it? From disputes over results to delayed outcomes, past polls have often left citizens frustrated. But for 2027, hope is rising, and citizens are playing a central role in shaping the outcome. Across the country, voter registration is surging. Millions of Nigerians, particularly first-time voters and young citizens, are taking active steps to ensure their voices are heard. Surveys show that more than 70% of Nigerians intend to vote in 2027, signaling strong public interest despite concerns about security and electoral fairness. INEC has introduced measures to strengthen the credibility of the elections, including continuous voter registration and biometric verification of voters. These efforts aim to expand and secure the electoral register, ensuring that every eligible citizen can participate. But election credibility relies not just on technology, it depends on active citizen engagement. Community groups, youth organizations, and advocacy networks are educating voters about their rights, the mechanics of voting, and how to report irregularities. These initiatives aim to empower citizens to safeguard the integrity of the process. Civil society coalitions are also lobbying lawmakers to adopt key reforms, including real-time electronic transmission of results. Advocates argue that such measures are crucial to building trust and reducing disputes over outcomes. Citizens are making their voices heard, demanding transparency and accountability from political institutions. Beyond advocacy, ordinary Nigerians are stepping up as watchdogs, monitoring registration and mobilizing participation, from educating communities to ensuring fair access to polling units. The public is taking responsibility for strengthening democracy. Their actions reflect a growing belief that democracy is more than casting a ballot. It is active engagement in shaping governance and holding leaders accountable. The 2027 election may ultimately be defined not only by reforms, technology, or institutional measures, but by the active involvement of citizens themselves. From voter education to advocacy campaigns, Nigerians are asserting their role as custodians of democracy, determined to ensure that every vote counts and the will of the people is respected. As the countdown of February 2027 continues, it is clear that citizens are at the heart of Nigeria's democratic future. Their engagement, vigilance, and determination will help shape whether this election marks a true turning point for the nation.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as we welcome His Excellency, Mr. Peterobi, all the way from Nigeria, to join us here in this national conference. Your Excellency. Thank you.
Please be seated. Please be seated. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Let me very respectfully stand on all due and existing protocols, because I'm sure the protocols have been over and over mentioned. So I respectfully observe all protocols, but not without recognizing the woman who brought us here, great, powerful mayor of Banjul. I was telling my dear sister from Leeds that I had to come because the mayor is one person who is persistent in her strong demand that I must come to the Gambia. And this is my first time of coming to Gambia. And since yesterday, what I've been doing is trying to learn more about the country, the Gambia. And I must say, I'm impressed. I know you might have other problems like African countries. We in Africa have a problem. There's no, in some places it's worse. You are probably one of those who have less problem, because at least you can talk that you don't have insecurity problem, which is good. This year, the International Women Day conference month have said all that needs to be said. And all of you have contributed to that by saying, what is the theme? Give to gain. Shows that the more you can give, the more you can gain. And what are we talking here? We are talking about the most important contributor to development. Whenever we talk about women's affirmative action, women's inclusion, women's this, what it shows that we don't even know where development is or who is driver of development. Because nobody cares more than women. Nobody. We are all male can testify to that their mothers were more caring than their fathers. My children said that every day to me. So I know that. I argue and tell them, it's okay, between me and your mother, who is more caring? They'll look at me and say, Dad, you know. So we all know that. And if they're more caring, that means they will contribute more to the societal development than men. So if the societies are not doing well, it's because we are abandoning the critical development drivers. And that is why Africa today, despite being a continent of the future, because whenever people talk about Africa, Africa today, I can tell you, is the greatest continent on the surface of the earth. We are the number 2 by land size. We're number 2 by land size, sitting on about 30.3 million square kilometers. We are number 2 by population size, about 1.6 billion. But in terms of natural resources, today Africa holds the highest. What is beneath Africa is actually unimaginable. Resources that can turn around the world. Africa today have the highest land that is uncultivated. That can feed the world. Africa today has the highest human resource because we have the highest number of people in their productive age. 60% of African population are young age that can be productive. I can go on and show how Africa is great. Yet, Africa is home to the poorest people in the world. If you talk about poverty, the highest number we found in Africa. Because we've not done the right things in terms of leadership. Leadership in Africa must change. We now want people who are competent, who have the capacity, who have the character, the commitment and compassion to lead. We can no longer be led by people who give excuses, because we have what it takes to turn around Africa. And that's what we're championing. And that requires not women, not us trying to see it as if women are begging to be included. No. We should do it as a matter of need, that we need women to be part of it. Well, African population today, the actual population is about 1,585,000,000, 50.8% are women. So how do you tell people who are more to be begging for space? It should be the other way around. We should be begging. In Gambia, out of a population of about 2.8 million, about 3 million, women are 52%. So they should be leading, not the other way around. The men should be begging them because they are less in population. So what we have had here is that those who should be begging are the ones who are now trying to be, even trying to give token to the people that are supposed to be begging. That is what we need. So give to gain. We must now have a clearly deliberate policies, not speeches, because in Africa, we are used to conferences, we are used to speeches, where we talk and go home and allow the same incompetent drivers to continue. No, Africa must change. We have since allowed people who have passed their destination to continue to drive us. We must now ask them to go down from the vehicle so that those who have a future can. The African youths are about to take over. And women are at the forefront of this. Because when we have, if you look at what Amartya Sen said, great Nobel Economic Prize winner said, that the more you involve women, the more productive, the more developed the countries. And it's been shown everywhere. Places where affirmative action has been taken seriously, you've seen a great improvement. If you study world countries like, let me not use the first world countries, use Bangladesh. You go there today, 80% of revenue from export in Bangladesh is from clothing. Over 60% of those employed in that production are women. And of course, until recently, you have the Prime Minister as a woman, the opposition leader as a woman, the speaker as a woman. And you could see the great improvement that country has done in terms of education. They've moved from a low-income country to a medium-income country. They move from low human development index to a medium human development index. And you can see it's not just them. So many other countries that have done similar things. And that's what we have to look at. Africa cannot continue. And when I'm in Africa, the same thing applies to Gambia, where we have less than 10% of our women involved in leadership, when they are more in population. We now have to be deliberate in our policies, in our laws, and have a strict implementation to ensure their own spaces, their own quotas are maintained. It's no longer to come to conference and say women is 30% and then go out there and create violence that will make it impossible for them to participate. No more violence. We want it to be women have 30, 35, 40%, and it must be women. Not that men are trying to give it to. It's not a gift. And it's not patronage. It is requirement. It is something that must be. We must then invest in girl child education. They can help to change the world. I'm somebody who has a privilege of working with women as a banker or involved in bank. I don't know what has changed now, but in my days, I was the youngest chairman of a bank in Nigeria. I was barely 40. I was a chair in a bank, which remains one of the biggest banks in Nigeria till today. So these are among the biggest 6 of international banks. As the chairman of that bank, I worked with women who made it impossible for us to have a problem. Our chief risk officer was a woman. Our treasurer, and I can go on and on. But I can tell you, as the chairman of that bank, knowing fully well when women have a chance, how strong they are, if I do anything as the chairman, the risk officer will look at me and say, Peter, I know you're the chairman of this bank and I'll lose my job, but I can't allow you to put the bank at risk. Men in the other places didn't do it, and the banks collapsed. So when I had an opportunity of being governor, and I tell people this, I had probably more women. I use probably, but I know there are more in my cabinet than men. The rest is for you to go and verify. Because whenever I talk about government, I don't talk about what I did or what I didn't do. But in critical areas of development, which is health, education, you can go and verify what we did. I had a chief of staff that was a woman, commissioner for education, a man, commissioner for finance, permanent secretary of finance, head of service. I can go on and on. And today, when people ask me, how were you very prudent and what were you able to achieve or didn't achieve? And I said, ask the women that work with me. Till today, in Federal Republic of Nigeria, I can quote that nobody at the subnational level have left the government with the amount of money we left behind when I left office. What you hear everywhere in our country is that we're owing salary, we're owing pension, we're owing suppliers, we're owing this, we're owing that. I left office 13 years ago, barely about 14 years ago. The day I left office, I was not owing salary, I was not owing pension, I was not owing gratuity, I was only owing any supplier or contractor who have delivered, and I've challenged everybody. If you see one, I've stopped with politics. I wasn't owing anybody. And as at then, I left the equivalent of $500 million in the account of the state. I had a woman as Commissioner for Finance. And I've challenged everybody for the first 14 years. The monies were kept in the bank. Why am I saying this? Whenever I serve in that cabinet, working with women, they were always thinking about the future of their children. When you talk about their education, they'll carry it powerfully. Whenever you say this, they'll say, no, we can't spend this money. This money has to go into health. Because today, health is a problem in Africa. My country, primary health care have collapsed. Infant mortality is high. We've overtaken countries that are 7 times our population, like India. Because mothers don't have anywhere to go with their children. But working with these women, they will say, why don't we put this money in health? Because they know the implication. Why don't we put it in education? The more educated a country is, the more developed. So you need to invest in education. It's shown everywhere in the world. And Africa is a continent where human development index is still low. On the average, you might have 1 or 2 countries that are doing well. Africa is where you see the drivers of HDI still low. Today, the average per capita for Africa is below 2,000. That is low when you compare to other continents. That's about all we have. Of course, in Gambia here, per capita should be between $800 and $900. That is low. It's something in Nigeria. It is low. So we need to aggressively involve women in what we are doing, because the more we involve them, we will put them out of poverty. They become drivers of development. That is what changes everything. I keep repeating, they are more caring. If you give a woman money to save, he knows the future. Most men will do the opposite. And I've always said they are less corrupt. Because I work with them. They're far less corrupt. Because they think about tomorrow, they think about their children. So we need to involve them. We need to invest in them. So I thank you, Mayor, for what, and all of you who have talked about women, for what you're doing. What we now need is to go all over Africa and continue to say, we are no longer the laws. You will have to form a stronger union to insist that those, yes, I listened to my dear mother, the Vice President, and I thank you for being part of what happened in Nigeria in 2023. Mom, it's not that For me, I said anywhere I have opportunity, I'm not desperate to be the president of Nigeria. I'm desperate to see Nigeria work. I'm desperate to see Nigeria have a society. I'm desperate to see Africa work. Where we create societies where a child of nobody can be somebody without knowing anybody. We cannot continue where you tell me your father is this or your mother is this. No. We want a society where people's hard work and talent will match up the opportunity. That's the continent. Not the talent where, not where people are stealing public money, criminalizing the continent, stealing what they don't need. That's not what we want. We want public money to be used for public good. That's what we want. So it's not about me being president. It is about things working. We have millions of people living in poverty. When people like me are stealing money and buying houses all over the place, they don't need. How many houses are you going to sleep in? So when you see such a thing, it is painful. Our children are not in school. We have insecurity. Everybody knows that the more you pull people out of poverty, the more you reduce insecurity. When people don't know where the next meal will come from, how are you talking about security? Put them out of poverty and you reduce insecurity. And that's what we want to do. We want to come and see Gambia, where the women of Gambia are happy they're in government. The women of Gambia are not poor. Yes, Gambia is good. I see tourists, foreigners enjoying in the restaurants in Gambia. I equally want to see Gambian people in that restaurant. Not that they are there because foreigners will come. Everybody will be in the restaurant, including the women of Gambia. Because that's what makes the difference. So I thank you for what you're doing, and I assure you that you have a supporter in that journey. I've listened to the wonderful speeches and I've listened to what the great people of Gambia and everything. But you know, when I was talking, I said, well, look at a beautiful conversation going on in Gambia. Gambia is just 2-point-something million. And Nigeria is 240-something million. So Gambia is actually about 1% of Nigeria. And I looked at the Gambia land size and I said, Gambia is just a country of about 11 million square kilometers. That is the size of Gambia. The largest state in Nigeria is 73.6 thousand. So it's actually one state in Nigeria, Niger State, is about 7 times the size of Gambia. But I remember something. I said, maybe Gambia will wake up Africa, because you know, when a cow moves, it sleeps at times. What wakes the cow up is the gadfly, the tiny thing that bites him in the tail. It makes him to wake up. Maybe Gambia is the wake-up call for Africa. So that was what I seen. The powerful Nigeria couldn't tell Gambia how to do this. Maybe Gambia will tell us how to do it. So we look forward to the women of Gambia holding forth and telling other African countries. We have some improvements in Africa, I must mention. It's happening in Rwanda. So people should actually see Rwanda as an example. Maybe because women were involved more in Rwanda, today, Rwanda has become a shining star in Africa. Some other African countries are trying to do it. So I thank you for the opportunity. And I assure you that what we need to do is to insist on strong, clear, defined laws that will make the affirmative action no longer a talking point, but actionable law that can even be challenged in court where you're not doing it. That's what we need to do. And that's what you and your group will continue to demand. For me, and I said any day, we need women not as a favor, but because of necessity. The more we are holding women down, the more we are holding the society down. And by doing that, it will take its revenge on us and the future of our children. Thank you for being part of this. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. There is a word there that captured my attention, and I believe the attention of so many of us here. That is, we need an Africa where the child of nobody will become somebody without knowing anybody. And we all know this is a very big issue in Africa. In every sector that you knock on, you must know somebody before that door can be opened for you. So it's high time that we change that narrative. Therefore, we need laws that are just not talking laws, but actionable laws that will be implemented. And therefore, we must also make sure that women are involved. Like the team says, give to gain. And when you give a woman the platform, obviously, she will multiply, not just for herself, but for the whole nation. So therefore, we must change these actions, and we must rethink, and we must make sure that women are involved in every decision-making and in every sector of governance in this country and also in Africa as well. Mr. Peterobi to also receive his gift from our worship.
Well, once more, thank you. Thank you, Mayor, for your invitation and for your recognition. Thank you, everybody. I'm happy that a young master of ceremony have agreed with me that we must build that continent where women will be in charge and where people's talent and hard work must match up their opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. We truly appreciate your knowledge that you have shared with us here today and joining us here to make sure that this conference become a reality and also a success. Thank you so much.
Nigerian electorate remains heavily youth-driven, with demographic projections consistently showing that more than 60% of the country's estimated population of over 200 million people are under the age of 35, placing young people at the center of democratic participation and political outcomes. According to the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC's official breakdown of the 2023 general elections voter register, out of 93.4 million registered voters nationwide, youths aged 18 to 34 accounted for about 37 million voters, representing approximately 39.6% of the entire electorate. This confirms that young Nigerians remain the single largest demographic bloc in electoral politics. As Nigeria moves toward the 2027 general elections, INEC's ongoing continuous voter registration exercise indicates a gradual expansion of the voter register, with fresh registrations and PVC updates expected to significantly reshape the electorate. Electoral officials have repeatedly stated that the final voter register for 2027 will reflect updated youth participation, particularly first-time voters, reaching voting age since 2023. Despite these numerical strengths, electoral participation in Nigeria continues to show a persistent gap between registration and actual voter turnout. In several election cycles since 1999, turnout has remained below 50%, raising concerns about political apathy, distrust in the electoral process, and systemic barriers to participation. Democratic expectations.
Good afternoon and welcome to News at 3 on Aneke TV. I am Onyechi Ugu and I'm glad to have you join us. The headlines. The Federal Road Safety Corps FRSC has announced the official launch of its nationwide recruitment campaign starting Friday, July 3rd, 2026. The Benue State government has carried out a targeted enforcement sweep along the Makurdi-Otukpo Road to dismantle unauthorized transit barriers and clear persistent traffic gridlock. Minister of Defense General Christopher Musa has reported a significant drop in armed robbery, piracy, and maritime crimes across the Niger Delta region due to ongoing military deployments. Now the news in details. The Federal Capital Territory Administration has officially kicked off its 2025 promotion exercise, utilizing digital screening for more than 13,000 civil servants across the FCTA and the Federal Capital Development Authority. Approved by FCT Minister Nyesom Wike as part of the federal government's Renewed Hope agenda, the computer-based testing initiative commenced on Wednesday, July 1st, 2026. FCT Civil Service Commission Chairman Emeka Eze announced that the 10-day exercise will span 150 cadres and grade levels, providing a structured and transparent path for eligible officers to advance their careers. In a major push to accelerate career growth within the service, Minister Wike has already directed the Commission to organize and execute the subsequent 2026 promotion cycle before the end of this year. Officials have promised to seamlessly hitch-free process, building on the Commissioner's landmark achievement of becoming Nigeria's first civil service branch to implement computer-based promotion testing back in 2024. Candidates are urged to remain patient throughout the testing window as the administration ensures a modern and highly efficient evaluation process. The Federal Road Safety Corps has officially announced that its 2026 nationwide recruitment exercise will commence on Friday, July 3rd, 2026. Signed by the Deputy Corps Marshal and Head of Administration and Human Resources, Pauline Olaye. The public notice invites qualified Nigerian citizens to apply for online vacancies cutting across the officer, marshal inspectorates, and road marshal assistant cadres. Management strongly emphasized that the entire registration and screening process is completely free of charge, warning prospective applicants to remain highly vigilant against employment fraudsters. Interested candidates have a strict 4-week window from the launch date to submit their profiles via the official online portal, after which the shortlisted individuals must present printed confirmation pages at their screening venues. The recruitment welcomes a vast range of professionals and academic holders, including medical doctors, lawyers, engineers, and standard degree or diploma graduates aged up to 35 for the officer tracks. The Marshal Inspectorate and Assistant tracks are open to NCE, OND, and SSCE holders, alongside skilled artisans and professional drivers who possess the required technical licenses. General criteria demand that applicants must be single, computer literate, medically fit, and within specific height parameters, with the agency explicitly advising pregnant women against applying for this particular cycle. The Kano State Hisbah Board has announced that its highly anticipated mass wedding program, locally known as Aurengata, is fully open to both Muslim and Christian participants, designed to strengthen family structures, reduce poverty, and curb the social vulnerability associated with delayed marriages. The state-sponsored initiative specifically targets underprivileged bachelors, painters, divorcees, and orphans. State officials emphasize that the welfare program is built on inclusivity, noting that Christian couples have successfully participated in past editions and remain highly eligible to benefit from the state's extensive matrimonial support system. To back this massive social intervention, the Kano state government has earmarked 1.5 billion naira to fully sponsor 1,500 couples selected from an applicant pool of over 5,000 individuals. Under the scheme, the government will invest 1 million naira per couple, which includes presenting each groom with 100,000 naira for the traditional dowry and providing each bride with an additional 100,000 naira in startup capital to launch a business. To ensure family stability and compatibility, all prospective beneficiaries must pass rigorous medical screenings, including HIV, hepatitis B, and genotype tests, while grooms must prove that they have the viable accommodation and a stable livelihood. In a strict bid to lower regional divorce rates, the state has also mandated that no couple married under this program can dissolve their union without the explicit consent of the Hisbah board. President Bola Tinubu has announced sweeping reforms to the National Youth Service Corps scheme, aiming to transform the decades-old program into a powerhouse for career readiness and digital literacy. Approved by the Federal Executive Council, the new directive overhauls the framework of the scheme by extending the mandatory orientation camp from 3 weeks to 6 weeks. This extended period will heavily focus on civic responsibility, leadership, entrepreneurship, and specialized career training tailored to each graduate's background. President Tinubu emphasized that with youth making up nearly 70% of the nation's population, the reforms ensures Corps members graduate as highly trained professional contributors to national development rather than just completing a year of mandatory service. The high-stakes restructuring also includes major security upgrades and institutional changes to ensure the safety of youth participants. Under the new guidelines, the scheme will implement technology-driven call-up processes and risk-based deployment, giving priority to indigents, residents, and local zone graduates in security-challenged states. Structurally, a civilian director general will now head the NYSC, supported by 3 executive directors, including a dedicated security service chief drawn from the military or paramilitary ranks. To formalize this modern adjustment, the President has already directed the Ministries of Youth Development and Justice to immediately begin amending the original 1973 NYSC Act. A serving member of the National Youth Service Corps, Joy Al-Khali, has successfully trained and empowered 1,102 women and students in Taraba State as part of her mandatory community development service project. Launched under her Better Tomorrow initiative, the grassroots program includes a 3-month literacy drive alongside intensive vocational training sessions covering baking, confectionery, and computer-based test preparation. Alongside providing sustainable income-generating skills to promote self-reliance, Al-Khali extended her impactful intervention to Government Day Secondary School, Hawaii, in Jalingo, where she renovated classroom chalkboards, introduced reading support, and donated new school uniforms to 30 underprivileged students. Speaking at the graduation ceremony in Jalingo, Al-Khali emphasized that equipping women and young people with practical skills creates a powerful ripple effect that transforms entire families and strengthens the nation. Her community-focused efforts drew high praise from local officials, including Taraba State NYSC Coordinator Ella Aji Williams, who lauded the initiative as a stellar model of selfless service that directly addresses host community needs. School authorities noted that the timely intervention significantly reduces the financial burdens on local parents while actively encouraging students' attendance, successfully complementing the broader education policies of Taraba State Governor Agbu Kaifas. The Lagos State government has officially flagged off the pilot phase of the Adopt a School feeding program, creatively dubbed Snacks for Thought, to improve primary school pupil nutrition and overall learning outcomes. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu declared the initiative open in Lagos Island East Local Government Local Council Development Area, emphasizing that no child should ever be forced to learn on an empty stomach. Represented by the Secretary to the State Government, Barrister Bimbola Salu Hundein, the governor described the initiative as a transformative partnership under the federal government's renewed Hope National Homegrown School Feeding Program, designed to enhance human capital development and boost school attendance. Beyond nourishing young minds, the program is structured to revitalize the grassroots economy by exclusively sourcing meals from local farmers, caterers, and small food processors. To fund and scale the project, Governor Sanwo-Olu has called on corporate organizations, charitable foundations, and private individuals to actively adopt public primary schools across the state. To ensure absolute transparency and build public confidence, the state has introduced a digital Adopt a School dashboard, which allows sponsors to use a QR code to track their financial contributions and monitor the real-time impact on pupils' lives. The news at 3 comes to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking news stories, follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now, here is a recap of the major stories making the headlines. The Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC, has announced the official launch of its nationwide recruitment campaign starting Friday, July 3rd, 2026. Coming up shortly, the Benue State government has carried out a targeted enforcement sweep along the Makurdi-Oktukpo Road to dismantle unauthorized transit barriers and clear persistent traffic gridlock. Minister of Defense General Christopher Musa has reported a significant drop in armed robbery, piracy, and maritime crimes across the Niger Delta region due to ongoing military deployments. We'll be back shortly.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Welcome back. The Benue State government has launched an aggressive security crackdown, dismantling several illegal checkpoints and arresting members of the Benue State Civil Protection Guards found manning them. The high-stakes operation, led on Tuesday by the Special Advisor to the Governor on Security and Internal Affairs, Joseph Har, specifically targeted multiple unauthorized roadblocks, causing traffic gridlock along the busy Makurdi-Otukpo Road. The sweeps align directly with recent operational directives from the Benue State Commissioner of Police, which strictly prohibits highway obstruction except under authorized emergency circumstances. During the targeted enforcement exercise, 2 illegal checkpoints were completely cleared in ndlea, where local civil guard personnel were promptly disarmed and taken into custody. The security team also ordered the immediate removal of a highway barrier in Howe, mounted by soldiers claiming to protect a local Chinese engineering firm. Special Advisor Joseph Har firmly reiterated that the Civil Protection Guards are legally mandated to act as community-based first responders and are entirely forbidden from setting up highway roadblocks unless embedded with the Nigeria Police. Members of the public are being urged to report any unauthorized authority barriers directly to the State Command to ensure free, safe transit across the state. Minister of Defense General Christopher Musa has announced a significant reduction in piracy, armed robbery, and associated maritime crimes across the Niger Delta region. Speaking to journalists following a crucial closed-door meeting with oil and gas sector stakeholders at the 6th Division headquarters in Port Harcourt, Rivers State, the minister credited the downturn in criminal activities to the tireless, round-the-clock security operations of the Nigerian Armed Forces. General Musa emphasized that a direct result of this improved security stability, regional oil production has bounced back sharply, officially surpassing current contract production targets, with expectations to climb higher. The high-level security engagement serves as a continuation of strategic federal consultations designed to evaluate maritime progress, protect critical national infrastructure, and eliminate bottlenecks in the energy sector. To foster long-term stability, representatives from local host communities were actively integrated into the deliberations to ensure their immediate socio-economic concerns are fully captured in the government security blueprint. General Musa noted a primary objective moving forward is to systematically strengthen mutual trust between host communities and multinational oil operators, ensuring that a peaceful atmosphere underpins the nation's economic growth. The Onyedinma Foundation is demanding immediate collective action to protect vulnerable youth following the recent abduction of 2 children in Abia State. According to the news report detailed in 10033310729, the 2 victims were kidnapped while walking home from school in Umosun Sulu community of Isialangor North. The youth and women-led non-profit organizations raised major alarms over what they described as persistent cases of child adoption plaguing rural communities. In response to the growing crisis, the Abia State government has vowed to ensure speedy rescue of the missing school children, while advocacy groups continue to push for tighter security and stronger grassroots safety measures. Jigawa State Governor Malam Umar Namadi has identified climate change as one of the most critical development challenges of the current generation, warning that ecological degradation directly threatens local livelihoods through rapid desertification and land loss and erratic flooding. Speaking in Dushe at the launch of the state's governance structure for the Renewed Hope Initiative Green Nigeria Challenge, Governor Namadi emphasized that Jigawa's geographic location within the semi-arid region and along the Great Green Wall Corridor makes it uniquely vulnerable to harsh environmental shifts. To anchor long-term climate resilience, his administration has placed ecosystem protection at the center of its agenda, introducing newly established environmental clubs in primary and secondary schools, alongside specialized environmental societies across regional tertiary institutions. The high-profile campaign was officially inaugurated by the school lady of the Second Lady of Nigeria, Hajiya Nana Kashim Shettima, who represented the First Lady and National Chairman of the Renewed Hope Initiative, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, praising Jigawa's proactive approach and the implementation of its state's climate change policy. The Second Lady explained that the national movement aims to aggressively mobilize communities, schools, and households towards sustainable tree planting and conscious environmental sanitation. Given the state's high vulnerability to shifting weather patterns, she urged local youths and residents to aggressively cultivate hardy, drought-resistant trees like neem, moringa, and date palms to champion biodiversity conservations and secure a sustainable future for the region. Nigeria's electricity distribution companies collected a staggering 801.16 billion naira from consumers between January and April 2026, despite persistent power outages and widespread load shedding across the nation. Data released by the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission reveals that the 11 discos raked in these massive revenues, even as business and households endured severe generation shortfalls. The power crisis peak occurred during February and March when critical gas shortages forced thermal plants to slash national generation below 2,000 megawatts, operating on less than 43% of the gas supply required for optimal production. Vice President Kashim Shettima arrived in Dushe on Wednesday to attend the 2026 Jigawa Investment Summit, a high-level event designed to showcase the state's massive economic potential to local and international investors. On hand to welcome him at the Nunu Mohammed Sunusi International Airport, where Jigawa State Governor Umar Namadi, top executive council officials, and regional dignitaries. As the special guest of honor, Vice President Shettima will officially declare the 2-day summit open, guiding pivotal discussions under the theme Unlocking Opportunities, Driving Sustainable Growth for a Better Jigawa. The summit marks a major milestone in the state's aggressive push for economic transformation, job creation, and industrialization. According to Jigawa State Commissioner for Information, Sagir Musa, the state is heavily focused on drawing fresh public-private partnerships and capital into critical sectors, including agriculture, renewable energy, manufacturing, healthcare, and education. The Imo State government has officially launched the Nigeria-Japan Youth Game Creator Contest 2026, a groundbreaking digital innovation initiative designed to thrust young Nigerian tech talents onto the globe stage. Unveiled by the Commissioner for Youth Development and Talent Hunt, Dr. Emeka Mandela Ukewu, the international competition aims to discover and nurture young game developers and character designers. Organized in partnership with Tokyo-based Gig Bing International, the Office of the Special Advisor on Narcotics and Illicit Drug Monitoring, and Ebelebe Trading and Investment. The initiative uniquely blends digital empowerment with advocacy by using technology to promote a creative, drug-free lifestyle among the youth. The high-stakes contest is strictly open to regional creators aged 18 and older who submit unpublished mobile, PC, or browser-based games. Aspiring developers have until August 31st, 2026 to submit their entries through the official contest portal, after which a public voting and judging phase will run from September 1st to September 10th. Beyond global exposure and a life-changing, all expenses paid trip to Japan, participants are competing for major cash rewards. The overall championship will take away with 500,000 yen, while the first and second runner-ups will receive 300,000 yen and 200,000 yen respectively, with the final winners officially announced on September 30th, 2026. The Big Brother Niger star and entrepreneur Queen Mercy Atang has shared an emotional plea on social media, asking God for extreme wealth, not for her personal luxury, but to lift others out of poverty. In a moving Instagram post, the reality star revealed her deep sorrow over global hardships, admitting that teen families lose everything to devastating flood breaks her heart. Queen stated that she wishes she possessed the ultimate financial backing and influence to ensure that everyday people have access to basic human rights like safe housing, clean food, and quality health care. This heartbreaking outcry comes during the otherwise massive season of growth for the lifestyle influencer. Just last month, Queen celebrated explosive digital milestones, netting over 25 million views across her business and personal pages, alongside securing a lucrative 70 million naira endorsement deal with the Blood Group. And now to end the news, here are the main points again. The Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC, has announced the official launch of its nationwide recruitment campaign starting Friday, July 3rd, 2026. Prospective candidates across officers, marshal inspectorates, and road marshal assistant cadres will have a strict 4-week window to submit applications through agency's free online portal. Meanwhile, the Benue State government has carried out a targeted enforcement sweep along the Makurdi-Otukpo Road to dismantle unauthorized transit barriers and clear persistent traffic gridlock. During the operation, several illegal checkpoints were removed, and complicit personnel from the Benue State Civil Protection Guards were disarmed and taken into custody. In the meantime, Minister of Defense General Christopher Musa has reported a significant drop in armed robbery, piracy, and maritime crimes across the Niger Delta region due to ongoing military deployments. This stabilized security climate has allowed regional oil production to bounce back sharply and surpass current contract targets. And that concludes the news at 3. Thank you for watching. I am Onyechi Ugu. Good afternoon.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Imo State unfolds like a living poem, a tapestry of memory, aspiration, and transformation. Here, history is not settled in the past, but continues to move forward, carried in the footsteps of Imolites, whose resolve and optimism animate every corner of the land. The people and their spirit Imolites are renewed for their courage, enterprise, and intellect. From the bustling avenues of Owerri to the rolling hills of Idato, both the young and the old carry a quiet, steadfast conviction. Education is not just a means to an end, but a calling. Their ambition lives in the classrooms, in labs, in markets, and in the global Imo diaspora. Imo's cultural heartbeat is rhythmic and rich. High-life melodies mingle with gospel harmonies and modern beats, each song echoing ancestral memory and youthful vigor. Traditional dances carry stories of community, origin, and resilience, even as innovation blossoms, rooted in respect for heritage. Infrastructure and roads. Under Governor Hope Uzodimma, Imo has undergone what many describe as a road revolution. The administration claims to have delivered over 120 quality roads within 5 years. Notable among them are the dualized Owerri-Olo and Owerri-Okigwe roads. The Mbidi-Oguta Road and 18-kilometer dual carriageway was commissioned in early 2025, aiming to boost economic activities in Oru West and Oguta LGAs, especially by connecting to the Orashi Energy Free Trade Zone. Other signature infrastructure includes the Azamta flyover to decongest traffic and the Emmanuel Iwanyam International Conference Center, which has been built to world-class standards. Governor Uzodimma has also stated that these infrastructure investments are not just for mobility, but are economic corridors intended to stimulate trade, reduce travel time, and integrate Imo's communities more closely. Under human capital development, health and education, and on health, the Governor Uzodimma administration reports a comprehensive revamp. Renovation of 305 health centers, purportedly one in each electoral ward. Establishment of 55 new primary health centers announced in 2025 to expand access, particularly in rural areas. Construction of 3 new general hospitals at Ohaji, Oguta, and Omuma. Revitalization of the Imo State University Teaching Hospital and the Specialist Hospital, plus re-accreditation of nursing and midwifery schools. Creation of a state health insurance scheme known as Imo Health Insurance, which has reportedly covered more than 66,000 residents. Deployment of mobile clinics to reach rural and underdeserved communities. In education, Governor Uzodimma has significantly expanded tertiary education. What was once one functioning public university has grown to 3, along with a polytechnic and a college of education. He has also prioritized youth empowerment and governance that are strong signals of financial reforms. According to some reports, Uzodimma has focused heavily on capital spending, budgeting major parts of the state resources towards infrastructure and development. Then, Imo under Emeka Ihedioha, renewal and vision. While much of the recent narrative focuses on Governor Uzodimma, it is important to acknowledge the contributions of his predecessor, Chief Emeka Ihedioha. Through his rebelled Imo agenda, Chief Ihedioha prioritized environmental renewal. There were efforts to restore drainage, improve waste management, plant community trees, and reintroduce refuse compactor vehicles. He also restructured state finances, including implementing a treasury single account for greater financial discipline and automating revenue collection to improve the state's internally generated revenue. In agriculture, Chief Ihedioha launched an initiative called Rice Revolution to boost rice production, turn rural youths into farmers, and partner with the private sector for food security. For youth and sports, Chief Ihedioha's government reportedly worked on sports infrastructure across the 27 local government areas, envisioning healthy, active youth participation in sports. What truly defines Imo is its resilience. Where decay once prevailed, renewal now pauses. Where neglect reigned, leadership dares to imagine. The story of Imo is not only about roads and hospitals, it is about a people who refuse to accept stagnation, who carry their heritage with dignity, and who dare to dream of a better tomorrow. As night falls over palm-lined hills and Owerri streets, hum with life, Imo is not just a place, it is a promise built in classrooms, clinics, markets, and fields. In its people lies its greatest wealth, and in its bold, forward-looking dreams, its greatest power.
The world changes. Markets.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Of all the wonders I have seen, it seems to me more strange that men should fear death, knowing that death, a necessary end, must come when it must come. That is from our brother William Shakespeare in his work Julius Caesar, during the conspiracy that brought the end of Caesar, AD 44 or BC 44, or 44 AD, 44 BC, whichever one. Now, we want to look at this phenomenon called death. At a stage in his life, Job of the scripture wished for death. We have seen in the scripture about those who wished for death. In fact, Job said during his torment that people dig and dig and dig for death and still death does not come. But still, people are afraid to die. And that's why, you know, when we were in secondary school in the 1970s, one of the biggest, you know, writers then was, you know, under the name Hadley Chase. And then one of his works was "Want to Stay Alive." want to stay alive, life is not easy to lose. It is something that is priceless. You cannot give an amount to life, whether it is $1 trillion or 1 quintillion pounds. There is no price for life. And that's why today, with me in the studio, to look at this thing called death, this phenomenon called death, this dread called death, this thing that people also wish for called death. We want to look at death. You know, this phenomenon called death. It's a mystery. Even, you know, Shakespeare even said through Julius that it is a mystery. So with me in the studio to look into this mystery, we have our brother Gabriel Nnameka Anichukwu, a peace and conflict consultant. Gabriel Anichukwu, welcome to the program.
Prof, thank you very much.
Death. Everybody's afraid of death. But sometimes people wish for death. And sometimes you say that some people die happily. And it's in fact because the only way to heaven is to die. The only way to heaven is to die. I don't want to say why do men fear death, but I want to know, first of all, this phenomenon called death. What is even death? Because like both of us now, I am Jude Denta and we are Nnameka Anichukwu. That Anichukwu, did you meet the man? Do you know him? The Anichukwu whose name you are answering. So let us look at death. Then we will now understand what death really means. Some people say that for you to go to heaven, you must first of all die. I don't understand. So, Nnameka, what is death?
Death simply means the cessation where the activities of the vital organs of life in a man stopped eternally from being active. Is the cessation of life in a life of man, where life stops in a living organism, man or animal. Where life stops in a living organism, either man or animal.
So, and why do people refer to it as transition? What happens, or when people say it is an end? Some people call it transition, some people call it an end. Why? How come the concept of transition added to life? Or, you know, because those of us that have gone through the scriptures a little bit, I've not done it deep like maybe someone like you. You know, you hear that the Sadducees believe that immediately life ceases, that is the end. But the Pharisees, who are our brothers as Catholics, understand and believe and understand that there's a transition. You know, vita mutatis non toletur, that life is changed, not ended. How come that kind of understanding?
That philosophy is revolved under the fulcrum of metaphysical perspective of death. Revolves on the fulcrum of metaphysical perspective of death. Because man is a spirit. He has a soul and he lives in a body. Man is a spirit. Man has a soul and lives in a spirit. So, from that metaphysical perspective of death, whereby it is referred as transition, it means that at death, the physical body becomes a waste, transforms, and the soul leaves the physical body. Then the Christian says it goes to the Maker. Have you seen it? Then the traditional religion says it goes to Obindichie, whereby the soul comes back in reincarnation.
Yeah, what if it's a young person? If you are saying Obindichie.
All I know that man is a spirit and the spirit does not die. So in transition, when you approach death as a transition, means that person that you said died really did not die, but transforms becomes another nomenclature of a being.
Okay.
That comes back. That's why there is a reincarnation or resurrection.
Yeah, because I'm asking this question because to so many people in life, in fact, from the literature we have, death is the real tragedy. Real tragedy because that is the end of every effort.
No. Death is not the end. Because man is a spirit. He has a soul and lives in a body. So, that thing we call tragedy is whereby you see it as where the physical body stops, the activity stops. But the soul continues the journey. That is transition.
Not like some people that, like, you normally use this concept of the esoteric knowledge.
Yes.
Some of them will say that the person ends as a man.
Maybe the etheric body
maybe becomes a tree or
the
something like
earthbound body shares away. The earthbound body. The transient body. This is the transient body.
Okay.
You are hearing my voice, but you can't see Nemeka and Ichuku.
Okay.
You can hear my voice. I'm a spirit.
Okay, yeah.
So whenever they say Nemeka and Ichuku in the time to come dies physically, I chase off this earthbound body, etheric body.
So when the Nemeka chooses to breathe, we shall come back to it. Yes. We'll take a little break and then come back to, because I want to understand when Nemeka chooses to breathe. Yeah. Not when he dies, because we're not talking about that. Die. So we'll take a little break and then continue.
All right.
Just a little break.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
We are back, and we thank God that we have been joined by a pastor, Reverend Omar Carlo. And you're welcome, eh?
Reverend Uche Carlo.
Uche Carlo.
Yes, sir.
With Omar.
Yes,
but Omar is here. Uche Carlo.
Omar has never been in my name.
Uche Carlo.
Uche Carlo Oka.
Sorry. Uche Carlo Oka. Yes. Uche Carlo Oka. Cow. So you're welcome. And like your brother has said, Cow, you're welcome. Now, we are looking at this phenomenon called death, and we started from the point of our brother Julius Caesar, who said that of all the wonders I have seen, it seems to be most strange that men should fear death, knowing that death, in necessary end, will come when it will come, and there's nothing you can do about that. So, but in defining it, our brother Gabriel now gave us an important perspective about it. That's not just about it's about cessation of
breath,
ethereal cessation of breath, cessation of breath. Yes. Because we also know that our brother Job, when he was talking, prayed for death. He prayed for death. He wished for it. A lot of times people also wish for death. But it's not as simple as that, because I once watched an accident scene. I was there, in one place, and the woman was going, and she was going because the thing was bad, but she was carrying a little baby, and she didn't want the baby to feel the pain. She was undergoing a lot of pain, but at every point, she begins to leave. That baby will give out a cry, and she will just put her breast again back into the lips of the baby, just to keep things going. Because I don't know, you people that are, those of you who are pastors, what is death? How do you understand it? Because sometimes you have been around where people die.
Okay, thank you, sir. To our viewers, death, as long as I know, remains a mystery. It's a mystery. No one can talk in totality about what the details of death until you die. Until you die. And the God that created death. So, being a human being, as a tripartite being that has a soul, spirit, and a body. Okay? Death is a transition, a means of entering into another phase of life. It can also be termed to be a voyage, a carriage that transports you from one end to another end. So when, just like my brother pointed out or said, it is a cessation of breath. The air that gives you life is cut off. Then the inner body, which is the soul, goes off back to the maker. So death, from its parenthesis, remains a mystery to the living.
Yeah, because I want to look at that, the mystery of it, because when Jesus was here with us as the, physical Jesus, the historical Jesus, when he was here as the historical Jesus, the day he was walking on the water, his disciples and apostles, because there are two different groups, they saw him walk on water, and they started shouting that it is a ghost. Now, this concept of ghost, how do we have that? Why do we have that? Because we're talking of dead beings walking, dead men walking. So, yes, I want to understand that from a pastor's perspective before I go back to my brother. Because when they shouted it's a ghost, then he said no, it is me. Then even when he rose from the dead, he still came to them. He said, as you can see, ghosts do not have a physical body and they can't even eat. So he ate fish before them. So this thing called ghost, I'm looking at that ghost. I'm bringing death, because when you talk of death and you're talking of ghost, when you talk of ghost, you're talking of the dead. So what's the relationship between death and the ghost?
Okay.
Is it even something that is real?
Human beings has a way of relating what they know or their perspective over an issue. Human beings that are alive has a way of relating what they know or what they perceive over an issue. When you talk about a ghost, you are talking about a manipulated sphere, the devil using a manipulated being to influence the activities of men. And when you come to a spiritual being, a pastor, a child of God, he knows that spirits exist.
Okay.
In those spirits that exist, it can be influenced by the devil. It can be carried by the Spirit of God. There is a presence of a spiritual being. And in this spiritual being are where forces interact, where forces are being manipulated. If you are spiritual, you know the genuine one. If you are spiritual, you know the one that is not genuine. And when they say it's a ghost, they are trying to say that they perceive this being is not a physical being like us. It has been transcended into another atmosphere. And so we don't see it as ordinary. No human being walks on water ordinary. Then this one should be a spiritual being. It's a ghost. And the easiest elementary name to give to a spiritual being is ghost. Ghost. It is us that will tell you whether it is an angel that came in the form of that ghost, or it is the devil that manipulated that spirit being.
An angel or a demon?
Yes. Okay. When it is a demon, then he now say that the devil manipulated that spirit being. But if it is God, he comes in form of an angel, in that enclave, in parentheses, of a ghost.
Okay. So, because you're listening to him, he talked about this, because we are looking at this, the breath has ceased.
Yeah.
But we are still talking of beingness, even when the breath has ceased. And then from there, we brought in this issue of the ghosts. And then the way he has tried to explain the ghosts. Do you accept that explanation of ghosts? Yes.
Ghosts...
because he talked about it as something that is manipulated, even though there are a number of things there.
there is positive manipulation, there is negative manipulation.
Okay.
So when we are talking about manipulation, we need to dissect it appropriately.
Okay.
Ghost is a phantom being that operates on a different frequency, on a different realm of existence. When a being is read as a ghost, that ghost can walk on water, because the earth-bound body, that ghost is not carrying the earth, the mortal,
the gravity.
Yes, the mortal body is not there. The person or the deity or the spirit has transformed into a higher frequency that becomes very light, so that the being can walk on water, just Christ did. Likewise, those who do teleportation, even African mystics, called the Ikiri. So you can't, this earthbound body, you can't use this earthbound body to do it. So what I'm saying is that whenever you see somebody who is operating on a higher level of spiritual frequency, you will see the person do the impossible.
Okay.
What is physical impossible? That's what when those who have faith said, when you believe, you will do the impossible. Doing impossible means you need to move out from this earthbound mortal flesh into the higher spiritual realm of existence to cast and bind even the devil. They cast and bind.
Okay, so now that tells me the second question for you now. There's something that we talk about almost all the time. If you go to the book of Revelations, you talk of the second death. What does that mean? How do you understand? How do you explain it to the viewer? Second death. Because from what you are saying now, that means that there's one death and another death.
It's a simple issue that man is a spirit, he has a soul, and dwells in a body as the transportation mechanism. Then that second death is all about when you shed off this earthbound body, where does your soul go?
Okay.
So we're talking of that second death. Then second death unto life or unto miserable death. That's why the Christian philosophy says you need to repent and come out from sinful life, so that when you shed off this mortal body, then you will be awakened to be in the bosom of the Lord because of your good works. So your soul will go back to God, where you will have what they call heaven.
Okay.
Then if you check it from traditional indigenous point of view, indigenous philosophy or cosmology, then when you shed off this mortal flesh, you transit in reincarnation and come back to reap the good fruits you have sowed when you lived in the past life. That is second life. So when you're coming back, you are coming to reap. That is the karmic consequences of your life in the past. Okay. That your soul has turned back to take another mortal flesh for you to reap the good or the evil that you have sowed. Because in karma, there's no grace and mercy. You reap according to what you have sowed.
You reap what you sow.
No grace, no mercy, no blood of Jesus Christ in karmic consequences of one's actions.
Okay. Yeah, because this second death, because I want to understand it.
Yes, second death.
Yes, because
there is no too much grammar about it.
Yes.
When you die from this physical body, you enter into either eternal damnation or eternal life. Okay. The judgment that takes you into eternal life and eternal damnation is what is called second death. When you die, that is the first death. You come before the judgment seat according to the scripture. And when you are judged, you will be taken into eternal damnation. That is the second death, or eternal life. Do you understand?
I'm trying to understand.
You are trying to understand?
Yes.
All I'm trying to say is this. This life we are living is the first life.
Okay.
And when you decease from this first life, you have the tendency to enter into judgment of God, okay, that decides your second death.
Or second
that
life.
decide your second death.
Or second life.
Or second life.
Okay.
Second death in the sense you either open the window to eternal damnation or eternal life.
Okay.
Yes. The eternal life is not the one that he talks about reincarnation, coming back into life to reap whatever you have sown in your first life.
That is the eternal life.
Because the Bible says,
that is the eternal life.
The Bible we talked about said that if you die a sinner, the Bible said that the book will be open in Revelation. And if your name is not written in that place, you'll be cast into into the lake of fire.
But it's not an absolute statement, though.
Now, when we talk about
you
death,
are going to respond.
When we talk about death on its own entirety, we discover that death is a mystery.
Yes.
And we have seen people, they say, they die so place, and they come so place, and they remarry.
We have heard.
And the wife say, I want to go to your village. And the man say, they don't talk about my village if you want this marriage to last. And at the time, we got so pressured that the wife decided to find out. And they all traveled, getting to a point. Yes. The man said, let me ease myself. And the man disappeared. Why is he disappearing? And now, you discover that the devil can manipulate a being.
Is it? Are you trying to say that because he's going to respond
that is not where we mark a second death. Because it is from that anchor that he says you will come and reap.
No. I don't think he was bringing in that one.
In the order of reincarnation.
No, is he bringing? That's why you're saying it's not reincarnation. That one is from the point of view of ghosts or another kind of life, because you're looking at death.
And also reincarnation.
No, it's not. This one you're mentioning, the man that came to marry. It's not reincarnation.
He is part of it, because he also mentioned.
Anyway, he's here.
He also mentioned that if somebody dies, the person will come back to reap what he has sown in the first.
No, that's why it's not reincarnation that they will understand. But I think you are here to speak for yourself. You heard him.
It's quite appalling that whenever reincarnation is mentioned, especially my great man in the Christian pulpit, most of them will have a kind of negative perception of reincarnation. Let me tell you the truth. Resurrection of Jesus Christ is a kind of reincarnation.
Resurrection?
Yes.
And reincarnation?
The resurrection is a kind of reincarnation. So people should not always paint reincarnation from in the negative color. Reincarnation is where the soul or spirit takes flesh. Simple.
Yeah, but
in the context of reincarnation, there must be a better.
Excuse me. Let me. Giving birth, even Jesus Christ, from the Christian point of view, who gave birth, who gave the seed? Not the spirit.
It's the spirit.
It's the spirit. He was impregnated by the spirit.
And that is reincarnation.
It's not reincarnation.
No, I'm asking you now.
That's why it's reincarnation.
Listen, when you're talking of coming back to life, don't view that whenever it's always evil, it's all devil.
You know, you need to understand incarnation and
reincarnation.
They are two different concepts.
Spirit taking back the mortal body. That is reincarnation. Reincarnation. I'm listening. So what I'm saying is that reincarnation is a reality. It's a reality.
Yeah, but we want to bring it to death now. And how does it, affect or influence what people do as regards death? Because sometimes when some people are dying, they are happy that they are dying.
Whenever someone who has committed evil does not die a sweet death.
Happy death or sweet death.
Be the person a Christian, a Muslim, a traditionalist, there's a spirit in man that tells any man, I am an evil man. There's a spirit in man that tells somebody, I've done well.
Good.
I've done the good fight,
like
and my reward is waiting for me. That's why whenever these evil people are dying, they die gnashing their teeth, because they know that at the point of decision of this.
Bring me into golden sunlight. If I'm going with you, I know we'll get to the other side. Sinking in, I know this feels right. Catch Catching a crazy love moving through me like a wildfire, like a wildfire.
The world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good evening to you, good afternoon to you, wherever you're watching from. Thank you for joining this evening on Aneke Brief, that one-stop show that brings to you events, situations, and occasions happening around Enugu and the Southeast. This is Aneke Brief, and I'm your host, Princess Ken Ochoma. Now on this show, we bring to you conversations ranging from every part that you can think of, both emotional, psychological, political, economical, and of course spiritual, concerning things around Enugu, Imo, Anambra, Ebonyi, and Abia states. All states around the Southeast. And yes, our guest is already here with us in the studio. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll be bringing to you a brief highlight of the events and issues that are trending in the Southeast today as it appears on the news bulletin. Do stay with us.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're welcome back. This is Aneke Brief. Like I mentioned earlier, our guest is already in the studio, and he is a real estate practitioner, I like to call it that, and he's a dear friend. I've known him for quite some time, and it's good to have him today with me in the studio. He is Engineer Ibe Chukwudi Frank Stanley. He's the CEO, Blake City Shelters Limited.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, and thanks for joining me this evening.
Good afternoon, Princess.
How have you been?
I'm very fine.
It's why you're calling my full name.
I like to call you by your names.
Well, it's my name. I'm glad that you still remember my name after all these years.
Exactly.
Anyway, we'll just go straight into our news bulletin for this evening. We have 4 topics that we just, have an overview of before we get into our conversation for this evening. Now, on the first, we have a story from Umuahia, Abia State. It says the Umuahia Capital Development Authority has commenced the demolition of illegal structures in parts of the Abia State capital as part of ongoing urban renewal efforts. So I think this is to create more road, or whatever reason they had to demolish, to have, I'm sure the government has a plan for the structure of the city, so hence the demolitions. So how do you think, being a real estate person, how do you think this will affect both the government and the citizens?
Okay, I think firstly, the government of Abia State, they are working so tirelessly, making sure that Abia State becomes one of the world class, not just in Nigeria, but in West Africa at large. So Dr. Alex Oti, who is the current governor of Abia State, is actually, his works are actually commendable because he needs Abia State to be at that list of one of the states that both, when you come to commerce, when you come to industrializations, when you come to urbanizations and so many other things that makes up a society, he wants Abia State to be one of the very best in Southeast. Apart from insecurities, although insecurities there are also been touched over there as
Over
well
time.
in Abia State here. So
Okay.
I think he's working tirelessly to make sure that Abia State is among the front lines of states here in Southeast.
Okay, well, still in Abia State, the government has inaugurated computerized vehicle inspection centers in Aba and in Umuahia to improve road safety and ensure that only roadworthy vehicles operate within the state. This is, you know, tech-driven and innovation. Yeah, I feel it's innovative based on the accidents, to control accidents and having to take off bad vehicles from the road.
Okay, you know, the best way to handle situations is when you computerize so many things, you digitalize so many things, and having that mindset of having vehicles being checked computer-based is quite commendable. Just like I said, Dr. Alex Oti, he has always wanted Abia State to be the #1, and I think his vision, his mission, and also his objectives to project Abia State has always been in his mind and in his heart, and I'm sure that he will definitely make it to his second term without any stronger opposition that will fight him, because I'm not a member of Labour Party, I'm not a member of NDC, but I think he's one of the best here in the Southeast.
So far. Okay, still in Abia State, of course, the Nigerian Medical Association Abia State branch has called off its planned industrial action following the release of kidnapped orthopedic surgeon, pardon me, Dr. Bonaventure Agwacha. So Dr. Agwacha was kidnapped last month while traveling from Imo to Umuahia. And over the past couple, I think it was yesterday, before yesterday, they came out to say that they were going to engage in an industrial action if the doctor was not released. But seeing that they have called it off, I'm guessing the doctor has gained his freedom.
Okay, insecurity is one of the major menaces that faces the society in current days. It is so troublesome, it's so worrisome that you can't even travel on roads without having the mindset of coming back safely. Just like 2 weeks ago, or will I say 3 weeks ago, I traveled to Abuja on road, and on my way coming back, I posted it on my social media, on my Instagram. On my way coming back, I met those bandits, and it was just like a hell to me. Like, I felt that insecurity, because all this while I've been seeing insecurity in televisions, I've been hearing it
social
in
media
radios, but this particular one, I witnessed it. And in my heart, I felt like, okay, I witnessed it, but I was not adopted. What of those who have been adopted? What of those who have been on their way? Maybe, probably, they are traveling for their various businesses, they are traveling to see their family members, and on the way, they are being kidnapped. What would be the fate of both those who were kidnapped and their family members? I was able to fix myself in their shoes, and I see that if this country doesn't face insecurity critically, I don't know the fate of a common man like me who cannot be able to afford flights in Nigeria. That would be very bad for persons like us. So government really needs to look into matters like insecurity.
Honestly, well, while we are still hoping and praying that the children that were kidnapped are being released, we are thankful that this particular doctor has been released, because, I mean, being a surgeon at this level, you would understand that there are persons whose life are on his hands. And if he's being held up in custody, I wonder what will happen to this said person. So we are grateful that he's been released. All right, that's all on the news bulletin review we have for this evening. We'll take a short break, and when we get back, we'll be going to our conversation for this evening, and we are looking at a rather sensitive, I wouldn't say sensitive, but something that has been on the mind, or is on the mind, of so many citizens of the Southeast. And we're talking about the price of living in Enugu and across southeastern states, tenant rights and skyrocketing rents. We'll be right back.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. The Southeast region has long been known for its entrepreneurial spirit, strong family values, and growing urban centers. However, as housing costs continue to rise faster than incomes, many residents are asking whether the dream of secure and affordable accommodation is gradually slipping out of reach. If you live in Enugu, from New Haven to Independence Layout, from Ababa to GRA, from Transikulu to Ugwaji, you've heard it or you've lived it. The landlord just called, rent is due, and it has gone up again by 40%, by 50%, by 60%, sometimes 100%. And oftentimes, no repairs done, no notice given. And you hear, just take it or leave it. And if you leave it, where would you go? Because the next house is just as expensive. In the last 3 years, Enugu's rent has become a second taxation, if we're being honest with ourselves. A 2-bedroom flat that was around $350 in 2022 now goes for around 800 to 1.2 million in places like New Haven and GRA. Even in Ababa and Emene, where we used to get 150, is now 400 and above. Self-contained house students and young workers are now 250 and 350 per year, with landlords demanding 2 years upfront, an agreement, plus caution, plus agency, plus damage fees before you even collect the key. Meanwhile, salaries haven't moved. The minimum wage is still at 70,000 naira. But beyond the burden, the financial burden, the housing challenge raises broader questions about urban planning, social welfare, economic justice, and sustainable development. If affordable housing becomes inaccessible to ordinary residents, what impact will that have on the social and economic future of Enugu and the southeastern states? And what role should government, housing regulators, landlord associations, and tenancy advocacy groups play in addressing the growing crisis? Are tenants receiving adequate protection under the law? Are landlords justified in increasing rents in response to economic realities? These are some of the issues we'll be addressing this afternoon on the topic, the price of living in Enugu and across southeastern states. Tenant rights versus skyrocketing rent. Already I've introduced my guest this evening. He's engineer Ibe Chukwudi Frank Stanley. He's the CEO, Blake City Shelters Limited.
Exactly.
Good afternoon and thanks for joining once again.
Thank you.
All right, we've had a brief conversation. Before we went on air, we've had at length conversation. And I said I wasn't sure where I was going to start off my questions from. But let's hit it straight at the head. At what point did we get to where we needed to, have skyrocketing rent, especially here in Enugu State? What was that turning point where we started paying higher amounts when it comes to rent?
Okay, thank you. I would rather say I would rather start with the factors that affect or that brought up to the high rents here in Enugu, and one of the major factors is a factor that you will even be surprised to hear. Like I've been in real estate for over 3 to 5 years, and I've studied, I've met with clients, I've met with landlords, I've known the real cause why high rents have been, or why we witness high rents here in Enugu. And one of the major factors, which is the #1 factor that I'm going to mention, is from the clients or from the prospective tenants. Do you know the reason why? There are some apartments that maybe you know that this apartment is very expensive as a prospective tenant, and you are desperate to rent an apartment, and maybe probably you get to those apartments, agents get you there, and you know that they're expensive, but at the end of the day you go to pay for those apartments. I think we are not encouraging others who cannot be able to afford those houses. I'll give you an instance. There was a particular apartment that we rented in Transekulu and it was a one-bedroom apartment, 1 million. That was the first time that an apartment was being rented for 1 million in Enugu, which was in Transekulu. So when this house came into market, we met the landlord. We tried to appeal to him because, you know, I told you earlier that we do appeal to landlords. That prices of renting an apartment is usually expensive. Sometimes we do appeal, sometimes we advocate. So we met this landlord and we told him that this particular apartment is on the high side. But the only thing that he told us was if we cannot be able to rent that apartment at 1 million because of, he was checking the building cost, he was checking the cost of transportation, and he was also checking the proximity of his property because he saw that his property was almost on the third road.
Okay.
So he said that if you cannot be able to rent it for 1 million, that we should leave his house. So we left that particular apartment for over 2 months. It wasn't rented. But shockingly to us, 3 guys, I wouldn't want to call them Yahoo boys, I wouldn't want to call them fraudulent guys, I don't care how their sources of income comes, but 3 guys came to pay for this apartment and they took 3 of those apartments. So when agents realized what happened, the next day someone paid, the following day another person paid, and at the end of the day, an apartment that was a house that was abandoned by agents just because of the high increased rent was actually paid by desperate people, you know. And you know, at the end of the day, such landlords would say that, okay, they were able to achieve their goals by leaving that particular apartment at a very high cost, and maybe if some other closer landlord sees that this particular apartment was rented on the high side, other ones will also be encouraged to also make their own as well, be at the high side. You know, that is the number 1 factor that affects rent. Then secondly, just like we have inflation here in Nigeria, you know, it's a major challenge here, both in the stock exchange market, because the more dollar goes up and comes down, the more building materials also goes up. Just like today, I checked the cost of cement today. It was quite outrageous. You know, you can imagine someone acquiring just 1 bag of cement for 12,500 naira or 13,000 just for 1 bag. So you now check if it's someone who just started a project recently, what is going to face both in cost of acquiring materials, cost of acquiring labor, cost of transportation, like everything has just skyrocketed, gone so up. You get, so things like that do affect the high rental values here in Enugu State.
Okay, away from houses that are built newly, I mean, like from what you rightly said, the cost of purchase of building materials has increased. Hence why some persons who build houses have a certain amount fixed. Let's talk about houses that are not new, right? Houses that have been built over the years, and then because of, I wouldn't know what these reasons are. Maybe you help us outline the reasons why landlords, existing landlords with existing tenants, what reasons that would lead to them waking up one morning or one weekend or for whatever reasons they woke up that day and decide that that's the day for an increment in rent. And oftentimes you see that nothing has been effectively done on the house. Like I said, I can understand a new house, but help us understand why existing houses do have to increase rents.
Okay, just like I said earlier, some houses or some landlords probably maybe if they rent a particular apartment as high as 2 million, for instance, they still have neighbors, other landlords who are still closer to them that don't have or doesn't have virgin houses, you know. And most of all those landlords, I don't know if they are in one particular union.
Okay.
In the extent that maybe if one particular person could be able to successfully rent his apartment very high, you'll see the other ones who are still around, you know, trying to reference on the previous apartment that was rented. Like some landlords would tell you that, are you not seeing the house that they just rented here, that they rented it for 2.5 million? Why would you want my own to be 1.5 million? And in some cases, most of all those landlords who have old buildings or old tenants, they would want to give the tenants quick notice at the guise of increasing or inflating the house rents. And secondly, some houses that are in a very better proximities, that is close to the access road, or some that are very closer to accessible water, because these are the factors that it helps to inflate the values or the cost of houses. Once a house, the proximity is okay, it has running water, it has better or steady electricity, and also has better facilities. You know, some of those landlords would see their apartments as gold. You get, so in most cases they would want to increase their house rents just because of one or two factors that may not really be able to make someone who is reasonable, you know, to increase their rents. Yeah.
This action, is it by any way backed up by the law, both federal or state law? Because it's a common reoccurrence, and it seems like it has become normal for a landlord to just decide to increase his rent. Are there procedures, actual procedures, needless of the reasons that you've mentioned? Are there procedures that you say that these lawyers follow when they want to, legally, or maybe so by some documentation or some process you have to follow before you can increase rent, such that when you present it to your tenants, okay, these are the things I had to file, these are the things I had to do that led me to increase this rent? Or is it just something that is done on a whim based on the things you just mentioned?
Okay, you know, at my understanding, I think Nigeria is not supposed to be a lawless country, but the citizens are making the country lawless. You know, you can see someone who is in a haste or who has been frustrated just because of an apartment. You go to pay for an apartment, and maybe at the end of the day, the landlord charges you for the legal fee, which is tantamount for you to have your legal agreement being signed. But at the end of the day, you don't take it as a major concern. You don't take it so seriously to sign your tenancy agreement, because all those things are being stipulated there in the tenancy agreement.
Okay.
A landlord is not supposed to increase rents when it is not up to 3 years.
Of you living in it.
Living there, exactly. So under the law, it has been there. But so many persons don't care to sign those tenancy agreements. And some of the, in some cases, the reason why they don't want to sign it is because once they see that the legal fee of that particular apartment is as low as 100,000 naira, they wouldn't care to, because they know that once that legal fee is up to 200,000, that there must be a legal fee which should be signed. You get, but once an apartment, once they charge you cheaper in the legal fee, maybe you don't know that it's a game, that if you ask for your tenancy agreement, the landlord will say, he will tell you how much did you pay for your legal tenancy agreement or for your legal fee. So there's no need for you requesting for that tenancy agreement. And at the end of the day, you say, okay, they collected 100,000 naira or they charged 50,000 naira, so that means there's no need. But at the end of the day, you see yourself falling into the crimes of landlord just waking up one day and increasing rents. Not just increasing rents. Landlord can even wake up one day and tell you that he needs that your particular apartment, which is not right.
So it's partly the tenant's fault that these activities and actions are done.
Once you sign your tenancy agreement, all those things are being written down, and not just for you signing it. You have to go through the legal or the tenancy agreement, go through what was written there, so that you can be able to have a clearer view of what you'll be expecting once you rent that particular apartment.
All right. We often have this amount we pay when we rent a house. I mean, the actual rent is often high enough. And then you see added, you've mentioned one of them, legal fee, you see agency fee, you see caution fee. Now, if I am to pay 1.2 million naira for rent, shouldn't that in a way have some compensation for these other fees that needs to be paid? Because it feels like sometimes when you accumulate every amount you need to pay, the actual rent sometimes is just what you added extra is almost as half, or sometimes 40% of your actual rent.
Exactly, yeah.
So why do we have that when it comes to housing?
Okay, you know, so many persons do have that mindset that they will tell you this is your first payment, then this is your subsequent payment. Some of them go to the extent of convincing you that your first payment is usually heavy, and you at some point you wouldn't have any questions or any objectives to that because you really needed that particular apartment. Then they would also tell you that your maybe they would like to like calm you down and tell you that your subsequent payment is 800,000 naira, but your first payment is 1.5 million. Then at the end of the day, you say, okay, there's no problem. Let me just run around and get that 1.5 million. Then I know that from next year, I will be paying 800,000. All those things are fraud, and all those things are not meant to be implemented or not meant to be practiced. You get, but let me take it one after the other, just like the agency fee. You and I understand the meaning of agency fee. We are the real estate brokers. Without an agent, you cannot be able to have access to the particular apartment, not just the particular apartment, to the area that you wanted that particular apartment. Just like your vicinity where you work, your work area is here in Ogui. So you would also want to rent an apartment that is closer to Ogui or closer to Independence or in a place that the proximity is very okay. You get? So in some cases like that, you would not or in any way want to sorry, come to that question again. I'm
asking why we need to pay caution.
Okay, why you need to
pay? Some call it damage fee when I've already paid a certain amount for rent.
Okay. So that particular rent that you pay is maybe you've paid it, but when it comes to the other charges, just like the agency fee, which is the broker's fee, you pay it based on an agent helped you in getting that particular apartment. Then the legal fee, just like I mentioned, is what you pay for your legal or your agreement, tenancy agreement signing. Then when it comes to caution, I so much believe that caution should be paid. Do you know why? I've been in a situation whereby I see a client who left an apartment damaged, you know, and that particular apartment that was damaged, there are still prospective tenants who would still want to rent that particular house. Just like you come to this particular office now, you see that the toilet has been damaged, you see that the kitchen cabinet has been damaged, you see that the wardrobes, you see that the pipes have been damaged. At some point, they even damaged the wiring system of that particular flat. So you would then be asking yourself, who in his or her right senses would want to come to someone's house and start damaging things, you know? So there are some persons who makes that caution fee a must.
But this caution fee, from what I understand, it should be an amount you paid for the owner of the house to fix things for you when they go back, not you. Because I feel like most times you pay these caution fees, and then if you have like a plumbing issue or a plumbing structure to build something, you still have to go ahead and do it yourself. So shouldn't this caution fee that one pays for a house cover for these little fixings in the house?
Okay, do you know those works is illegal? It's just
as a tenant.
As a tenant, it's illegal. It's just like you paid to get a phone from Jumia. At the end of the day, you go to a park to buy that same phone. It's illegal because you've paid for those services. The services that you paid for as a client who wants to rent that apartment is for the damaged things to be fixed. But some of the landlords will tell you that where caution applies is only in the plumbing system. It applies if there are damages in the overhead tanks or in the electrical system, but they don't use that caution to paint the apartment for you. So in most cases, it is quite understandable. But in situations whereby you damage almost every. Okay, let me take for instance, you rent an apartment for the first time. It's still a virgin house. You pay for that caution. The reason why you are paying for the caution is to let you leave that house. When you are living in that house, you leave that house
the way you care.
The way you care, exactly. So that if you are packing out of that house, you pack out of the house as a human being and not like an animal, you know. So if you pack out of that house like an animal, the landlord will say, okay, that he has collected caution fee, you can go. Because so many clients or tenants do pack out even in midnight, in odd hours at night. So you will not know when they packed out. So the reason for that caution is to make sure that they have some part of your monies that will be used for fixing your apartment when you might have left that particular apartment.
These caution fees, are they refunded? Let's say I move out of a house and I didn't have to make you spend out of your money to fix anything in my house. Shouldn't this caution fee be refundable?
Caution fees are 100% refundable.
Refundable. But oftentimes that's not the case, because I don't think I've heard anybody that had this caution fee refunded.
Do you know the reason why? It's because so many persons have had that mindset that caution is not refundable. You know, maybe some persons actually probably might have maybe damaged things in their houses, and maybe when they leave, they just live like that. They wouldn't want to ask for the caution fee. Then you that is living like a human being, you rent an apartment and you meet such persons that are always good at damaging things in the apartment. They tell you that caution is not refundable. Even you will also be relaxed, and you feel that, okay, people do say that caution is not refundable, so therefore let me feel relaxed. But actually, caution is being refunded, because even in your agreement form or your agreement paper, it is also stipulated there that caution is refundable once you didn't damage anything. And once you are handling over key as a learned citizen and as a learned tenant, if you are handling over key, you are calling your barrister or your house manager or your caretaker to come and check your apartment to know if you have damaged things there in the apartment. So if they come for the inspections and they see that at the end of the day that you did not damage anything, they will refund you your caution. So it is refundable, not it might be refundable, it must be refundable,
okay,
according to law.
All right, still on this whole housing and rental issue, you come to rent a house and the landlord tells you you are to pay 2 years upfront. Now, by what standard is this measured, and why is it necessary that you're requesting for a 2-year rent before, and amidst other conditions that people rent houses on? So let's briefly talk about why some landlords give 2 years, and why some landowners or house owners make some ridiculous rules when it comes to acquiring their property.
Okay, if a landlord should tell you that his property is 2 years, I think that's just a mutual agreement, because he will give you his reasons, and one of the reasons is that maybe that particular apartment maybe is still under construction, and you have checked this is the exact location that you need this house, and there is no other building that is in that location. And you know that even if you wait for that apartment to be ready, that so many persons may have come before you to secure that apartment. So it is just like a mutual agreement. Maybe landlord tells you, okay, I don't have money to complete my my project. Can you pay for 2 years? Then with that 2 years, I can be able to fix the overhead tank. I can be able to do the German floor, the increte floor. I can be able to do the wiring or the tiling, you know, to keep the house in order. And you, as an understanding person, because it's just that is the reason why I said it's a mutual understanding between you and the landlord. But if you cannot be able to do that, you have to wait for that particular apartment to be ready. And for you waiting for that particular apartment to be ready, you find out that at the end of the day, if that particular apartment is ready, if you go back there, they will tell you that so many persons have paid. And what terms did those people paid for?
They agreed for the 2 years.
You get, so at some point, you wouldn't have any option. They are not doing it that it is mandated that you must pay for 2 years. They are doing it based on maybe their short financial capabilities, or maybe some other things that would amount to that. If
I want to rent a house at Independence Layout, I have a certain, wherever it is, as long as it's at Independence layout, I have a certain figure in my head. And if I were to rent a house somewhere at Ababa or inside Coal Camp, I have a particular amount in mind. What would you say are factors that constitute amount variance in areas for renting house in Enugu?
Okay, just like you said, the difference in the location.
Yes, okay.
You know, you cannot compare New Haven.
But oftentimes it's the same structure of a house, it's the same interior, the same standards, but because of the places they're positioned, the amounts are different.
You've already answered the question yourself, you know.
But I should think, because if it's the same close to the road, and is accessible water and all of that, and light as well.
The most things that people do check while renting apartments, maybe probably higher or lower, is when people are out for basic amenities. And what are those basic amenities? It is electricity, it is potable waters, it is good or serene environment. You know, some persons wouldn't want to rent houses in Ababa based on the population congestion. You know, you cannot compare Ababa with Transekulu or GRA based on population. You know, and so many other factors, so many other infrastructural developments, and that the infrastructural developments in GRA cannot be compared with that of Ababa. You know, so these are the factors that do affect the variations of prices of rents in different localities or locations in the society.
Okay, speaking of mortgaging and renting, do we have such action obtainable in the Southeast where you can mortgage a house, get a house and pay till you pay off and it becomes yours, and renting? Which would you say is more people, you know, tilt more to based off of this current rent increment? Which would you say people, you know, desire to do more? Is it still renting or to actual mortgage a house?
Okay, I think the inflation in the country, it would make you to always go for the lesser amount. Like if you wanted to buy a car, if you have in mind to buy a car, you would always want to go for a Toyota instead of going for a Benz or going for a Rolls Royce. It's not because you cannot mortgage on Rolls Royce and be paying gradually. You just want something that if you pay peacefully. And if you are sleeping, you sleep peacefully as well. You know, those who are in renting, I think they have more greater advantage, although they don't have advantage more than those who are in mortgage, because, you know, once you are done with your mortgage, you find out that automatically that house becomes your own and you don't pay any other fees in such buildings, you get. But their monies are usually it is usually big. And you know, there's something that government needs to do. I think government needs to make people to be able to assess housing financing, because if you go to acquire housing financing from the government or from mortgage banks, you know, most of the times it is difficult to succeed loans in getting loans, or those loans you get. So government are not making it so easy for people to get. So I think government should really work on that. But according to your question, people are more conversant with renting than mortgage, you know, because they see mortgage as sales, and you know, sales is something for the bigger class or for the higher class more than the lower class that usually goes for renting. And they know that at the end of the day, they will have in mind that they have their projects down in the village. So even if they retire, once they are done with their services in the township, they go back to the village, you know. So that's the reason why.
All right. Across the South is over the past 3-4 years, we've seen governors like that of Enugu last year being said he was going to build some housing units for civil servants, and you realize that there are areas that are called government reserved areas, but somehow the rents for the accommodations in those areas are higher than normal areas. Now, for a government who ought to provide housing accommodations or accommodation for citizens, why would you think, or how would you say they need to address these housing situation when it comes to building houses for citizens that cannot afford these expensive ones?
Okay, I think the government needs to address that critically, or more critically. You know, one of the major reasons why they have good governance is when you can be able to provide basic amenities, you can be able to provide social amenities, you can be able to provide housing, you know, you can be able to provide so many other amenities, you know. But government that, or a particular government that doesn't look into providing housing amenities, I think that government needs to go back to the drawing board, because once a government provides, just like during the time of Chimaroke, we had the Ebano housing and so many other housing estates. During the time of Buruburu, we had the Winners Estate, the Buruburu Estate, and so many other places. But you find out today that even those housings are not even affordable to the common man. The common man cannot be able to afford it. And that is the reason why, even if people protest that they have high rentage, that government needs to come in, you ask yourself, what is government doing to make sure that all this, the lower renting values is achieved or is determined? You know, but at the end of the day, you see that government is not doing anything about it. So I think that government needs to really look into critically, not just telling landlords that they should step down their rents, because there are fewer there are fewer how will I put it? They have fewer competitors, building competitors, you know, than what we see today in the society. So government really needs to bring down, or really needs to provide more housing estates in the states.
For citizens.
Exactly.
Now, let's come to students. If you go to, it's as if when you come to a university environment, you find out that students are paying oftentimes almost the same amount of rent as their parents back at home. And you're asking yourself, isn't this supposed to be a student environment? Aren't rent for persons now who decide to live off campus because of reasons best known to them? When we talk about increment in accommodation, I remember how much I paid when I was in school for accommodation where I live. It was the cheapest at the time, ridiculously cheap. Now, in that same area, you find someone paying $250 for a place I used to pay $50 in just 5-6 years. Now, for this increment in rent in educational environment, is it the fault of the government or some landlord union that decided to use these students to make money, seeing that they don't have choices? And then we go ahead to have some students that have dropped out. I've gone back home because they cannot afford to pay house rent after paying, because we already have the school fees being on a high side. Let's take enugu for instance, UNN, UNEC, and institute. You would know how much their school fees are, and then you now have to add a rent of $250, $300, $350 for just one person to pay. Whose fault is it? Is it the landlords or the educational system and the government?
Okay, I think one of the basic reasons why you have students union government is to advocate for high prices in both transportation. You advocate for high prices in both housing, because I could remember back then when I was still in Michael Obara University of Agriculture, Mudike, there was a time that the then VC Vice Chancellor, which is Professor Edoga, increased the cost of renting the hostel from 20,000 to 60,000. Back then, students protest. They had protests, they protested. So after that, the government had to look into it, you know. But these are cases in Omaya. You cannot compare it with a case, you cannot compare the same case from Omaya down here to Enugu, that you know that almost everywhere is expensive, you know, because almost everywhere in Enugu, both UNEC I think inec is even, that area, Maryland, is very high expensive, even just like Transekulu. You know, Enugu in general, the houses are high, unless you find yourself in rural areas like in Nsukka or in Abane. That is the places where you can get a more reasonable apartment at a lower cost. But once you are in inec, you are in the Enugu municipal, I don't think you cannot be able to escape those high rents. But it is not actually the cost of the landlords, it's the cost of the government. We send all these things to the government, because once they provide housing allocations, once they provide good urbanizations, once they provide good infrastructures and better town plannings, I think all those things will drastically go down.
Okay.
No, but they are not doing anything about that, and which is very bad.
Now we have some unions. We have the Nigeria Union of Teachers. We have Nigeria Union of Road Transport Workers, and these unions help regulate activities done under the premise of both teaching and transport. Do we have such union for tenants and landlords that would help regulate this spike, often by a constant spike when it comes to renting, that should, if you exceed a certain percentage for a particular house, you are either fined or you're prosecuted for it?
I think that is a better question. The Enugu State Real Estate, we already have an association called the Enugu State Real Estate Association, and this association has been under the chairmanship of Right Honorable Obi Okafo. And, you know, there was an argument, or there has always been an argument, that agents are the ones who are causing the hike in rental values. And people do, we agents, we do tell people that we are never the cause, but we always find solutions. But you know, the reason why it is like that is because you are not, if you are looking for an apartment, you are not, the landlord is not the one showing you the apartment, the lawyer is not the one showing you the apartment. You have to walk around with agents. So anything that happens, you always want to point to the agents that they are the ones who are the cause. But because of that, we came up with a platform called the ESRA, which is the Enugu State Real Estate Association. And that ESRA has been working so hard in regulatory activities in the real estate. Just like we have cases of agents being fraudulent, you know, we have cases of some agents hiking their agency fee, or some landlords hiking their legal, some of the lawyers hiking their legal fees, and some of all these things. These are things that we tackle in that platform, which is the Enugu State Real Estate Association, and we have been working so tirelessly. The executives of that association has been working so tirelessly to make sure that all those costs are being brought down to their minimal basis. You know, people are suffering, people are actually suffering, and we agents, we are making all those sufferings to be subsidized, but no one is encouraging the agents. People are always saying that agents are criminals, agents are this, agents are that, but agents is not the one who is collecting legal fees, not the one who is collecting caution fee or the management fee or the service charge. What we're only after, once we render our services, we're only after our agency fee.
Which most of them increase, and sometimes is also outrageous, which is why
it doesn't increase. The highest agency fee, I think it wasn't up to 20%. The highest agency fee that I've witnessed in the field, it wasn't up to 20%, but in most cases, you see the legal fee is up to 20%. You see the caution fee more than 20%. You ask yourself why, or you ask the landlord why. He will tell you why you're asking him why. That you shouldn't ask him why. That you should ask the government, who is making the building material cost to be so high. You know, and at the end of the day, you still center all those blames to the government, because if the government, if they are making lives better, if they are making things better, if they try to rectify that issues of inflation and issues of the exchange rate going up all the time, I think Nigeria will be better. All
right, before we round up, we just have a few more. Let's talk about acquisition of land. because we've narrowed all our conversations on existing buildings. Now we have a whole lot of controversy, both on selling land that are already in dispute, selling land that are not yours, reselling an already sold land. How do we rectify this issue when it comes to people wanting to grow and have properties in the state where they live?
Okay, that is a very nice question. You know, they say that every actions and reactions are equal but opposites. If you are an investor or if you are new as an investor, you need to work with a verified agent or a verified real estate firm. That is the first and foremost thing that should come up to your mind. You get, just like my company, I'm Blake City Shelters. We have office there in Transeculo. You know, if you come to our offices, our main office will show you verified properties or genuine properties. You work with a real estate firm so that they lead you to genuine properties. Not just that, before you make a proper purchase of a land, you should always verify the owner of the land. You should always go through, you should request for the legal backings or legal documents that backs that property, to know if there are disputes, know if there are family issues, to know if one person in the family wants to sell that property and others doesn't want the properties to be sold. So there are some properties that maybe the husband wants to sell but the wife doesn't want the property to be sold. I have such case in Imo State one particular time, that a property was sold by the husband, but at the end of the day the wife confronted the buyer of the property that her property or their property is not for sale, and any money that is being collected should be refunded. You know, we've had so many cases like that. So before you buy or before you acquire a property, you first of all go through the legal documents. You first of all go through a verified agent. You first of all go for search. It is what they call search. You go to the Enugu State Land and Housing. You know, you verify if this property is actually genuine. You know, these are the rooms that will give you a better view of how to get a genuine property in Enugu State. All
right, as much as this conversation cannot be exhausted, because there's so much to, you know, unwrap when it comes to renting, tenancy rights, and the things that landlords use tenants to do in this southeast alone. But because of time, this is where we will wrap it up this evening. Thank you so much, Engineer Frank Stanley, aka Blake City. Okay. All right, that's the much we can take this evening on the show. Thank you so much for sticking with me up to this moment. It's always a pleasure having you on the show. I am Princess Ken Ochoma, but before I go, keep living, keep dreaming, keep fulfilling. See you tomorrow.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Ebonyi State, the salt of the nation. Located in the heart of southeastern Nigeria, is a story of transformation, resilience, and pride. Created on October 1, 1996, by the administration of General Sani Abacha, the state was carved out from parts of Enugu and Abia states. Its capital, Abakaliki, has grown from a quiet provincial settlement into one of the most rapidly developing urban centers in the region. The name Ebonyi is derived from the Ebonyi River, while its slogan, the salt of the nation, reflects the state's historic salt deposits in Amachara and Uburu, which were once central to trade and local industry. These salt lakes stand as living symbols of self-reliance and the resourcefulness of the Ebonyi people. Culturally, Ebonyi is a proud custodian of Igbo heritage. The people are known for their strong communal spirit, creativity, and deep connection to their traditions. The New Yam Festival, Ogene music, Nkwa Umuaboho dance, and the colorful displays of masquerades all reflect the beauty and vibrancy of the state's cultural life. In villages across the land, pottery, weaving, and blacksmithing are still practiced, reminding visitors that in Ebonyi, the past lives side by side with modern aspirations. Blessed with rich soil and abundant natural resources, Ebonyi is a major producer of rice, yam, cassava, maize, and palm produce. The Abakaliki rice mill, one of the oldest in Nigeria, remains a symbol of the state's agricultural heritage and its determination to feed the nation. Beneath its soil lie deposits of limestone, lead, zinc, marble, and of course, salt, all pointing to vast opportunities for industrial growth and investment. Over the years, Ebonyi has produced remarkable men and women who have made their mark on the national stage. Dr. Sam Igu, the state's first civilian governor and the former Minister of Education. Chief Martin Elichi, an accomplished administrator. Senator Anyim Payos Anyim, a former Senate President and Secretary to the Government of the Federation, and Engineer David Umahi, a visionary leader and the current Minister of Works, all embody the drive and discipline that define the Ebonyi spirit. From education to public service, from entrepreneurship to civic leadership, Ebonians continue to excel and inspire a new determined to shape a brighter future. The lessons from Ebonyi's story are clear. It teaches the power of vision, unity, and perseverance. It reminds us that no beginning is too humble and no dream too distant. Through hard work and community efforts, the people of Ebonyi have turned their challenges into opportunities, rewriting their destiny with faith and determination. Today, Ebonyi stands tall, a land of salt and substance, of culture and courage, of tradition and transformation. The salt of the nation continues to shine, seasoning the story of Nigeria with hope, progress, and pride.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
It's a beautiful Wednesday morning, the first day in July 2026. And I welcome you to Sunrise here on Aneke TV, the breakfast show here on the station, where we bring to you conversations, emotions, and of course, analysis of discussions around the country. I am Princess Ken Ochoma.
And I'm Uche Osai, saying good morning. And good morning also to you, our global audience, wherever you are, in your office, in transit, or even at home making breakfast. Thank you for joining us on this very edition, where we'll bring to you a bit of issues, news headlines, topical conversation around issues affecting and impacting our nation. As always, we'll also be here to refresh, inform, and motivate.
All right. Now, starting off with the quote for the day. Our quote this morning is from Professor P.L.O. Lumumba. Professor P.L.O. Lumumba, he says, "We vote for people not because of the content of their character or the clarity of their vision, but because of the depth of their pockets and the ethnicity of their names. Then we spend the next 4 years praying for a miracle. We vote people not because of their character or the clarity of their vision. We vote them because we desire to gain something for them. We don't seek out to know, oh, what does this person have to offer? What's the trajectory of his achievements over time? What is the president that his presence or his reputation carry? What do people say about him? What do people around him think of his personality, of his character? Rather, we vote people because of the benefit we get from it. And by all the indications, this is a wrong stance. This is a wrong motive. We should not elect people or give our support to people because of what we intend to gain from them. These could come in on a secondary or even tertiary levels, but primarily a man should be, appointed based off of his integrity, of his character quality, and of course the clarity of his vision for the people.
All right. I think Professor Lumumba in this very quote was quite apt, and I do not think that he needs further interpretation in most of his undertaking. He equally, all the time, challenges, the common man about being in servitude because we love our chains and the bondage we are in, urging us to toe the right path. What he said here is quite pertinent of our nation and all of us. A number of times, what we care is how much is on the table, how much the vote is worth, how much are they buying the vote at each polling unit, who is on the ballot based on the color of their skin, based on their ethnicity, rather than the eviction or what the person has to offer the nation. Therefore, in line with the ways of Professor Lumumba, we are encouraged not to vote according to ethnic lines, religious lines, or because we love the color of such a contestant. No, we should rather not behave like a people in order of Professor Lumumba's undertaking, where he would always allude to the fact that Africa is like a house that is on fire. But rather than grab the bucket of water to put out the fire, we keep asking, who fetched the water? From which tribe? This has been our, approach to the change that Nigeria needs. Instead of getting the right people into the right positions to do the job, we keep asking, where is he from? Before wanting the right thing to be done. No, we should first put out the fire. And if Nigeria is a house, it is a house on fire. Therefore, let us do the needful by getting our PVC, going to register. And when we have that PVC on the day of election, rather than playing Ludo or drafts, and then watching Nollywood movies, and then playing football on the street, let us go out, ensure that our vote counts after we voted. And having interacted with some politicians, we are told that vote rigging is possible when citizens do not vote. Therefore, if there are 100 persons registered in a polling unit and only 20 turn up to vote, you've given the politicians the opportunity to rig that vote by being able to aggregate up to additional, 70, 60 votes to augment. That's how elections are rigged. But when we come out in mass, participate and sit tight, wait for our votes to be counted and follow through the process, you will see at the end of the day, the votes would count and we'll have the right people at the helm of affairs. So let's listen to the words of Professor P.L. Lumumba, where he has told us that the right thing to do is not to look at people because of the content of what they have in their pockets, but the content of their character, the clarity of their vision, and not the deepness of their pockets or their ethnicity, and get the right people to do the job for us.
And also to avoid having, to pray for a miracle. One of the things that have plagued our system is we, overtly or covertly elect some certain persons into office, and when it doesn't go as we have planned, or when they don't live up to a certain expectations that we've hoped, we begin to pray for a miracle. So overlooking ethnicity, overlooking the depth of the pocket, look more at character of the said person, look more at the precedents, and look more at the clarity of the vision of such person. Professor P.L.O. Lumumba this morning is reminding us that it is important to vote for people because of the content of their character and the clarity of their vision, and not because of the depth of their pockets and the ethnicity of their names. That's our quote for today. We'll take a short break, and when we get back, we'll be reading out a weather update for the morning. Stay with us.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premier current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap for ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, want to use a kinetic approach alone, you cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
You're still watching Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Next, we'll take a look at the weather reports across major cities in the southeast today.
Good morning, Anambra State. The day in Anambra starts warm and humid, with morning temperatures between 24 and 26 degrees Celsius. By afternoon, temperatures may climb to 31 to 33, making it feel hot and sticky, particularly around Onitsha. We are hoping, a cloud buildup with scattered thunderstorms and evening rainfall, while temperatures will settle around 24 to 25 after sunset.
Good morning, Enugu, and welcome to the coast city. The day in Enugu is most likely begins cool, calm, and cloudy, with temperatures ranging from 23 to 24 degrees Celsius. Afternoon temperature may likely peak at 30 degrees Celsius, with occasional showers keeping conditions pleasant. Rain and thunderstorms are expected later in the day, with evening temperatures easing back to 23 degrees Celsius.
The city of Ebonyi begins warm and bright, with morning temperatures ranging from 24 to 26 degrees Celsius. Now, afternoon temperatures may likely climb to 32 to 33 degrees Celsius, making it the hottest state in the southeast today. Heavy cloud cover, gusty winds, and thunderstorms are likely expected later in the day, with evening temperatures settling around 24 to 25 degrees Celsius.
Good morning, Imo State, and welcome to the jiving city of Owerri. The day in Imo State starts mild and overcast, with morning temperatures of 23 to 25 degrees Celsius. Afternoon temperatures may likely rise to 30 to 31 degrees Celsius, accompanied by humid conditions. Scattered thunderstorms and moderate rainfalls are expected from late afternoon into the evening, with temperatures dropping to 23 to 24 degrees Celsius.
Good morning, Abia State. The day in Abia opens warm with cloudy intervals, with temperatures between 23 and 25 degrees Celsius. Now, afternoon temperatures may reach 30 to 31 degrees Celsius, while humidity remains high, especially around Aba. Thunderstorms and showers are likely before evening, with temperatures easing to 23 and 24 degrees Celsius.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay safe, dress light, and do keep an umbrella handy. Then remember that either rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report here on Sunrise. We'll take a short break and we'll return with more updates. Stay with us, please.
You're welcome back. This is still Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Now I'll be delving right into a newspaper headlines and analysis. And the newspapers we shall be reviewing this morning are the Vanguard, Punch, Frontline Africa, The Sun, and the Daily Trust.
And joining us as always is Aneke TV's in-house analyst with deeper insight, gift of eloquence, and background analysis on these news issues, Mr. Res Aro. Mr. Res, a pleasure to have you.
Thank you for having me, and good morning to you all.
Good morning. You look so nice this morning, as if you're preparing to take your second wife.
Who is going to take a second wife in the situation in Nigeria?
What situation in Nigeria? People are getting married every day.
People are getting married, those who do not have, but not for people who are married to take second, third, and so on.
Depends on where you are in Nigeria.
Also, the legislation here says bigamy can be jail level, so you go to jail.
Polygamy?
Bigamy, yes. You don't do it in the southern Nigeria. That's the law. In the northern Nigeria, you have right to marry four.
But polygamy is still allowed in all across Nigeria.
No, it is not. When you say, I call it bigamy in law.
No, but we are speaking of polygamy.
No, I'm talking about bigamy.
Okay.
Taking another wife means I already got married and wedded with my wife. I go to take another one and wed, or possibly, of course, you go to,
Mr. Rest,
go to jail.
That is quite contestable, but let's not start from a contentious note this morning, because I know the traditional institution and traditional law still permits that. And across Nigeria, the law is allowed, people to be able to get a second wife. And, let me not, say I encourage you to get.
We have the penal code in the northern Nigeria. Then we have the criminal code in southern Nigeria.
Mr. Rest,
that's the law.
Mr. Rest, let's not start from a contentious note, because I do not know of the laws that has criminalized having a second wife or a third wife in Nigeria. We know a pastor in Anambra State was arrested for having up to 50, in that very instance. However, Mr. Rest, you look so nice, and then I know that a lot of women wouldn't say no if you make overtures.
I'm not going to make. I don't have the wherewithal to make such overtures.
It's a pleasure to have you on Sunrise, Mr. Rest.
Thank you.
All right. Now, starting off from the Vanguard newspaper, it reads, Lagos underwater, floods sack homes, paralyze commuters and commerce. Flood sack homes, paralyze commuters and commerce. This is coming from a recent flooding incident that has occurred in Lagos State in the course yesterday. All right. Many areas of Lagos are seen to be flooded during this rainy season. Severe flooding has inundated parts of Lagos State, forcing residents from their homes, crippling traffic, and disrupting commercial activities across the state. Now, the heavy rains have left major roads impassable, damaged property, and raised concerns over public health and infrastructure. Emergency agencies are responding to affected areas as authorities are urging residents to remain cautious and avoid flood-prone areas. Now, so many places have been mentioned to be flooded in the course of this rain, such that activities or businesses are restricted. However, we hear that in the course of this rain, some transporters have used the opportunity to increase wages and, skyrocketed the fares to offices and all of that. But the good news is, so far, no death has been recorded, although they've, beckoned to the governor and the state government to, make sure that at least over the past weeks, we've seen efforts from the governor to, make people clear out their gutter paths, make their water passages free. And these places, some of the places that are heavily flooded as we record is Lagos, the Lagos-Oshodi Expressway, Abeokuta Expressway, Oshodi Bus Stop, Lekki, Victoria Island, Agege, Ikeja. Now, these are major places where people reside in Lagos, and it is seen to be flooded more than it usually would.
You see, it takes us back to issue of environmental degradation. When we have not taken care of our environment, when we have not developed policies that will take care of our environment, we are bound to face situations like this. And one speaks to non-proactiveness of government in that respect, in that circumstance. You see, if you get to Lagos, you know that some of these places are swampy areas. And apart from being swampy areas, places are now sand-filled. You go to places which are waterways through which water passes, and it's very close to the ocean. Sometimes there could be also ocean surge. And this water, and then we have rain, persistent rain, and everywhere will be flooded. Instead of flushing out of this water, it now begins to flood the entire environment, where waterways, sewage, the gutters or, systems that carry water and flush to the ocean and all that are now blocked in various ways. People go to build on, ponds. These are the places where this excess water flows into. Then go to sandfill it and then build on it. So these are problems. What do you expect? Now, it is upon government to begin to develop policies to take care of their environment effectively. If such things are not done, there will be persistent flood. And flooding sometimes has some background. Sometimes it's man-made. Sometimes it is a natural disaster. So if it becomes man-made, it means that the waterways, people have built on waterways, and that has not given the chance of water flushing out from the land, so that there won't be flooding along the streets and building resident areas. Some of the houses are even submerged with, because of the flood. We cannot say that we have such natural disaster as tsunami coming from the ocean. No, we don't. We don't have so much flooding coming from the ocean. It's that the water that we have around us do not have ways to flush out and move into the ocean or move into the waterways around. It's because a lot of developments has resulted in some of the areas in Lagos and other places, sandfield for residency. And people are now residing there. When the water comes, it stays with them and that causes flood. You see, when we say things like this, government should take absolute responsibility because they have not done the needful. They have not done what they ought to do. While you are planning, you'll be planning the other technical aspects, the environmental assessment, be able to do such assessment and know the level of rainfall or water accumulation. Some people do it within 20 years, some people do it 50 years and all that. So when you do such things, you'll be able to know exactly whether there will be flooding in the next 50 years, in the next 20 years, in the next 1 year, and then you give the warnings. And of course, we employ a lot of technology now. You have technologies, satellite technologies that can tell you about weather. I think this morning, you people told us exactly how the weather will be in the southeast, at least. Whether it will rain, or whether it will shine and all that. So also you have other technological equipment that can forecast this flooding issue. And then why has it not been done? That's why I said the government was not proactive enough. Otherwise, Lagosians would not have suffered what they are presently suffering. I know days when it used to be in Abia State, particularly Aba. And of course, the former governor and the present governor has been able to nip that in the bud through a channel and tunnel the dog seriously very multi-billion naira investment that makes Aba water everything to be flushed out and people go about their businesses after the rain. So that is the situation, and such situation will cost the Lagos state government very close to over $1 trillion. Over $1 trillion to get Lagos fully, flood resistant in terms of, except there's an exceptional case. So government should begin to plan about our environment. And the environmental planning has to be not just Lagos, Kogi State, and the likes of other places like that where we have had cases of flooding. Sometimes we expect the flooding when they release water at a dam in Cameroon. When they release it, that comes into Nigeria through the river Benue to flood every other place along the Benue-Niger, river. These places are flooded as a result of releasing the excess water at the dam in Cameroon. It happens. And you see, most often, it comes with warnings. It comes with warnings, given what I call technology. People are warned to stay, away from flooding areas and go to the upper land to stay until these floodings recede. So what is there is for us to take absolute care and do the needful things that government should do to ensure that there's protection of property in a situation like that.
Another reason, when I hear of this flooding thing, I often wonder how people would feel in that moment, because the reason why we see houses being built any and everywhere is because there are no houses for people to live in. And the thing is, there's an option of sand filling a place. There's a possibility that if I sand fill this place, I can build a house. And this is Lagos that has become way, way overcrowded. People rush to Lagos. Lagos is the busiest business hub in Nigeria. So people run to Lagos. People want to live there. People want to live in the luxurious of houses, live in the most, cozy environment. And that is, quite commendable. It also places more work on the government to ensure that these places are livable. Now, when it comes to this rain, I remember early the year, the meteorological, science gave the predictions for the year and encouraged states and regions. They mentioned places that are prone to flooding. And this is not the first time. If flooding affects every other part of the country at a 20 or 25%, it will hit Lagos at a 50. So what I'm asking is, why is it that every year it becomes worse than the last year? Is it that the government in power does not take cognizance of these factors, does not take cognizance of these areas? Okay, this place was flooded last year. The person's living here. How do we restructure your living? How do we rebuild your houses to ensure that this flood, how do we clear it? The clearing, asking people to clear out their gutterways should not be when the rain has started, because you understand that once the rain comes, with the pressure of the rain and the weight that the rain carries, it will block out those places. So people should be encouraged to clean out these things and ensure that, if you're building house, build it, let your foundation be way above a certain level. You know that this place, the way the water comes, it will push your house. There are structures to these things. They are planned. It seems like most of the houses built do not have an actual planning. And probably, I don't know, if they put the issue of flooding or the possibility of a flooding case into perspective when constructing these houses. Because I think if you consider, oh, this place is, I sand fill this place, and there's a possibility that if the water comes, it could wash down this house. What are the measures I ought to put in place so that even when the water comes, these houses, because if you watch the videos, this water comes in from windows, and the whole house, the whole bed, everything is flooded. And these are lives of people. Documents of people are in this water. Their whole existence are submerged, and nothing. Yes, we understand that no life has been lost, but if the source of one's living is lost, I mean, what becomes of such a person? So I indulge the government of Lagos State to look at these things, not whilst it is raining, but way before this rain comes, so it helps them and gives them ample opportunity to find solutions, maybe not lasting solutions, but sustainable solutions to these flooding cases.
All right. Mr. Ress, you still have comments on this very issue?
Yeah, I actually appreciate her contributions. You see, we are talking about the environmental impact assessment that should be done when there is construction in any site. See, and you have a body charged with that responsibility to do an environmental impact assessment. And that is one primary thing that most often the persons vested with such responsibility do not do well. Sometimes they even take money to approve a place even after the environmental impact assessment does not favor such approval. They still approve it. That's why you can't feel anywhere people write the environmental impact assessment without, a recourse to the fact that it is going to be bad or bring about some maladies within that environment. And then the drainages, evacuation of drainages and trashes, people have not actually imbibed that key thing in getting solid waste trashed out comfortably outside there. Some people still pour solid waste into the waterways, the drainages, and all of that. And this goes to stuff the place and stop water from actually running through. So these things are some of the things that have caused flooding in so many places, not just Lagos. But at the same time, one continues to ask for government to do what they ought to do, because there are designs for such things to be done and taken care of.
All right, well submitted. However, it's quite unfortunate that people had to undergo this very harrowing experience. And yes, one that occurs annually, whenever the rainy season comes around and there's this torrent rainfall, people undergo these floodings. However, speaking to the issue of Lagos, Mr. Ress, you rightfully submitted, there are issues that consistently make this possible, a possible reoccurrence. And one of such issues, whether right or wrong, anybody may want to disagree, the buck stops on the table of the government. While I do not blame the present government entirely, speaking to the leadership, Lagos under Sanwo-Olu, for me, I will call it a consistent governmental neglect, of over the years. We've seen where government meant to do well and mean business, they do the needful. And you did speak about environmental impact assessment. Yes, is an ongoing concern in Nigeria, that with money you can build anywhere you want. In fact, if you are well-to-do, you would want to build at the national park or national square, and nobody is able to stop you doing that. And it speaks to always what we cry about, having weak institution and strong men. Having stated that, when you move into Lagos, you see that during the era of Fashola, as the governor of Lagos State, started with the president, the present president of Nigeria, as the governor of Lagos State. Okay, while we continue to have this conversation, I would pause a little bit to call on the clip on the Lagos flooding, so I will have the right perspective on this conversation.
Ogun State.
I still don't drink water.
You don't drink water, Belefu. Jesus Christ. Which kind of water? Jesus. Jesus Christ.
Another person still there. I want to never bring to me. It's not. I want to never bring to him. Marina, everything never cancel. Never cancel. Another person. Which places are you?
Yes, don't do like that. That's too much. Very much.
One can actually see the pain of the people, both those who are submerged in their homes, and even bus drivers are not spared on the road. However, having seen this situation, the point I was making is the fact that given that we have weakened institution, people tend to get away with anything when it comes to environmental impact assessment before one could erect any structure in Nigeria. But people get away with that always, but looking at the, pathetic situation in Lagos, and I'm speaking to the fact that this is, a neglect, built over the years across various governments. Why I speak in this very time is that when we've seen that if government has the will to do anything, they go out and about it and they achieve what they desire. And I was speaking to the present president of Nigeria while he was the head of the Lagos State as a governor, towards the tail end of his administration leading into Fashola's government. They decided to tame the beach, give him that acronym as the man who built Lagos and was able to tame the ocean. You saw the cover they erected, stopping the waves from falling into the streets and disturbing, the Lagos in this very instance. And you will see that that was quite helpful, that even during the dry season, we wouldn't see that sort of fallout or inflow on the streets. That was, tamed. And that speaks to the fact that government, when they mean business, they are able to achieve whatever they desire. And in this very instance, we've seen the situation of people. And I can tell you one thing. When it comes to urban planning, since the Nigerian nation left Lagos as the capital of Nigeria, the urban development plan seems to have changed and become one that only catered to the elites in Lagos. And that's a very, monumental mistake of Lagos. We are speaking to a city that wants to turn to a mega city, and then not taking into account the situation of its, what I would describe as the, not the elite, or the ones who are not economically as buoyant or viable as those in the VGC areas that is even more prone to the rain and flooding as we may have it. So when you have situations like this, people will build across the channels because they may not be able to afford rent in the mega areas in Lagos. And in this regard, government should be able to, before it is the rainy season, like Choma rightly observed, be able to do the needful in terms of clearing. Yes, consistently people will continue to build along the drainages, and then talk about waste disposal and all that. These are areas that government should cater for. And leading me to a number of times, why, you see that these things have been left in the hands of private practitioners to go about and then, move waste, and where people have to pay for it. Why can't government be able to subsidize some of these things to ensure that the waterways are clear and that the drainages are free and there is a proper waste management? Government can actually, subsidize these regards so that even people who may not afford to engage the private operators can be able to take advantage as well. This is not saying that the government is not doing something, but from where I see it, I feel that enough is not being done to curtail this very situation. We understand that Lagos, is surrounded by water bodies and all that, but that is achievable given what has been achieved already around the Bar Beach areas and all that. If we mean business, we can do something about this, and it speaks to the fact for us to have a holistic plan in our developmental agendas. And speaking to this, I am wondering what the situation will be with the new mega city, the Millennium City that is coming up in Lagos, where the likes of the US Embassy is already having their own property, their land there. First Bank and Mojo, multinationals are acquiring property in that area. So just so close to the ocean as well. And I'm wondering what will become of such city if we do not plan accordingly and make arrangements, for situations like this. You saw in that video, you could see the fate of those children that are being rescued from this situation. Where I've seen those that have been rescued. What about those that may not, God forbid, not survive this very situation? These are the issues. Therefore, we call on the government, not just the government of Lagos, but across the states in Nigeria, that will begin to plan ahead of time. Yes, yearly, the rainy season will be upon us and there will be flooding. The earlier we'll start making arrangements, clearing the drainages, making, consistent plans to see that when it comes, we will not be taken by surprise and then be on top of the situation. And above all, like Mr. Reyes has aptly pointed out, when it comes to environmental impact assessment, let's take away the sentiments and see that the right thing are done for the sake of Nigerians.
All right, moving on to the next story from the Punch newspaper. This is on xenophobia. Nigerian embassy packed. 269 return as South Africa protests rise. Now, the federal government has assured Nigerians still residing in South Africa of their safety, even as fresh concerns over the xenophobic tensions and renewed anti-immigrant protests continue to trigger calls for stronger diplomatic action. Now, this comes after Nigerians reportedly stormed the country's embassy in Pretoria as xenophobic tensions escalated. This also reports that a certain Nigerian businessman was shot dead in front of his shop on Sunday, although the police is yet to identify or announce the cause of his death. However, a batch of Nigerians have been repatriated, 269 from South Africa, and they arrived yesterday at 10:48 a.m. Now, this is regarding South Africa had issued a deadline June 30th for all immigrants to vacate their country. Although the president of South Africa has come out to say that every foreign national living in the country is documented. However, these protests have ensued because they've reported some unofficial or undocumented immigrants to the government, and they've been repatriated. Some have been deported back to their countries. So this is the case of Nigerians in South Africa, where they are facing fresh rise in the xenophobic attack against them and other African countries, African citizens.
Mr. Reyes, we are speaking to our African brothers. There was a time when African nationalism was in vogue, where Nigeria contributed, fought for South Africa to be free. And the irony of it is that same black brothers are asking their brothers to leave, looting their shops, killing in this very instance. And ironically, we are seeing the whites trying to stop blacks from causing this chaos, this anarchy. the mayhem, the looting that has eroded xenophobia in South Africa?
Yes, this is a very pathetic story, especially as it comes to the South African blacks wanting African blacks that are resident in their country to leave. They even want everybody to leave, no matter what you contribute, no matter how legitimate your stay in South Africa is. They want everybody to leave. And they gave 30th, that was yesterday,
yes,
as a deadline. Meanwhile, the Nigerian government has been engaging the South African government on that issue, and they've been able to try come back with Nigerians' first batch. A private individual actually did the second batch of 66 persons, and then the last batch of 269 was 271 anyway.
What's the first?
271
was
the
the
first,
first,
yes. 271 first, 269 second by Nigeria, and then 66 by a private individual. So, but what in our own circumstance, in the Nigerian picture, what was actually the problem with those who are not properly documented, who are resident or who are said to be non-legitimate immigrants? How? What caused it? They came into South Africa as legitimate immigrants. They came into South Africa. But sometimes when you are staying, you have the offices, that is the home offices, where you can extend your stay, where you do some documentations. Then many Nigerians in South Africa, and of course many across the other African nations that are in South Africa, they no longer attend to their documents. Sometimes before you get, for instance, Nigerians whose passports have expired have problem doing a fresh passport. Some of them will travel for as far as from wherever, KwaZulu, wherever it is in South Africa, the provinces in South Africa, to Pretoria to do documentations. And sometimes you still go back not achieving that. And you spend as much as, or well over, 3,000 to 6,000 rands. And you still have not gotten through it. At that time, you have become an illegitimate resident in South Africa because you don't have any legitimate papers to present to the immigration officials. So, which means that you're not supposed to be there. So, and that's been the problem. The Nigerian Immigration Office and the Nigerian Embassy or Nigerian High Commission in South Africa did not even help matters for the Nigerians. So you find out that it was a very serious problem. The issue of legitimacy and illegitimacy of stay in South Africa is a problem not just for the Nigerians in South Africa, but that of the government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, because they were not helping matters. Allow these people to do their passport, to do their passports once more. That is, make the papers viable so that they could go to the Home Office and maybe stamp their stay. But nobody will stamp a stay on an expired passport. In fact, you are an illegitimate alien. You are just there. You are not supposed to be there. And that is the majority of the problem of those people that Nigerians are now evacuating. And they have done documentations on those. There are still many others. They have done about documentation for about 1,000 Nigerian citizens. But there are many others that have not done their documentation. But because they are in a feast, they are stranded. Many of them have gone to Pretoria, to the High Commission, and it is winter now in South Africa. And they're staying outside in the field. In fact, just a few persons tends to accommodate a few others. Then the other people at their various locations have been asked to go inside the house and lock them up. How do they survive? How do they eat? How do they fend for themselves? They do not even go to church, go to markets, don't buy anything. There's so many others are stranded. The churches are housing a few.
All right. As you're asking the question, how do they survive? Let's take a moment and watch the clip from South Africa.
Xenophobia violence seems to be spreading among foreign nationals here. Violence began last week. Locals who are behind the rioting have said foreign nationals are taking their jobs and opportunities.
South Africa's government has spoken out against targeting foreigners and insists it's cracking down on criminal elements. But the mood on the streets of Nigeria is that the government here should respond harshly to what's happening in South Africa.
Nigeria would.
Several Nigerians have lost lives or their investments in South Africa before. Sounds familiar? Lost jobs, crime, and illegal migration, echoing what Nigerian deportees from South Africa are accused of. Ahmed Rees, Al Jazeera, Abuja.
You're asking the question, how would they survive? That question should be in two folds. How would they survive? Those that's been evacuated, abandoning businesses, leaving their source of livelihood, and are back to a state of hopelessness in Nigeria, and those who are still stuck in South Africa in the code that you talk about.
That is exactly what it is. For Nigerians, they say they're going to rehabilitate them here. Of course, the governor of Imo State have actually elected to give 1 million naira to each person, you know, that has been evacuated from South Africa to Nigeria that are an indigenous person of Imo State. And they were calling on governments of all the other states in Nigeria, and even the federal government, to think about how to make support. Some of these people are legitimate residents of residents in South Africa. Some have shops, supermarkets, car shops, car mats, and so on. And these things are now abandoned. All that they have catered for, they have helped the economy of South Africa so well. They have now abandoned these things for the South Africans to loot. And South Africans who are doing this thing, okay, presently the government of South Africa is now sending police soldiers to, you know, like what they did yesterday marching, to go with them to see that the issue of looting that had been the order of the day during xenophobic attacks is not done. Although a Nigerian was killed in Johannesburg on Sunday. And the Nigerian government is also asking questions. The embassy is liaising with the police in South Africa to investigate what resulted in his killing and all that. So the question is, those who are in South Africa, those who are even locking themselves up in their homes, who could not come out to move to Pretoria, to the Nigerian High Commission in Pretoria, they are still there. Nobody thinks about their fate. How do they survive? There are still Nigerians in South Africa that has insisted of legitimacy in their stay in South Africa, and do not even intend to move 1 inch in terms of coming over. But those who are scared about the situation, that their fate is hanging on a balance, nobody knows what will happen next, they have now decided to come back home. At least their people will now know, even if they die, they will die in their father's land. That is exactly what has happened. And like we saw in that, the evacuation was done and people were coming out from the airplane. So some people called on Nigerian government for a reprisal. So what are you reprising? The organizations you think are owned by South Africans are no longer, because they are listed in the stock exchange and many Nigerians have bought into them. In fact, the South African shares in those organizations are very meager, that if you attack them, you are only destroying Nigeria's economy. So for those who are thinking about attacking, because a lot of people were calling on government, suggesting that that should be meted on which South Africa? Where are they? Where are the South Africans in Nigeria? How many of them? You have just a negligible few of South Africans in Nigeria presently. So nobody should even think about that. We'll be thinking about some very diplomatic measures, serious diplomatic measures. We can decide, if not because of the Nigerians in South Africa, we can decide to ask Nigerians in South Africa to all come back, be lifted to Nigeria. But that is when Nigeria as a country will make provisions. Because you cannot lift your countrymen and women in another land to come back to Nigeria to worsen your situation of insecurity, to worsen your situation of very volatile, bad economy that is not supportive of human existence. You cannot evacuate these people to come here and suffer, except that government goes or looks beyond what they ought to do to make special provisions for these people to come. Otherwise, some of our Nigerians in South Africa are ready to die there. Say, what am I going back to Nigeria to do? The story in Nigeria, from what we are getting, is not palatable. So what are we coming to do? We are not even secured. Yes, we are not secured in South Africa due to xenophobic attacks. But the other one is there is everything, terrorism, attacks, kidnapping, and then you have very harsh economic realities that will continue to stare you at the face in Nigeria. So what are you going to do? You did not plant yam, cassava, or anything. So where will you survive from? Well, how do you get? And of course, most of them are now losing their belongings. So many of them, their organizations or companies have been looted. Whatever they own, they have been looted. Some are even just there, staying until if death come, it will be that they have already signed their own warrants to die and then leave the planet Earth. So the situation is terrible. It's a horrible situation for Nigerians in South Africa. And I know government has started doing well, but I do not see what they have done as being enough. One, why have they not been able to provide passports for them to renew their passports? Why have they not provided for the renewal of the Nigerian passport for our residents in South Africa? Because today, like I have an elder sister who's a U.S. citizen. She's in Nigeria. Anytime her passport, goes where she goes to Abuja, files in, and then it is renewed. And of course, our manager here also has a thing like that. He knows how those things are done. So, so that is a problem that Nigerians are having in South Africa. So it's not just the problem of illegitimacy, problem of just staying in South Africa without documents and all that. It's the problem of having these documentations done properly so that we will have less of cases of illegitimacy. But even the legitimate ones have been there for a while, have not been able to renew their passports. And sometimes some of these people could not make it within the period in question, before the expiration of their passport, back to Nigeria, where they could now renew those passports and then start all over again. But we have not seen any such thing. So the federal government should do more than the needful. when you say more than the needful, it means they have to step out of the box to do what they can to ensure that this situation is brought under control.
Very well said, Mr. S. You know, it is natural for one to want to praise the government of the day for their efforts in bringing Nigerians back from South Africans, but far be from it. It is the responsibility of government. And I should add that we are not adding the haste that is required of such evacuation. Yes, if the life and property of our nationals are threatened anywhere, it is the responsibility of government to engage diplomatically and any means it finds necessary to secure the life of our citizens. Yes, we know that the Foreign Affairs Ministry are doing that in that regard, but these people have turned out violently, you know, against our people, and we've seen other nationals, you know, other countries move their nationals out of South Africa without any form of props and purgatory surrounding it. They just went in and took their people. And we still have, yes, we know that the population of Nigerians in South Africa are so high, but we should, and we have the resources. That's why you have a government. These are moments where you deploy the resources of the nation to come to the aid of your citizens. What I'm saying in essence is that, yes, while it is customary to celebrate the fact that people are being returned, that government needs to do more in this regard. As we are speaking, any able and willing Nigerian who is so willing to come back home should have no reason remaining in South Africa. You know, while we are still talking about this and celebrating the fact that 269 were brought back, there's still, you know, an issue with the arrangement with Peace Airlines in bringing these Nigerians home. Why are we, you know, delaying in moments of this nature? We've seen the urgency with which nations, even in moments of crisis, we've seen nations of Israel and other nations moving with gusto and move their people out of harm's way. America does it all the time, giving security alerts and reports, and wouldn't wait for situations to deteriorate before they move their people out of danger zones. These are what nations are known for. These are why what gives hope to people in their nation. And we should equally see that we toe that line and do much more for our people. Yes, there's still more to be desired in this regard. And speaking to xenophobia, if time would permit, one may want to ask, why has things so degenerated to the point where the whites upon which the black South Africans were yearning for and asking for liberation, that Mandela had to come and thank Nigeria immediately he was released from prison for our impact, our help, and then the opportunity and the succor we offered South Africans in their moments of crisis. Yes, I remember quite well that young school children contributed their lunch money to the freedom of South Africans. But today, the black Africans are now targets in South Africa. What has made it so that the whites, upon which they are liberated from, are so free and helping to safeguard other Africans in South Africa? These are issues that we need to study. A lot of reasons has been averred so far as to why this is the case. People have cited laziness, and a number of times we've heard South Africans speak to their jobs being taken away from them. How do you take away somebody's job if one is not lazy and one is creative enough to work? And then people cite jealousy and a lot of things. But at the end of the day, the buck stops on the Nigerian administration and government, after even this government, to begin to chart a pathway for Nigeria, a Nigeria that works for everyone. You know, Mr. S, while we're speaking to South Africa, there are people who are returning from Algeria as we speak. People are returning from other African nations. And when we make Nigeria home that is working for every of our citizens, people will not need to take solace or succor in foreign nations that do not offer, you know, the ambience or the welcoming, you know, opportunity that is required, you know, in such nations hosting visitors. Therefore, we call on the Nigerian government and her citizens, let's make Nigeria a home for all, where every Nigerian would thrive.
Okay. We would continue on the conversations, but we'll take a short break. We'll be right back.
Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
You're welcome back. This is still Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now, moving on to the next conversation. This is a story from Frontline Africa, frontlineafrica.com.ng. WHO, UNICEF, community leaders hailed Governor Mbah's commitment to primary health care. The World Health Organization, United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, and community leaders have commended the Governor Petermbah's administration for its huge investment and commitment to primary health care in Enugu. These commendations were given at the 2026 biannual meeting and supportive supervisory visit by the governor to Type 2 Primary Health Care Center, Ihe Ward, in Soka local government area of the state yesterday. And at the event, we had the executive secretary of the Enugu State Primary Healthcare Development Agency revealing that the state has recorded an increase in visits to its primary healthcare centers from 800,000 to 1.4 million, representing an 80% increase, as well 80% increase from what it used to be, as well as an increase in Penta 3 immunization coverage from 78.5% to 88.9%, surpassing the actual national target of 85%. Also, the governor says he has heavily invested in healthcare by building 260 primary healthcare centers across the 260 wards of the state to ensure that nobody was left behind in healthcare, minimizing health issues, and ensuring that adequate health facilities are made available for the citizens of Enugu State.
It is quite commendable that the state government has invested huge sums of money in health and in education. Although we are not talking about this particular issue is about health. So when you say Type 2 health centers, 260 wards. So you have these health centers in 260 wards. Of course, the visit to one of the health centers in Nsukka is just to showcase what the Type 2 health centers are. And when you have the statistical data of people, which means there's been enough mobilization for people to seek for health, solving their health problems through the primary health care system, because it is due to the lack of viability, viral primary health care system in the state that resulted in people, when you have headache, you run to a teaching hospital. Naturally, you're not supposed to go to a teaching hospital. We have the primary, the secondary, and of course the tertiary health institutions, which are the teaching hospitals for complications and very serious issues. So people are now going to assess, and of course, it's not just about building the infrastructure. It's about also ensuring that healthcare persons, persons are employed to do the job and take care of challenged persons, that is patients, people who are having various health challenges. So And of course, that is exactly why the World Health Organization, of course, the agencies, you know, these are highly placed agencies that work with data. If it's not about being sure of the data situation, they don't tell you that it's so. They're very scientific about all the findings they'll have to make. And the findings they made is such that favors the administration of petermbah. That is exactly why they actually, you know, spoke or made statements the way they did. They have applauded the investment in the area of healthcare. And of course, apart from the primary healthcare institutions that has been really supported with whooping subs, we talk about the tertiary health institution. We talk about a health institution that is along the independence layout, you know, near the opposite a bank. That is going to be one institution that will promote health tourism in Nigeria. We are talking about an institution where people will even come from the same India that we go to. People will come from that same India to take care of their health challenges. That is exactly what I'm saying. So it's not just about primary healthcare system, it's about healthcare in general. You have a tertiary, ultra-modern tertiary institution that has all the state-of-art equipment. We may have only one institution in Nigeria that may challenge what we are going to have, because it's not commissioned yet, but almost all the infrastructures are being put in place. That we're going to have one institution in Nigeria that may challenge that institution when it comes on board, and that one is in Abuja. And we have just yet another one from a state government. The other one was a private institution, but this time a government institution. That is worth it. And people are recruited experts. Of course, Nigerian doctors are good because you see them everywhere in the world and they're doing excellently well. So this will reduce the migration of our health care personnel from going to other countries in the world. And I hope that as he's putting in fund in the healthcare system, he should consider the take-home of these healthcare experts so that they'll be comfortable doing this job and they, of course, grow the economy. And where there is health, there is wealth. So the moment the people are healthy, certainly productivity will be high. And the Enugu state, of course, where he's looking at, may actually grow to what he is expecting it to grow to.
Very well said. You know, you've done justice to this very issue. I do not feel there's anything to add to it. However, without fear of, you know, sounding partisan, one needs to congratulate the governor on his mileage when it comes to healthcare in Enugu State, and is worthy, you know, of note that every other government at the subnational should equally imitate what the governor is doing in Enugu State. If well managed and very well implemented, there's no doubt that, like you rightly submitted, that Enugu State is going to be a health tourism place, you know, where people will come from all over the world, you know, on health issues. Having said that, you know, beyond what is being advertised, I am aware of a certain partnership with the, you know, University of Nigeria Teaching Hospital here, where women are taking advantage from the rural communities to be delivered, you know, of babies at the teaching hospital at no cost, or what I should say, subsidized cost, because sometimes they may have to buy some other things needed, you know, for such occasion. So these governments, I am unapologetically, you know, grateful that they are doing well in when it comes to healthcare. I am not assessing, like you rightly submitted, education and every other thing, but the trajectory so far is quite encouraging. So we urge the governor to continue the good work, even as we step into the electioneering season. he shouldn't be distracted from the good work. And if at the end of the day he clinches the very position again and comes back, we expect that things will be scaled up beyond where they are and what it is today. As for the commendation from the World Health Organization and UNICEF, we expect much more laurels to come his way if the trajectory is upheld.
Okay, now moving on to the next story on the Daily Sun. This is on 2027 elections. INEC uploads Obi's name to portal as NDC candidate. The Independent National Electoral Commission has restored access to NDC's candidate nomination portal, allowing the party to begin uploading names of its candidates for the 2027 general elections, despite the ongoing legal battle over its registration. Now, the national leader, Saraki Dixon, disclosed this on his X account yesterday, saying the development followed NDC's filing of a notice of appeal and application for stay of execution against the recent judgment by the Federal High Court in Lokoja. He said the appeal and accompanying applications have been served on INEC alongside a covering letter urging the Electoral Commission to act in line with the law. He insists that NDC is a registered political party, and as such, his name as a National Assembly candidate and that of the presidential candidate, Mr. Peterobi, had already been uploaded. And the names of the Vice President and other candidates will be uploaded after the completion of the necessary documentation, and all that needs to be documented and uploaded.
Mr. Reyes.
Yes, the fear about NDC being on the ballot is being doused so much because the judgment of Lokoja High Court could not prevail in such a way that the NDC candidates' names would not be uploaded in an portal. See, they are already being uploaded, which means that the chances of not, because nobody, it is not done in law. In legal practice, I do not know, before you see a situation, before anybody begins to assume something that is dead and buried, it becomes an appellate court. It's an appellate court that has power to assume something that has been dead and buried. And they must know why they're assuming to maybe order for a fresh autopsy and know exactly why it died. Okay? It is not the person who actually buried the corpse that will come to exhume the corpse and begin to do autopsy again and begin to do all those whole of things. That's what I'm saying. That is, it is in law, they say it has been overtaken by event. The law has said it is gone and it is gone. If you want it to be called back, you go and appeal. But at the same time, when they did a thing like that, I wonder, well, with all due respect to the learned justice of the Dashik or Justice Dashik. With all due respect to him, well, it happens in law anytime a court gives a bad ruling. You go to the appeal court, they will say the lawyers to the litigant will always go that the learned judge erred in law. Well, we shall know whether he erred in law or not, because the matter has gone on appeal. And of course, INEC has not done as if there is any form of bias in them. They have been able to open the portal because they know even the chairman of INEC is a serious legal luminary and a son, a professor of law. So he's somebody who is very knowledgeable in legal practice and should be able to know exactly the implication of what has transpired in the Lokoja High Court. He should be able to. So immediately they filed an appeal and got their stay of execution and all that. They just opened the portal. They don't want to subject anybody to any form of undue interpretation that could result in, putting back their names, closing the portal for NDC and all that. Because already they have gone far. This is a party registered and have gone far, doing everything, doing their congresses, convention, and primaries, and of course set to just upload, and already uploaded now. So I don't know how you come back. You come back to say that it's only, I've always said it is the only biblical thing, because I've not seen it in any other book where a living master will come and tell Lazarus to come out, and he will come out. And of course that she is not Jesus Christ, and he cannot be, and he cannot call back the dead body of Lazarus, and that is why he cannot sit on appeal in his own judgment. He cannot say he becomes an appellate court and at the same time a high court. He cannot arrogate that to himself. It will anyway, I wish to be quoted wrong by other legal luminaries to say that he has right to do that. But from my own legal perspective, I do not believe that he has the wherewithal to sit on appeal on his own judgment and, of course, begin to nullify the judgment he had given.
All right, very well submitted. While I align with you on most of the submissions, let me still raise the fact that the NDC should not start celebrating yet. Yes, I am prone to toe the line of Rufai of Arise. You know, when the judgment came for ADC to, the order came for ADC to be delisted, he said the target was not ADC, that NDC should be careful. And I'm beginning to look in that direction, that NDC should not celebrate for the fact that INEC has given it access codes. Yes, I've praised INEC for this time around, you know, towing the path of neutrality in this very regard, and NDC having gone on appeal, but it's not celebration yet. It's time beyond, while we wait for the appeal, you know, the appellate court to take a decision on this. The pressure should be piled up for this democracy to be protected. The landmines are so visible and they are obvious. One should not relax yet. It's not yet Uhuru as we journey through this 2027 electoral process. I so submit.
Okay, that's the moment we can take this morning on the program Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Thank you so much for sitting through with us. So they'll come your way again tomorrow. I'll leave you with this quote that we read earlier in the day from Professor P.L.O. Lumumba. We vote for people not because of the content of their character or the clarity of their vision, but because of the depth of their pockets and the ethnicity of their names. Then we spend the next 4 years praying for a miracle. I am Princess Ken Ocham. Have a lovely day.
Yeah, Mr. S, what an in-depth analysis. Just in the mode of Professor P.L.O. Lumumba, you analyze these issues with such, you know, dexterity and deftness that it requires. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me. And for you, viewer, keep watching Aneke TV. We'll continue to give you the best.
And I'm Uche Osai. On behalf of all of us here on Sunrise, we'll say thank you for watching and keep watching till we come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
I want to gently recommend this to you. Please do not be nice. Be kind, because kindness is a measure of our humanity. But do not be nice. Nice means wanting always to be liked, and this is a particular affliction of female socialization. Nice means silencing inconvenient truths. Nice means choosing always to be comfortable. Nice means letting go of courage. Nice means talking about peace, but not about justice. Nice will not remake the world, and there is so much about our world that needs remaking. There is no such thing as a perfect human being. The longing for perfection will hold you back. It doesn't help any cause to start with perfection as yardstick. We do not need to be perfect before we are able to do what is right. I wish you everything you wish for yourself that causes no harm to others.
Sokoto State in northwestern Nigeria remains one of the country's most historically influential regions, serving as the epicenter of the Sokoto Caliphate, founded by Sheikh Usman Dan Fodio in 1804. More than 2 centuries later, its legacy continues to shape region, governance, and political identity across northern Nigeria and beyond. At the heart of this continuity is the Sultan of Sokoto, Alhaji Muhammad Saad Abakar III, who remains a key spiritual authority for millions of Muslims. In one of his widely cited reflections on peace and coexistence, he has consistently urged Nigerians to embrace dialogue over division, stressing that no society can progress in an atmosphere of conflict and mistrust. His position has placed the Sultanate Council at the center of national conversations on unity and stability. The political relevance of Sokoto is also deeply rooted in its historical structures of authority. Traditional institutions continue to reflect civic engagement, especially during elections, where religious and community leaders often serve as trusted intermediaries. Analysts know that in Sokoto, legacy is not only derived from the ballot box, but also from inherited institutions of moral integrity, reflecting the enduring fusion of tradition and modern democracy. In Nigeria's broader political history, Sokoto has consistently produced influential national figures, including former governor and minister Alhaji Tahiru Bafarawa and former governor Senator Aminu Tambuwal, both of whom have played prominent roles in shaping federal politics. Their political trajectories reflect how the state remains integrated into Nigeria's national power structure, while still anchored in traditional legacy. Socially, Sokoto remains a center of Islamic scholarship and education, home to institutions that continue to attract students across West Africa. The legacy of Sheikh Usman Dan Fodio is still referenced in academic and religious discourse as a foundation of intellectual reform and governance rooted in justice. As one Islamic scholar in the region once described it, Sokoto is not just a place, it is an idea of learning, leadership, and moral responsibility. However, the state also reflects the contradictions of modern Nigeria. Despite its historical prominence, Sokoto faces significant developmental challenges, including poverty, youth unemployment, and insecurity linked to wider instability the Sahel region. Community leaders have repeatedly warned that the survival of our heritage depends on addressing the needs of the present generation, underscoring the urgency of reform alongside tradition. Security concerns in the Northwest have further tested both state and traditional institutions. Joint effort between government authorities and religious leaders have increasingly focused on peace building and community dialogue. Officials often emphasize that security is not only the responsibility of government, but a shared duty rooted in community trust. Despite these challenges, Sokoto's relevance in contemporary Nigeria remains unmistakable. It continues to function as a symbolic bridge between the pre-colonial caliphate system and the modern federal state, influencing debate on governance, religion, and national identity. As one political analyst summarized, to understand Nigeria's north, we must first understand Sokoto not just as a state, but as a legacy that still speaks to power, faith, and identity in the present day.
Bring me into golden sunlight. If I'm going with you, I know we'll get to the other side. I'm sinking in, I know this feels right. Catching a crazy love moving through me like a wildfire, like a wildfire.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on. Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
From the trading floors of Lagos to the commodity hubs of Enugu, we say thank you for joining us and welcome to Aneke TV business segment, coming to you live from Enugu. Today, the second half of the year opens with a sharp reality check on the local pulse as high-stakes reallocation rewriting the narratives across global markets, from institutional shifts on the Nigerian exchange to structural moves on Wall Street. We'll break down the data shaping your weight, and this is the business desk, where data meets destiny and your weight finds its voice. I am Uche Osai. Let's get straight to the numbers. Starting with the Nigerian equity market, where the Nigerian exchange experienced a notable pullback during today's section, breaking away from the positive half-year close seen yesterday. Broad-based selling pressure across major tickers dragged key market indicators downwards. The all-share index ASI settled at 226,551.77 points, down 2,867.41 points, a negative 1.25% from the previous close. Market capitalization decreased by 1.84 trillion, closing down at 145.38 trillion naira. The market breadth is strictly negative, with 18 stocks advancing against 25 decliners. A total of 325.74 million shares changed hands across 29,123 deals, valued at 8.16 billion naira. Sterling Bank, traded as sterling, led the volume charts, while Zenny Bank pays the market in terms of transaction value. And quickly taking a look at the top 5 market gainers, where the green zone was dominated primarily by insurance equities, showing strong defensive resilience. And here, looking at the tickers, we see Guinea Insurance PLC today traded and closed at 1 naira, making a positive adjustment of 9.89%. They are followed by Regency Alliance Insurance, which today closed at 0.91 kobo, making a bullish adjustment of 8.3%. Sovereign Trust Insurance PLC, traded as Sovereigns, today closed at 2 naira 6 kobo, making a bullish adjustment of 7.85%. They are followed by Veritas Capital Assurance, which today closed in the positive of 1 naira 45 kobo, making a bullish adjustment of 5.84%. And then the last on this list of the top 5 gainers is PZ Cushions Nigeria PLC, traded as PZ, closing tradings today at 90 naira, making a positive adjustment of 5.26 bullish adjustment. And quickly we'll sail across to take a look at the laggards, where the top 5 losers are dominated by, with profit taking heavily impacted dual listed and high cap equities, driving several tickers straight to the maximum daily down limit of 10%. Aradel, traded as Aradel Holdings PLC, today closed trading at 1,275 naira 80 kobo, in the dip of a negative 10% adjustment. Also, following suit is McNichols PLC, which is in the dip as well, as he made a negative adjustment of 10% to close its trading book this afternoon at 7 naira 65 kobo. Universal Insurance PLC, traded as Uninsure, today closed trading at 81 kobo, making a negative adjustment of a bearish 10%. Livestock Fees PLC, traded as Livestock, also closed in the negative, as he made a dip to close at 7 naira 20 kobo, having a bullish run, yes, previously, but closed in the bearish rim of a negative 9.43%. They are followed by Champions Breweries PLC, equally in the dip, making a negative adjustment of 8.52% to close at 12 naira 35 kobo. And quickly, here are the market drivers for today. Today's bearish reversal on the Nigerian exchange was driven by a mix of heavy institutional profit-taking, global index updates, and shifting fixed income dynamics as the market opened the second half of the year. The key data-driven market drivers pushing today's sentiment include: 1, high cap profit-taking, where what we call the Aradel effect. The single largest drag on all-share index today was aggressive sell-offs in high-priced equities. Energy giants, Aradel Holdings PLC, traded as Aradel, hit the maximum daily loss limit of a negative 10%, closing at 1,275 naira 80 kobo. Given its massive weight, this sharp drop significantly eroded market capitalization by 1.84 trillion naira in a single section. Another factor here is the FTSE Russell regulatory hold, where global index provider FTSE Russell announced that it has placed its planned reclassification of Nigeria back to frontier market status under the further review. This pause is to evaluate the operational impact of Nigeria's recent transition to a shortened T+1 settlement cycle. The delay dampened foreign portfolio investor, cooling institutional demand for blue chip equities. Another factor here that drove the market today is the Q3 sovereign debt deluge, where fixed income crowding out, characterized the market. Debt Management Office DMO released its Q3 2026 FGM bond issuance calendar, revealing aggressive plans to raise 4 trillion naira via bond reopenings over the next 3 months. This massive pipeline of risk-free, high-yield sovereign paper is keeping domestic institutional asset allocators tilted towards fixed income, draining liquidity from the equity space. And then, the fourth factor here that shaped the market today is the yield attractions and forex pressure, where the Central Bank of Nigeria has maintained elevated yields with top rates at its latest open market operations auction, averaging 20.13%. At the same time, the Naira cooled to a 3-month low of 1,383 naira 63 kobo against the US dollar on the official window due to intense corporate dollar demand. The combination of granted 20% positive fixed income yields and local currency volatility continues to prompt investors to lock in stock profits and seek safety in cash or short-term debt instruments. And quickly moving to the energy sector, where we'll take a look at the sectoral performance of banking and oil and gas. Today's section featured a stark divergence in performance between banking and oil and gas sectors. While the broader market pulled back, the oil and gas index served as a vital buffer against deeper losses, whereas the banking index experienced a highly volatile mixed section. Now starting with the oil and gas sector, despite the broader index drop, the Nigerian Exchange Oil and Gas Index emerged the star performer of the day, gaining 3.18% to close at 2,825.49 points, up from 2,738.35 points. The market catalyst here is that this sector has been dominant for us in 2026, driven by full downstream deregulation and improved margin predictability. Today, despite maximum a negative 10% daily drop in Aradel holdings due to institutional profit taking, intense buying pressure in other key energy tickers such as Total Energies, Corn Oil and Seplant more than compensated for the heavyweight drag, tilting the entire sector deep into positive territory. And quickly moving to the banking sector, where the Nigerian Exchange Banking Index managed a resulting gain of 0.15%, closing at 7,741.63 points after swinging widely into negative territory multiple times during the trading day. The catalyst here is that local tier 1 banks are experiencing highly volatile trading as institutional investors balance short-term profit taking with long-term accumulations. This positioning comes ahead of upcoming half-year earnings releases and ongoing recapitalization deadline. Taking a look at Zenith Bank, which anchored the sector's liquidity, leading the day's total transaction values, while Sterling Bank traded as Sterling's heavily dominated market volume charts with 100.32 million shares traded. And quickly moving to the forex markets, where the Nigerian Naira opened the second half of the year, showing sustained stability, supported by a tightly managed foreign exchange framework and a historically narrow premium between trading windows. And quickly taking a look at the official market, where the Naira closed at 1,380 Naira, 1,380 Naira 17 kobo against the US dollar on the Nigerian foreign exchange market, according to volume-weighted data published by the Central Bank of Nigeria. This represents marginal consolidation within its current multi-month horizontal trading range. And quickly, moving to the black market or the street market, depending on what you're comfortable with, they are officially called the parallel market. The informal market saw the greenback exchange between 1,390 Naira, that's buying, and 1,400 Naira for selling. The official to parallel market spread hovered remarkably close at just 20 Naira. This tightly aligned convergence points to an overall improvement in dollar liquidity distribution through formal financial pipelines compared to the high volatility experienced last year. And quickly, here are the key forex market drivers, where stability observed in today's foreign exchange landscape is pinned on a few data points. One is elevated open market operation anchor rate. The CBN continues to run a highly aggressive contractionary monetary regime, maintaining average stop rates for open market operation bills at 20.13%. These massive risk-free yields successfully lock up excessive liquid Naira, discouraging speculative attacks against the local currency. Another factor here is the domestic refining shield. Market participants note that full operational scaling at major domestic infrastructure hubs, particularly the Dangote Petroleum Refinery, is actively minimizing the economic structure demand for imported refined petroleum products. The transition significantly curtails the recurring monthly dollar drain on external reserves. Another factor here is the hawkish Federal Reserve drag. While the local factors remain defensive, local currency faces mild depreciation pressure from exceptionally strong US dollar, with US Federal Reserve maintaining its benchmark target rate high at 3.75% to 4%. Capital flows naturally tilt back towards dollar-dominated assets, pulling a hard ceiling on how much further emerging market currencies like the Naira can strengthen in the near term. And quickly moving to the international oil market, where the Brent today, we're talking about the international benchmark Brent crude, which opened the second half of the year, trading within a consolidating sideways range, pulling back significantly from its earlier 2026 peak. Brent crude traded between $72.92 and $73.45 per barrel during today's section, down roughly 1.01% from recent sentiment baselines. The current pricing reflects a notable multi-month cooling period. Prices have steadily slid towards pre-conflict levels as the heavy geopolitical risk premium layered onto the market earlier in the year continued to unwind. And quickly, here are the key energy market drivers for today. Yes, today's oil price dynamics are being shaped by a delicate balance between stabilizing global logistics and lingering geopolitical friction. One of these such factors is the Strait of Hormuz reopening. The primary driver behind the recent price drop is the gradual phased resumption of oil tanker traffic through the official Strait of Hormuz. Fears of catastrophic long-term supply disruption have eased as transit patterns begin to normalize, reducing the structural supply deficit that defined the first half of the year. Another factor here is the fragile US-Iran ceasefire and diplomatic impasse. While supply lines are opening, a hard floor remains under prices. Iran's recent announcement rejecting direct talks with US officials to finalize terms of their 2-week-old ceasefire has injected fresh caution, preventing traders from shorting the market too aggressively. Another factor here is the record-breaking US output. Dampening any sudden upward rallies. The US Energy Information Administration, EIA, confirmed that domestic US crude oil production soared to an all-time record of 13.93 million barrels per day. This massive flow of Atlantic basin supply is effectively offsetting previous Middle Eastern production shut-ins. And we are looking at demand destruction realities, where high energy prices earlier in the year have left visible mark on consumption. Global oil demand is now officially forecast to contrast by 1.1 million barrels per day across 2026, largely driven by government's fuel-saving initiatives and reduced petrochemical usage in Asia and Europe. And quickly taking a look at the Nigerian commodities market, where export-grade grains across Nigeria Commodity Exchange, AFEX, LFC, EFE, and Nigerian Commodity Exchange are trading with distinct structural divergence, while traditional domestic food staples face seasonal price growth. Specialized industrial export grains are experiencing heightened transaction volume driven by regional cross-border demand and international pricing structures. Shogun closed at an exchange average of 329.62 kobo per kilogram, with localized Kano bands steady around 320 to 345 naira per kilogram. Despite marginal negative 0.63% to 0.84% intraday easing due to routine institutional inventory flows, Shogun remains structurally well supported. Nigeria's position as the world's second largest producer continues to add core heavy regional brewery and West African cross-border demand. And taking a look at soybeans, it maintains strong upward export momentum, trading at an exchange average of 700 naira to 801 naira per kilogram, depending on the grading and delivery hub. Soybeans remain a top-performing export grain this quarter, heavily driven by international oil seed deficit and expanding poultry feed industrial processing demand across the sub-region. And quickly, taking a look at sesame seeds, which closed flat but robust at 1,240 naira to 1,260 naira per kilogram on the LCFE and the NSCS spot indices. While not a grain by pure definition, sesame continues to heavily pace the export-led agricultural segment, trading at a premium due to high purity cleaning requirements for Asian and Middle Eastern cargo deliveries. And quickly, here are the key market drivers for the export grains. One is the T+1 settlement and logistic grade, following the equity market structural shift to a shorter T+1 settlement cycle. Agricultural warehousing are seeing faster liquidity turnovers. This allows commodity brokers to close export contracts and credit local aggregators within 72 hours, significantly optimizing trade velocities. Another factor here is exchange rate arbitrage and floor prices. The stabilization of the official Naira exchange rate around 1,380 Naira against the dollar has introduced welcome price predictability. However, local farm gate prices for exportable grains remain elevated above global benchmark because international buyers are willing to pay cash premiums directly at broader hubs, creating a high floor price that domestic processors must match. Another factor here is the regional trade push, where, as outlined in recent continental trade outlooks, intra-African trade finance initiatives are heavily incentivizing local grain exports under regional trade blocs. This institutional funding is driving cross-border demand for Nigeria's shogun and soybeans into neighboring Sahelian markets, reducing spot availability at domestic grain terminals. And quickly, moving to the international global market, where global financial markets opened the second half of the year with strong regional divergence, while Wall Street and key Asian tech hubs capped massive record-breaking quarters driven by artificial intelligence. Investment, European indices edged lower amid shifting geopolitical and macro undercurrents. And quickly taking a look at the United States, where record highs and AI resurgence dominated the market. The US indices soared sharply to finish at all-time highs, wrapping up the S&P 500 and NASDAQ best quarter since 2020. And taking a look at the Jones Industrial Average, up plus 0.30%, which it had an increase of 106.46 points to close at a record 52,319.20 points. S&P 500 advanced 0.80%, making a positive 58.93 points to close at 7,499.36 points. NASDAQ Composite climbed a positive 1.50%, making an increase of 393.58 points to close at 26,213.72 points. And quickly moving on to Europe. Yes, the European market, where we had mixed performance amid peace doubts. The UK FTSE 100, the London market had soft section, with the FTSE 100 dropping 33.51 points to close at 10,463.61 points, representing a 0.32% decline. The negative sentiment was primarily driven by a weakening sterling and a cautious approach from investors positioning themselves ahead of upcoming purchasing managers index. Then moving on to Germany, where the German DAX 40 Frankfurt managed to hold its ground in flat territory, showing immense resilience compared to its peers. DAX 40 edged up by a minor 9.36 points to finish at 25,005.17 points, a marginal gain of a 0.04%. The index was heavily anchored by encouraging macro data, showing a drop in regional inflation, which brought much needed relief to rate-sensitive industrial and utility equities. And quickly, moving on to take a look at France CAC 40. Paris bore the bond of Western Europe's selling pressure. The CAC 40 plunged 79.66 points to close at 8,324.33 points, down a sharp 0.95%. A combination of expensive corporate acquisition announcements and an aggressive sell-off in major consumer and retail stocks dragged the French index down towards its session low. And quickly taking a look at Asia Pacific, which is dominated by a hard tech sector blast to multi-decade peaks. Asian equities closed out their best quarter in nearly 17 years, heavily anchored by a historic massive tech-led rally. Nikkei 225 Japan gained 0.9% to finish an unprecedented 70,062.32 points, locking in its largest ever quarterly advance. In South Korea, Kospi jumped 1% to close at 8,476.48 points, paced heavily by Samsung Electronics, which gained a positive 3.4%. And then in Taipei, Taiwan rocketed upward, powered by contract chipmaker TSMC, which jumped 4.4%, following an upward target revision by institutional analysts. And quickly taking a look at the key global market drivers here. The AI CapEx boom cycle. The dominant driver of the global equity market remains the massive expanding capital expenditures. Yes, into upstream artificial intelligence infrastructure. Chip and memory hardware makers, including AMD up 7.7% and SanDisk up 10.9%, heavily led the overnight market rallies. Another factor here is the resilient U.S. labor metrics versus the Fed hikes. The U.S. jobs report revealed that May job openings unexpectedly jumped to a 2-year high of 7.59 million, blowing past the 7.30 million projection. This evidence of a tight labor market triggered an immediate sell-off in fixed income, pushing 10-year U.S. Treasury yields up 9 basis points to 4.47% as traders began pricing back in potential second Federal Reserve rate hikes for 2026. Then another factor we're taking a look at here is the currency volatility and the historic yen slump, where the US dollar index rose 0.85% to close its first straight positive quarter. This dollar dominance pushed the Japanese yen to 162.69, a fresh 4-decade low, triggering acute intervention warnings from Japanese fiscal authorities and wrapping multinational corporate earnings outlook. And that's the business wrap for today. The numbers may waver, but the insight remains clear. Keep watching the Aneke TV market segment to stay ahead. However, we do warn that before you make incursion into the financial market, please do well to consult a certified financial analyst. And this is due to the volatility of the market. I am Uche Osai. Invest wisely.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
Nigeria's debt profile continues to rise, raising concerns among economists about sustainability and long-term economic stability. As of 2025, the total public debt was estimated to be around 152 trillion naira, or roughly $190 billion, according to the Debt Management Office. Debt servicing now consumes a significant share of government revenue, limiting spending on infrastructure, health, and education. Economists say the challenge is not only how much Nigeria borrows, but how effectively borrowed funds are converted into productive assets. The World Bank has repeatedly highlighted weaknesses in Nigeria's public financial management system, including inefficiencies in capital budget execution and limited transparency in project delivery. Across the country, there are recurring examples of abandoned and uncompleted projects despite significant public expenditure. Infrastructure studies show that cost overruns, delays, and project abandonment remain common in public sector delivery, often due to procurement weaknesses and poor oversight. Roads, hospital facilities, and housing projects in several states remain uncompleted years after budget releases and contract awards. In the power sector, Nigeria continues to lose an estimated $29 billion annually due to unreliable electricity supply and infrastructure deficits, according to industry estimates cited in international reporting. Despite repeated investment cycles, grid instability and transmission constraints persist, limiting industrial growth. Governance experts also point to leakages in public finance management. Studies by international organizations have estimated that Nigeria lost billions annually in previous decades to corruption-related inefficiencies, including inflated contracts and weak monitoring systems. These leakages reduce the impact of borrowing and weaken development outcomes. Even social intervention programs have faced scrutiny over accountability and targeting inefficiencies, with investigations in recent years leading to recoveries for mismanaged funds in some federal programs. Despite these challenges, Nigeria remains richly endowed. The country has more than 70 million hectares of arable land, according to the Food and Agriculture Organization. Yet, agricultural productivity remains below potential due to limited mechanization and storage infrastructure. Agriculture still employs a large share of the workforce, but contributes less than expected to GDP. In the energy sector, Nigeria produces over 1 million barrels of crude oil per day, according to OPEC data. Yet, for years, depended heavily on imported refined products, creating pressure on foreign exchange and public finances. New refining capacity is beginning to shift these balances, offering potential savings in import costs. The solid minerals sector also remains largely underdeveloped, despite more than 40 commercially viable mineral resources, including lithium, gold, and iron ore. Industry reports suggest the sector contributes less than 1% of GDP, despite its strong export potential. Experts argue that reducing Nigeria's dependence on borrowing will require a shift from consumption-driven spending to productivity-led investments. This includes strengthening procurement systems, enforcing project completion audits, expanding non-oil revenue, and accelerating public-private partnerships in infrastructure delivery. Ultimately, analysts say that Nigeria's economic challenge is not the absence of resources, but the efficiency of conversion. Borrowing, they argue, only becomes sustainable when it is tied directly to productive investment and measurable national outputs. I am Princess Ken Ochoma, Aneke TV News.
Aneke
television. How I get one with the father and I am what you go. How Mbo Wabian here, Bube, Mbo Wabatawan here, Bube, and I got a television on the mellow way, Mela Madia, in our uncle, in America, in our home, in our uncle, the one I got television, the arcades, your man, the one I got television, you do man, help the mellow way, Mela Madia, who me would have won, Nanka, Kai. You might have a girl, if you want to come over, you better have you well, what I look
Uhuruchoma Genyomano sonyere anyị nọ n'Otobo na Aneke TV. Otobo bụ ihe omume anyị wepụtara o ji abụọ anyị bịa anyị anọdụ ala n'eba anya n'okwu ndị ahụ metụtara anyị dịka ụmụafọ Naịjirịa nakwa ụmụafọ Igbo. Ọ na-abịara gị kwuru ụbọchị Tuesday na Friday. Abụ m Joshua Ozioko, onye nke gị. Ọ dị mma, ị ga-echeta na ọ dị nso a n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa merubere mmemme ụbọchị ọchịchị onye kwuchi ya nke 27 dịka ịma na Naịjirịa bụ otu n'ime mba Afrịka nwere akụ natarachi dị iche iche nakwa ndị mmadụ Chineke jiri wee chọọ obodo mma. N'agbanyeghị nke a, ala anyị na-agafe ọtụtụ aka mgba dịgasị iche iche, ihe isi ike metụtara okwu akụnụba, ajọ ọnọdụ nchekwa, ụkọ ọrụ nakwa ihe ndị ọzọ dị iche iche bụ nke na-emetụta etu esi achị ala anyị. N'otu oge ahụkwa ndị nọ n'ọchịchị na-arụtụgasị aka n'ihe dị iche iche gọọmenti megoro na amụma mgbanwe, okwu so atụmatụ ọrụ dịgasị iche iche nakwa iwelite aka n'ego a na-akpakọta bụ nke ha na-ekwu na o so na mbọ a na-agba iji hazigharị ala anyị iji mee ka ala anyị na-eto ma nọrọ n'etu o kwesịrị ịdị. N'abalị anyị ga-eleba anya na ebe ala anyị ji gbatakwụrụ, kedu ebe anyị nọ, kedu ebe anyị na-eje, anyị akwụ otu ebe, kedu aka mgba dị iche iche anyị na-ezute n'ala anyị, ma lebekwa anya n'ọganiru ala anyị nwetagoro nakwa ndị kwesịrị ime iji mee ka obodo anyị gaa n'iru. Ọ bụghị sọ m nọ n'Otobo nke taa, maka na otu onye adịghị anọ n'Otobo. Dr. Emmanuel Agụ bụ otu onye na-etinye ọnụ n'ihe na-eme n'obodo na-esonyere anyị n'Otobo nke mgbede a. Dr. Agụ nọ n'Otobo.
Ana m ekene ndị be anyị na-asịkwa ka ebumnobi anyị ncha anyị na-ebu n'iweta agamniru n'obodo anyị ruo onye ọbụla aka. Ọ ihe mụwa na-ebu n'obi, onye ọbụla ihe dị mma na-adị mma na-ebukwa ihe a n'obi.
Ọ dị mma nnọọ. Ọ dị maka anyị malite ịna-anya n'etu Naịjirịa dị taata. Kedu okwu ị nwere ike iji kọwaa Naịjirịa?
Ịna-anya n'obodo anyị bụ Naịjirịa, asị m kọwaa Naịjirịa etu m si ghọta ya. Aga m afụ obodo anyị bụ Naịjirịa ka nwoke nọ n'ikpere mmiri agụ mmiri na-agụbu. Ihe m bụ n'obi wee kwuo nke a bụ na Naịjirịa bụ obodo Chukwu chọrọ mma n'ihe niile eji ebi ndụ, ma nke gbasatara ọgụgụ isi mmadụ, ma nke eji ebi ndụ bụ nke Chukwu nyere anyị. Ihe ndị ahụ dị, mana imezi anya ka ọnọdụ imi na anya dị ndị bi na Naịjirịa tata, efu na ọ dị ka ihe ndị ahụ Chukwu ji gọzie anyị abụzi ọghọm ebe ndị be anyị nọ. Inekwezi anya na obodo ndị ọzọ Chukwu emeghe ya gọzighị etu o si gọzi ndị be anyị. Ọ dịkwazị ka a ga-asị na ọ ga-aka mma ka ọ ghara ịbụ na anyị nwere ihe ndị ahụ, ka enepụrụ anyị anya n'ihe dị be anyị, ka anyị nwee ike gbaba mbọ etu ndị ahụ si agba mbọ gawakwa n'iru. So ana m afụ obodo anyị bụ Naịjirịa ka obodo nni dị, mana agụ na-egbu ndị nọ na ya. Etu a ka m sigodo afụ ya oge dị ugbu a.
Ọ dị madalụrụ nne. Ịma na Igbo na-ekwu na ihe a na-agwa onye isi bụ na mmanụ adịghị n'ofe, ọ bụghị na nnu atụghị ofe. inaya na Nigeria mgbe ụfọdụ ndị nọ n'ọchịchị na-agwa anyị na ihe anyị megoro na ihe anyị megoro na ihe anyị na-eme na ihe anyị na-eme mana ndị a na-achị ada afụ ya ka esi agwa ha ya kedu ihe mere o ji dị gị ka eji nwe ndị iche dị n'ihe a na-agwa anyị na ihe anyị na-ahụ
ihe ndị a abụghị ihe anyị kwesịrị ịbịa tikporo isi maka na nsogbu dị n'obodo a bụ Naịjirịa tata sitere n'etu esi arọpụta ndị na-achị anyị maka ịbịa n'anya n'obodo ndị ọzọ na-aga n'iru ma obodo ndị ọzọ nweburu nsogbu karịa ọnọdụ anyị nọ ugbu a na Naịjirịa efu na ọ gbatụtara aka n'etu ndị ọchịchị si abata n'oche mbọsị ọbụla ịfụrụ anyị nwetara ihe anyị na-achọ n'usoro esi ahọpụta ndị ga-achị anyị ịma na ihe ndị ọzọ anyị na-ene anya na ọ ga-adị mma ga-abanye ebe mụnwa nọ kịta ana m eche na etu o si metụta aka n'ịhọpụta ndị ga-achị anyị bugodi ebe nsogbu kacha nsogbu niile dị n'obodo a ịhọpụta ndị ga-achị anyị bụrụ ezigbo ndị ndu na bụrụ ndị ọchịchị ifu na ọ ga-eweta na mmezu olileanya anyị nwere n'etu o si gbasi ezi nchekwa then etu o si metụtakwa ọnọdụ akụnụba Naịjirịa nsogbu nke ahụ ga-abụ ihe ewetara na isi njedebe so mụnwa na onwe m na-afụ ihe gbasara etu esi arọpụta ndị na-achị maka na onye a bụ isi afọ kwaba okpu mbọsị anyị rọpụtara ndị ga-achị anyị ọ bụrụ na ndị anyị ga-achị anyị maara na ndị rọpụtara ha bụ ndị obodo ma na obodo anyị adịgo mma mana ọ na-afịa arụ maka na onye Chukwu agọzighị etu o si gosi ndị Naịjirịa ama nchọ ka anyị nwee ike mee ihe a maka na mbọsị ọbụla ịfụrụ ndị Naịjirịa wepụgara ebe onye si wepụga ụka onye na-ekpe si na onye a bụ onye nwere ike iwepụta anyị n'ọnọdụ anyị nọ ma na nsogbu niile anyị nwere abịago n'isi njedebe maka nwa mgbe oge nwa obere oge onye ahụ ga-anọ n'ọchịchị ifu na nsogbu niile anyị nwere n'etu o si metụta nsogbu anyị na-enweta ata na ihe gbasara ezi nchekwa n'etu o si gbasata ọnọdụ akụnụba n'etu o si gbasata ihe ndị ọzọ gasị ifu na etu esi ahọpụta ndị ọchịchị ndị ndu na ọ bụrụ ndị ọchịchị mbọsị anyị nwere onye ndu n'obodo a obodo adị mma
gịnị dị iche na onye ndu na onye ọchịchị
onye ndu bụ onye na-ekpe azụ ndị ọ na-achị eburu ụzọ onye ndu bụ onye na-akwụ agụụ ndị odu eriju afọ onye ndu bụ onye na-ebepụta anya mmiri ma onwe ihe merụ ndị ọ na-edu onye ndu bụ onye na-ebu ụzọ ma ọ bụrụ na ụjọ dị na ndị ọ na-achị onye ndu bụ onye na-anọ n'oche chee echiche etu ọ ga-esi wee dị n'ọdịnihu wee mepụta ya onye ndu bụ onye na-etukwu ana negharị anya chọta ndị ya na ya na-abụ ga-eso wee gbaa odibo onye ndu bụ onye na-afụ onwe ya so onye isi odibo n'obodo ọka enweghị ndị anyị na-afụ kịta bụ ndị ọchịchị ndị na-afụ ihe a na-eme n'obodo ka ụzọ esi eweta ego etinye n'akpa anyị aka enwerekwu ya andọ nsogbu anyị na-enweta ata n'obodo anyị bụ Naịjirịa ka njikere ya ajụjụ ọ bụ na ị chọrọ ije ugwu Awụsa ọ bụ na e nwere ụgbọala na-abụọ kwụsịrị a ga-ejiji ugwu Awụsa a sịghị na mmadụ na-abụọ bụ ndị na-akwụ ụgbọala nọ na ofu onye bụ onye ịmahụ na onye nke ọzọ bụ nwanne gị mana onye nke ahụ ịmahụ na ọ maara akwụ ụgbọala rie nne mana onye na-ekpe alakụba mana ọ maara akwụ ụgbọala na nwanne gị bụ onye si n'obodo unu wee pụta amachaghị akwụkwọ ka esi akwụ ụgbọala ọfụma kedu onye n'ime mmadụ na-aba anyị ga-achọ ka o duru gị jee ugwu Awụsa etu ahụ ka ọ dị n'ihe gbasara obodo anyị mbọsị anyị wee zigoro anya n'ihe gbasara ụka onye na-eje na ebe onye si ịma na nsogbu anyị adịgo anyị eweta gị ya n'isi njedebe
ọ dị mma ịkọwaburu Naijiria dịka mmadụ nọ n'akụkụ mmiri mana agụ mmiri na-agụ ya ịna-anya n'obodo maka anyị ga na-ewu ya na nkebi ịna-anya n'obodo anyị Naijiria bụrụ ụgbọala anyị akwụ otu ebe anyị na-aga n'iru ka anyị na-ana azụ
anyị na-ana azụ ihe yisi na anyị na-ana azụ bụ na ịna-anya ebe anyị nọ n'arọ 10 gara aga ihe ndị eji atụle because ịna-anya ifunu ihe a na-ene anya bụ kedu otu gị na ọnọdụ kedu otu ọnọdụ gị dị ugbu a ọnọdụ gị ọ ka mma arọ 5 gara aga ka ọ bụ ofu ihe n'arọ 5 gara aga ka ọ nara azụ n'arọ 5 gara aga si n'anya iju onwe gị ajụjụ a ifunu ọ dị ka ya anara azụ ọ bụ na ọ na-ekwu ofu ebe maka na nwoke be anyị na-asị onye eburokwe ọrarụ ka ọra afụrụ m onwe anyị asị ndị ra ka anyị ra maka na ịna-anya n'arọ 5 gara aga enwere ndị be anyị bi ebe a na-akpọ ndị oyibo na-akpọ IDP camp arọ 5 gara aga enwere ndị si ebe ha bi gbaa ọsọ arọ 5 ma arọ 6 ma arọ 10 gara aga eziokwu na enwere nsogbu etu o si metụta nchekwa mana ọ dịrọ m ka ọka oruru etu ọ dị tata n'ụdị na onye na-ararụ ụrụ were ofu anya na-ararụ were nke ọzọ na-eche ndụ ya nche anyị nara azụ ana anyị nọrọ ofu ebe so ọ bara uru imekwe dị ya emekwe ndị a na-achị anyị kịta ihe m na-ayọ bụ ka ha nwee ike nachi ya taba tụọ alụ marụ ka a ga-esi wee mmịa ka obodo anyị nwee ike ịnọ ebe anyị kwesịrị ịnọ ha nwekwa ike ị na-agba mbọ nke ha mana mbọ ha na-agba anyị aka afụrọ ebe o du anyị wee je ada olileanya mbụ ka mbọ niile ha na-agba ebe nke ahụ nọ ka anyị nwabụ ndị a na-achị achị nwee ike ị na-enweta mkpụrụ ọ mịtara maka ihe anyị na-emekwa n'anya bụ nne dị n'elu tebụl ije n'afịa ego iji n'akpa egote nwa ihe ụmụaka na-eme ije n'ụlọ ọgwụ efu ụlọ ọgwụ ije n'afịa igote nri ndị na-eji akọ ugbo enwe ike jee ebe a na-akọ ugbo ka ugbo pụta na-enweghị ụjọ ọbụla ada na-enwekwu ike nwee ike ịgwa ndị ọ na-adị ya ka ha nwe obodo a akwa nwere onye nwe obodo a iche ọ bụ na ha nwere ike ịnọ nwere tebụl gwa ndị na-ebu n'obi na ọha nwe obodo a bụ Naijiria si na unu enweghị obodo a onye ọbụla nọrọ bie